stickers on so you can tell which one's which, because I know one is cold as ice. No,
Yep.
that's marbles. One is marble peach. I don't know the other two. I know the ice ones.
What are you trying to tell me?
I'm trying to work out what the names of these are.
Would you like me to go through them for
Oh,
you?
you mean with the stickers that are on them?
With the stickers that are on the back. I know,
Okay,
it's crazy, isn't it? The help I get. With this, this is River of Ice, because I don't have
your
my
glasses.
I know I need my glasses.
You've
I
left
need
your
a burrito.
glasses. You should have left them in the burrito.
I know, well, I've only just got the burrito bag. That's River of Ice. This next one is you're walking on thin ice. I think I am.
That
And
should be
then
cold
you've got
as ice.
cold as ice. Cold as ice. Okay, so let me just pop that there. And then at the top, we have got your marbled peach. This one is your blue marbled moon, and then you've got your pebbles marbles. Oh, why couldn't you just call them blue, orange and green?
Because when we do
Seriously.
the on a roll ones, everything is named after a song. Did you not
Yes.
spot them all in the...
Ice, Ice,
we've
Baby.
done the
You're as cold as ice.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, let's wrap this one up by heading back to the website. There you go. And that's the website where you can go and see the colours for you and the individual ones so you can make your choices. Right, so we've got more for you. Tell me the advantage about having the rolls and it all being pre-cut for you.
These are honor rolls, and these are our kind of single colour ones. These are 40 metres each in each colourway, and these are the 2.5 inch ones. You can also get all of these colourways in a 1.5 inch as well, and they do look like the smaller rolls and bigger rolls on there. It's not that at all. Some of these are the earlier rolls that we cut and are still on the bigger cores in the centre.
Okay.
We've moved everything onto smaller cores, so that's the only reason that some of them look a little bit bigger than others, but they are all absolutely 40 metres on there. So the advantage of having it in that one continuous run is for something like doing maybe a Bargello quilt, or doing bindings, borders, sashing, anything where you would ordinarily have to join lots of smaller pieces together. This is on one continuous strip for you, so there's no folds in it, there are no joins in it, you don't have to join lots of little pieces together, you can just go, go, go.
Do you know what would be really great? These are available, £26.99. You get 40 metres in total, so you choose and you decide which ones you want to go for. And if you're going for a couple of them, you could be a very colourful mummy at a fancy dress.
You could. In theory, yes, you could.
You could.
But I think there's better ways to use it.
There are better things that you could do with that, but you know, why not? Why not? So you choose, you decide. We've got all the colours. Did you want to go through all the colours? No, you can see we've got some beautiful silvers and greens and blues in there. You can head to the website and have a look. £26.99, 439236 is your item number. Now, the happy hour deals that we've got some here in the studio to show you. And these were popular earlier on. We've managed to get them back, so we're really happy about that. We have got your open-end zips.
Yes. So there are loads in here, and the open-ended zips do exactly what they say on the tin. They come completely apart. So in the cherry blossom pouch that we showed you, and things like jackets, they're perfect for, but you've got lots and lots in here. And well, it says 5 red, 5 blue and 5 green, but it looks like there's more than that.
Well,
really.
I thought, yeah, I think there's more. So I think there's more on display. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, there's 5. Hello. There's 5 of the red. Let's just get this correct.
Yeah,
5
let's
of the
just
red.
check.
1,
And
2,
there's a mixture of lengths in
3,
here as
4,
well.
5
Some of them
of the green. Yeah, there's the
are
right amount. And
huge.
5 of the blue, just to show you there. They're different lengths. So it looks like there's more, but there's 5 of each. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
How
but
dare we even
usually
question
an open-ended zip of that kind of gauge and that quality, you'd
Yeah.
usually be paying, you know, £3 or £4 each.
Yeah, it is
for
top
them,
quality.
so
It really is.
They are
right.
nice chunky ones and nice and really, really solid as well.
Yeah, they are fabulous. £9.99, very busy, and they would work well with your one-day special. 777954 is your item number. And now we've got the invisible zip. So here's your invisible zip.
Oh, we did this last night.
I know, but it's still funny.
It wasn't funny last night.
Okay, here's your invisible zip.
Thank you.
It's called invisible because you can't see. You can't see the zip. You can't see the zip. Which is great.
I shall explain again what an invisible zip is, because it's not this imaginary one that Janice likes to hold up.
No, it's the one I'm holding here to show you the zip actually goes invisible.
So
I've got it.
The teeth are on the back. In a normal zip, the teeth are on the front and the slider's on the front. On an invisible zip, the teeth are on the back, but the slider's still on the front. So on the invisible zip, you won't see anything on the front. You won't see any teeth. You'll just see two bits of kind of tape joined up.
I think that's what I said at the start.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I said you can't see the zip. The zip's underneath. Remember,
No,
I'm admin.
the slider's on the front. Well, the slider's on the back, actually, but the actual pull's on the front.
Yeah, exactly. So the zip's on the back. You can't see it. It's an invisible zip. £9.99. 285017
It's been a long day, hasn't it, Janice?
We've got some yarn for you. We're not
Yarn
talking about
balls.
a story. Yeah, we've got some yarn balls.
She did. I was on with Paula the other day, and she didn't say it.
Did you know what? I've not heard Paula say yarn balls. I'd like to.
She did, just specially for me. But,
she?
yeah.
She might yarn ball specially for me.
Okay.
Right, we have got some yarn balls for you, 100 grams on each. You get 10 in total. There are some choices for you. You can go for 10 of the mint, or you can go for a mixture of 5 grey, 5 of the mint. However you get it, you get 10 balls in total. But I do need to tell you that the mint is limited stock. Your mint balls are limited stock. 825781 is your item number. Right, they've had enough of me. Let's go straight to you.
Oh, that's a bit mean. So we're going to use the other half of the zip that we used on the burrito pouch, and we're going to make a brooch from it. So yours will be, I think it's like a light beige colour your zip will be, but the reason we've picked a light colour is because the tape on the zip is made from polyester and is kind of infinitely colorinable. That's not a really word, is it? A colorinable with things like alcohol markers, so you could decorate this up before you actually stitch it together. So I've cut it in half, and now I'm going to split it into 3. So let's just get this roughly into thirds. There you go. And then, so we've got 6 bits in total. You can measure it out if you want to. I'm just going roughly into thirds. And a little bit more. There we go. Perfect. So 5 of these we're going to use to make petals. And then 1 of these we're going to keep to make a centre. So I'll put 1 to the side and we'll use these other 5.
Just to keep everyone up to date, Hayley, at home, because this is the final live hour with
bit of admin.
3/4 of your one-day special gone. 3/4. As we demo, people are still buying. We're busy on the phones, but 3/4 of the stock has now gone, Hayley.
Okay, I'm just working out which way I would like this, because you've got 2 choices here. You've got obviously your zip teeth, and that's what's going to kind of become a bit of a feature on your brooch. So you can either make your petals that way round, where your teeth are kind of towards the outside, or you can have it the opposite way round, where your teeth are on the inside. Now, I think I prefer the teeth on the inside. Yeah, okay, we're going to go with that. So what we're going to do is take each of those pieces, create a loop with them, and just cross them over at the base. And then where we've crossed them over, we're just going to put a couple of stitches. This can be done with a machine or by hand. It's entirely up to you. And we don't need many stitches. We just need enough forward and back just to secure that and stop it from falling apart while we make the rest.
Do you know what? They'd make great little rabbit ears, don't you think? You know what you've just made as a petal, but if you were making like a little teddy bear, they'd make great little ears. Okay,
so we'll put 1 there, and we're going to make 4 more, so we better get our skates on. So we're going to make them exactly the same way with the teeth in the centre, just twist them and then stitch them. So let's do another one. and then backwards. And it's not pretty, they're literally just to hold them together. We're going to cover this over when we get to the end, because we're going to make a centre piece for this. So again, one more, and just quickly forward and back under the machine. It never goes that quickly when it goes backwards. I'd like it to go as fast as it does forwards. Okay, there's another one.
Could you
So
staple
teeth in the middle.
these?
You what?
Could you use a staple?
Yeah,
gun?
hot
You know, if you
glue,
wanted to make it-
staple,
yeah.
any of that would be fine. I would probably glue rather than staple, just so
Yeah.
you don't see it. But yeah, it really kind of doesn't matter how you do it. You can do these without sewing if you wish to. One more. So we're going to just, again, twist those together and stitch that in the middle. And then we're going to take all 5 of the petals and, arrange them into a little flower. So we're going to put them on top of each other. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then this is the part that I would definitely hand stitch them or glue them. You could absolutely glue these if you wanted to. So hand stitch or glue, just to get everything held in place. So let me see if I have a threaded needle, which I probably don't, but I can arrange. While I'm just waiting, I'll just grab a clip onto all of them, just to hold them in place. Let's just steal a bit of thread from here, shall we? There. This is when I wish I had the easy thread needle, but I don't. Can I just say, Hugh, you're very kind. Hugh's our director, and if that was any of the others, they would have been right in, adding the pressure, wouldn't they?
Was it getting a close-up of your face?
No, they get a close-up of the needle.
All right.
And try and watch me thread it.
I'd be right behind.
Honestly,
you
they're
trying
very
to
mean,
thread it.
some of them.
Can I just take this opportunity to let everyone at home know your one-day special? We're approaching 80% of the stock. I just called 75, so we're getting very, very busy. This is your final hour, the last 20 minutes to continue buying. Of course, you can keep buying until 6 o'clock tonight, but it seems that everyone's coming in for it now. So nearly 80% of the stock gone, Hayley. We're getting really busy for it now.
I know, Steve-O's going to be busy and Neil's going to be busy.
Who's going to be busy?
Neil does the printing, Steve-O does the chopping. We like to call Neil Gigantor because he's 6'5".
Is he?
Yeah. So if you ever need anything reaching off a shelf, he's really handy.
Oh, he'd be really handy.
Yeah.
You know, because he's extra tall, does he work extra fast? Does he do more?
No.
No. I just thought, you know.
No. I think long arms and legs, it takes him longer to get there.
Oh.
Okay, so we've got all 5 of our petals in there now. Just got a couple more stitches just to make sure that's all secured. And obviously, if you're going to do this, then pick a colour that's a bit more forgiving than black onto white. But it's just so you can see what I'm doing, and you don't need to be that careful with it. So I've got all of those in together. Could be doing with it being a little bit straighter, but that is fine. And then, oh, lordy, look at the state of the back of there. Let's tie this off.
Just while you're doing that, to let people home know as well, if you're trying to get your happy hour deal on your yarn balls, they've just gone and sold out, technically. If any bounce back, we will let you know. But yeah, technically sold out. Things are starting to fly out the door now.
Yarn balls are not coming back. The plastic that we had on, that's not coming back. The zips, I don't think will be back. I don't think we've got a huge stock left of them. I think Emma and Bridget gave me everything that we had for this show. So now all we need to do is cover the centre of there and just tidy that up a little bit. So we're going to start with the centre of the zip there and just twist it into a little kind of, almost like a little bud in the centre, and then we're going to spiral it round and round. So to get it started off, I'm just going to put a couple of stitches. Actually, I'm just tie that because I've gone through both sides, so we can tie that off and tie it nice and tight, and that will start it off, give me a good solid start. And then we can just roll it and stitch it, and roll it and stitch it until we are all the way around. So roll and stitch. I'll keep picking up some of the threads I've already cut off there off the table. Roll and stitch. And just keep going, and keep going, and keep going. I don't feel you're paying attention, Janice. I think you've been playing with Egbert, haven't you?
Always paying attention. I'm just looking at different ways of using your stuff.
Always and never are not the same thing, are they?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Not the same thing. Okay, so I'm going to just loosen the curl off on this now. So the centre I want nice and tight, but then the bits that are coming out from it, I just want that to be a little bit looser so we create a little bit more shape. And then we'll again put a couple of stitches in the bottom there just to secure that. I'm stitching that through there, and then one more through the other side just to hold that into place. And then all of that we're going to stitch into the centre there, just to, whoop, I pulled it off, there we go, just to finish it off. And then you've also got included in your kit, you've got the backing for it as well. I mean, if you make those petals smaller, you've probably got enough, if you've got a second brooch back, to make 2 in there. But what I would recommend though is, if you are going to stitch this on, possibly stitch the brooch back on first, because now you've got a nice flat base to stitch to. It's worth stitching that in place before you go ahead and stitch your covering piece on.
How would you stitch the brooch bit on?
It's actually got 2 little holes in. If I open that up, the ones that we've got for you have got 2 little holes in the centre.
Ah, I see. Okay.
So you can stitch straight through it and stitch it straight on.
Well, that's
there
good.
You go. You've got 2 little holes in there, and you'll be able to stitch that straight on, no problem at all. But it's definitely worth doing that while it's flat, before it gets that little rosette in the centre, because it's much easier to do.
Would you do that, hand stitch it?
Yes,
or
definitely.
Would you use a thimble to push it through? It's quite thick, isn't it?
Well, in theory, it's actually not that hard to push through, because it's a polyester tape and it's actually quite soft.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It's not that bad to stitch at all. In theory, if you lined your machine up correctly, you could do it on a machine, but I think you would struggle to get a foot to get in between those bits there. So I'd probably just hand stitch this, or even just glue it.
Okay, cool.
You could glue that on. So let me see what time we've got. Oh, see if I can find something I can do quickly.
Okay, whilst you find that, can I give everyone a quick reminder of the one-day special?
Some admin.
Yeah, if you have just joined us, 80% of the stock has gone. The one-day special, you've got 2 Fabazines. They're fantastic. And you've got 20 projects spreading across both. Now, if you were to buy them individually, you'd have a £5 saving and a £5 saving. You're going to keep that in your one-day special, and we're going to put an extra £10 on top for buying both of them. Your one-day special can be divided into 2 monthly payments. It's interest-free as well. It's easy to set up. £37.49 today. We'll send everything out to you. And when I say everything, you've got the box that they come in, which looks fantastic. You've got the magazines. You've also got all the fabric. You've got the zips and everything you need to create these amazing projects that you can see there. These could be gifts for your family, for your friends. They could be gifts for you. Maybe you need something to carry a water bottle in when you take the dog a walk. Maybe you need a doorstop. Maybe you've got that creaky door that just keeps coming open. It's really annoying. Now you can make and create a doorstop with that. Maybe you use your tablet and you want somewhere to rest it, or if you're watching the television but you've still got your tablet there because you're looking at what's on the craft store, maybe you're buying from us, then you've got that lovely rest to put your tablet on, which is brilliant. There's an armrest on there as well that you can put over the arm of your chair, which is so handy, and it's beautiful fabric as well with the wings on, and you can stick your pins in there if you're sewing, or you could put the remote control down the side, or maybe your dog biscuits, or maybe your chocolate bar. Just sneak it in there whilst the kids are watching the TV, grab it out and eat it. That's what I'd do. We're over 80% of the stock gone now, over 80% of the stock gone. This is really nice. I really like this one, which is your embroider doodle. Gives you a chance to practice your stitching, but also gives you a chance to place that on a wall, or maybe in the centre of a cushion. You don't get the the ring included, but we do have those available on the website. If you want to get hold of that, you can go and have a look online for those. It's a sensational deal. You've got some coasters in there, you've got a lanyard, you've got a book holder, you've got Egbert the dinosaur in there, something for the kids. You've got that burrito, which has proven to be such a hit here at the craft store. Just incredible. What an amazing deal. What an amazing deal. 20 projects, works out to be £3.75 per project. That's your one-day special, 510585. Don't miss out, because over 80% of the stock has gone. We've got some zips. We've got a handful of zips, an armful of zips. We have got 5 red, 5 green and 5 blue, and these are your open-ended zips. So they'll zip all the way down and they'll open up for you. You've got different sizes in there, but you will have 5 of the green, 5 of the red and 5 of the blue. That's a handful of zips there for you. Great quality as well. 777954 is your item number. Just £9.99. It's a happy hour deal. You're saving £19.50 for this hour and this hour only. We've got some beautiful sparkle fabric on the show. You definitely need to go and see that. Let's go and have a look at the colours. Some of the colours have gone, you see. So pick a mix of any 3. So let's go through them and I'll tell you if they're sold out or not. The black pearl, we've still got it. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. Oh, these are all that's left, actually, so we don't have to choose. OK. The moonstones, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, Mother of Pearl, Golden Brown, Texture Like Sun. We've got Sapphire, we've got Emerald, and we've got Topaz. So we've got some sensational colours, and they've all got that sparkle in as well. Our cameras just don't do them justice, and we've got very expensive cameras here. When you get them home, they are going to look fabulous. In fact, I've got a bag here which has got some of the fabric in. So you can see that's regular fabric. Can you see that? Just moving that. Yeah, now you see the sparkle. What a difference it makes. So you don't have to use the whole of the sparkle on a project. You could just use a little bit of it. There you go, just moving it from side to side. Look at that. Oh, this is fantastic, and it's washable as well. Superb. Have a look at that. £17.99 for your sparkle blender. You get half a metre, and you get 2 bonus patterns as well. I didn't mention that before. Apologies for that. You get 2 bonus patterns to make bags, which is great. Right, Hayley.
Okay, you ready?
Okay.
We're going to go very quickly and try and get a last one in.
Okay.
So we're going to do the lanyard. So I've cut all the pieces out and I've put them on a little piece of the super slim batting, which is the one that we've got on a roll, which I know has been very, very busy. So what we're going to do is layer up the pieces. So I've got the batting on the back, the backing, the pocket. That's going to be my front bit. And I also need to add in the lanyard bit. So the best way to do this is to have it straight, pop it down on the table, and then take both pieces and then put one on top of the other. That's going to give you a half twist in there, which is going to then sit round your neck nice and flat, and then come to the end and continue to be flat. So we're going to pop that at the top and then pull it so it comes straight out the bottom. And the reason we want to put it straight out the bottom is because when we're going to start sewing, we're going to start down here, go up round, all the way round, and stop at the other side. That's going to be our gap to pull it through at the bottom there, and to avoid having the bulk of this in the middle and having to trickily sew around it, we're just going to take it straight out the bottom and use that as our turning point as well. So that's going to go on there. That is going to go over the top. Now, if you want accuracy, super accuracy on your pocket, I would advise just tacking that in place first, but we're going to wing it because we've not got enough time. And you can see I haven't cut my batting out yet. That's just purely because not enough time, and we'll cut that out when we come to turn it right side out. So we're going to just pin all of this in place, and importantly, we're going to pin where the pocket meets the rest of the body of the fabric as well. So one in there. How many minutes?
Oh, we've got ages. We've got 7
7?
minutes. Yeah.
Oh, easy peasy.
Yeah.
Just do 2 of them, shall we?
I think you should. I'm wearing the lanyard.
Have a little model.
I'm not with my glasses in now.
Just put your glasses in. You put your glasses in everything else.
I've got something rather special in my lanyard. Of course, you can make it a little bit shorter as well if you're quite short like me. No, I've got my little door opener, my little hook, so I can open doors. You know, in these times when you don't want to touch a door, I've got my little hook just there. And then that goes into my lanyard just there. Your one-day special, no, we're approaching limited stock on your one-day special. My word, well, it doesn't surprise me. You know the value for money that you're getting here, and all these fabulous projects with the fabrics as well. Don't forget, you're getting the fabrics included, you've got zips included, you've got your threads included for doing... Oh, sorry. Pops in.
All right.
Sorry, I'm only human. And then you've got your embroidered doodle as well. It's fantastic, it really is. Just a lanyard. I mean, this is so handy to have, isn't it? Could be a lipstick in there, could be spectacles in there, could be something very important. Maybe you have to take tablets throughout the day or something like that. You need to be responsible for yourself, as it were. Then you could pop them in there and you could just have that underneath your coat. You don't have to have it on show, for example. You could put your car keys in there, or maybe if you're going to the supermarket, you put your little coin in for your trolley. Again, you don't have to have it out and about, you know, for people to see. You could just have that underneath your coat or something like that. So that's your little lanyard. It's really nice, actually. I like that. Very, very nice. That's just one of the projects. You've got 20 projects in total. 20 projects in total. £74.98, but you can divide the cost into two. So many of you are going for that. It's great. Freedom members, no P&P. So if you're a Freedom member, £37.49, and that's it for this month. £37.49 for the following month, but you'll get all of your kit sent out at the same time after you've paid your first payment. 510585, but we are approaching limited stock on your one-day special. Back to you, Hayley.
I'm nearly there. I've gone all the way around. I'm just coming back over my second half of the pocket now, and then all the way down the bottom. Now, Janice, your lanyard's got quite a thick piece of ribbon on yours. That's because I'd lost my bit of tape. The tape's much, much softer, to be honest, and a lot less scratchy. It's a cotton tape. Yeah, everything's included. Everything that we show you that we're demonstrating with, unless I say otherwise, will be included in your Fabzine kit. So I'll just reverse on them. I don't think I did a reverse stitch on my first couple of stitches, so what I'm going to do is just pull those through and tie them off, because that will stop me pulling additional stitches out when I come to turn this right side out. So I'm just going to get rid of this because we don't really need it now, and we're going to tie those off together nice and tight, and then we can snip off the excess. Okay, so all of this excess batting, that can go, and then we need to put a few snips into this so that we can get it to turn right side out, and anything that's an internal corner is where we need to snip. I'm just going to pop those bits of tape out of the way, because the tape, we don't want to snip through that, and then we're going to come all the way around. There we go, up to the top and across the top. So now it's just a case of putting loads of little snips in. I would say go all the way around if you've got the time. I haven't got the time, so I'm just doing any of these internal curves. And by internal curves, I mean the ones that kind of go in over rather than out over. So if it looks like it's part of a circle, that's an exterior one. If it's going in, then that's an interior one. So really it's down both of these kind of tops of the shoulders and in at the waist as well. And you want to cut right up to, but not through your stitches. And there we go, that should be enough. So to pull it through, because we've got the lanyard there, now at the top where the lanyard's attached, if you're going to be putting anything particularly heavy in, I would go back and forth on there a couple of times, and we can use the lanyard to actually pull this through. Let me just grab hold of it and see if I can.
If you want any of the previous Fabazines, we do have those available for you on the show as well. These are great project kits and great gifts to get people. You know, if you've got someone in your family who loves sewing, you're thinking, what shall I get them? It's a great idea to go and have a look at the previous Fabazines available to you.
It's different skills in each one as well. So we've covered everything from, we've done some smocking, we've done some patchwork, we've done some bag making, we've done you know, projects that use bias binding, use normal binding, that actually do just no sewing at all, just fabric folding. There's all sorts in there. So this isn't quite right side out yet because I haven't got my shoulders out on here, but you can see my pocket's on the wrong side there. Pocket, well, you can have it on that side, that's absolutely fine, but it's intended to be on the red side. So if you just pop it back through, that will push that onto the correct side. Now, I don't advise pushing things out with scissors, but 1.5 minutes means that needs must.
Yes. But do be careful.
Needs must when Hugh drives. So I'm going to just pop all these out. So I've got to get that shoulder out on this side. There you go.
Sound like my physio last week.
And then just flatten it out. Get rid of the rubbish off the table. It needs a good press, and it needs the bottom stitching up there. But you can see you've now got a matching one for the one that you've got.
Well done, well done. Oh my goodness, nicely done. Right, your one-day special, absolutely flying out the door now. It's a good idea to get it into your basket and check on out. You've got some fabulous projects. And the great thing is you've got the material as well to create those projects. Isn't that wonderful? That your step-by-step instructions are going to be very, very easy for you to follow. You've got 20 projects in total. Works out to be £3.75 per project, which is an amazing deal. £74.98, you can divide the cost into two. You've also got the batting on the bottom of the screen, £12.99. That's been very popular. 934,972. Hayley, on all your happy hours as well. The price of those are going back up at the top of the shop. That's so much to talk about. Hayley, thank you so much.
There's a lot. Thank you, Mrs. Janice.
Thank you.
See you at the birthday week.
Oh, when's my birthday?
Not your birthday. The craft store birthday.
Of course. See you in a bit, everyone. Thanks, Hayley.
Bye.
Right, so we've got Sewing with Arts Finley coming up next. Then Memory Box one-day special launches with a very extra special guest. And then we're stamping with Stampages.
In the foothills of Aulnall, a lawless event unfolds. The craft store's 6th birthday, an exciting time beholds. Yeehaw! Phil Martin and Indigo Blue, Heartfelt Creations, Zuri, and Crafts too. With £6 of credit, there'll be plenty to buy. With great one-day specials, the aces are high. With discounts and deals, with prices to amaze, join us for a hoedown for a wild 7 days. From fabric to paper to glitter and pencils, pens and stamps, inks and stencils. Join us in August, a craft extravaganza. Happy 6th birthday, the Craft Store's Bonanza!
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand-illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. On our shows, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Hello, welcome back everyone. Lovely to have your company, and we are in the company of Kate Findlay for the next hour. Kate, good evening.
Hello, nice to see you.
Now, tell me all about you. Let's have a potted history of you first. For anyone who hasn't seen you here before, you're a textile artist. Where did that all come from? Where did your inspiration come from?
Yeah, so I've been working in textiles for 15 odd years now, and doing a whole range of things, but more recently getting into particularly animals and birds, and creating kits out of my designs. So yeah, I tend to work on a tablet and actually design all my designs on a tablet digitally, and then have them sent off to be printed in the UK.
It's very, very clever what you do, actually, because you make it very, very accessible. I mean, the end result, I mean, we can see behind you, actually, we've got, well, we can't yet, but we will, behind you, one of your sort of first pieces, textile pieces, with the applique, and it's very, very clever because you give us the ability to do that in all of its fine detail in those multiple layers, and you do it in a very novel way. I don't think I've seen an applique kit presented in quite this way, and I like it because the end result is really, really smart, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think it's quite different, really, and I love the fact that, you know, working with collage, actually anybody can do that, can't they? They can start off, it could be paper collage, but this is just fabric collage, and when you understand how to work with fabric, then you can collage the most amazing things.
It's incredible. So you have lots of fun designing and working with colour, and kind of, I guess you are designing your own fabrics along the way, aren't you, as part of the composition?
I am. Well, that came out of actually hand dyeing my fabrics. So with my original, I do a lot of hand dyed fabrics, and I wanted to get that feel in my kits.
Yeah.
So I actually, in fact, what I did was I photographed a lot of my original fabrics and then digitally worked on them and then added extra fabrics to them. So I've sort of developed a palette of fabrics that I've made up specifically for these kits, so they're completely unique.
Oh, incredible. We like unique. We do like unique. Right, let's have a look at what we've got in terms of the offering then, because this is, I mean, this is truly novel, let me tell you. It's beautiful, and I believe I'm right in saying pretty much everything is on the show is brand new today,
it is,
isn't it? Yes, it is. So, let's start then, shall we, with this one, which is called the Sitting Hare. And this is absolutely beautiful. And you may not understand yet how this kind of comes together, and Kate will show you through the demonstrations as well. But essentially what we have is, let me show you, is the panel. And all of the elements you need to create the artwork are within the panel itself, which is incredibly neat and natty and clever. And yet you still get that lovely kind of textured feel and look of collage at the very end of making the piece. It's incredible. And remember, it's completely and utterly unique. I think it's brilliant. I think it really, really is. You've got the full instructions and you have all the materials you need. Now, we'll talk through what they are on the first one, Kate, and then we'll take it as read that happens all the way through. So we have included your
Fusible web.
Your fusible web here, and that's obviously for one layer onto another.
Yeah, that's right.
And then you have your bonder web as well, which is for
right.
taking the applique pieces that go over the top and bonding those. And then the backdrop for the whole image, so where all of the elements from your panel end up, is on your felt square. So that's the backdrop, because the idea is that you do all of the applique work, but then you get in with your sewing machine, hand sewing, whatever it might be, and you go in and you enhance what is already there.
That's right.
The other thing you will get is complete, simple, 8-step instructions. I'm liking 8 steps. It feels very manageable.
Exactly. It's designed to be very accessible. They're photographic pictures, so you can see very, very clearly what happens. And, of course, the last thing you get also is all the templates. So it's very, very important.
Of course, yeah. So you get all of those included with them as well. And at the moment, you're thinking, ooh. Oh, and then you think, oh yes, that's the branches on those trees. So everything you need is there, along with your contact details. I guess are in there, Kate, as well. If we do get any teething troubles along the way, I'm sure we won't. But what an amazing image! Let's look at the finished again, because it's beautiful, and then you can see that on top of the printed image of the hair there. Oh, hello, poetry. you've got extra stitching there, and that can be machine stitching, hand stitching, whatever you fancy.
Yes, absolutely. It can be a whole variety. Yes, I'm going to demonstrate a bit of free motion, but you could just do the standard stitching with a normal foot. Yes.
Fabulous. So there is the details for that kit, and I'll run you through everything else that's on the counter as well, and then we'll see how this comes together, because I think that proof of the pudding is in the eating in a show like this, I think, isn't it? So 915234 is your item number there. It's a delicious image, I have to say, when it comes together. That, you know, that standing here, that the whole perspective in the image is just beautiful. The whole kind of, is that like it's almost sort of dusk feel to this as well as there.
Yeah.
As the sun's kind of setting. It's beautiful. I love it. Right, let's move on to the next one. Same item number. This is the baby and hair option, or mother and baby hair. There you go. So again, same price. Same composition of the kit, obviously different image on this one. And they are stunning. I mean, really, really beautiful. So you do all of the illustrations, Kate, as well, do you?
I do. So I designed the whole idea.
Yeah.
And actually, particularly with these three, they were designed so you could actually put the three together as a triptych.
Oh, amazing. Yes, even better. Actually, as we have on our set in a funny kind of way, not quite in line, but yes, you could very, very easily present them as a triptych. And they are lovely because they're colours that would key in with lots of people's decor as well, very, very nicely, wouldn't they? They are gorgeous, aren't they? If you've got a bit more of a muted room as well, I'm thinking maybe you've got a little snug and you know, maybe you've got one of them little log burners or something, somewhere in a room like that. It would just be so atmospheric, wouldn't it? So that's the mother and baby option. Again, all the materials you need, the full instructions, the templates, all presented there to you. And remember, the instructions are in 8 simple steps. And then let's show you the third option. Oh, this one's got a different, sorry, I beg your pardon. So those two, same item number. This one here has its own item number, and this is the running hair. And, oh, hang on, details will come up for you in just a second. Not those, the other ones. That's it. Here they come. Well, it gives us more telly room to look at the image, doesn't it? I love it. 109609 is the item number for the running hair kit there for you. 39.99. So the size, I guess it's the size dimensions again that are different on this one.
Yeah,
this
bigger
is wider,
piece.
isn't it? Yes. Do we have the finished size? Do you know what the finished size
yes,
is?
it says it on the front of the box.
Oh,
so,
okay,
yeah,
cool.
So it's 35.
35 by 55 in centimetres. Fabulous. So that's nice. That'll go nicely onto a picture rail. You're going to do it in inches, Ross, as well. 14 by 22 inches. There you go. Because people might want to know for, well, potentially framing it. I guess a lot of people do end up framing them.
Well, I like the idea that you certainly could frame them,
Yeah.
and that's why I presented them like that. That's actually mounted over something called foam core, and it just makes it completely flat. And actually, you could then hang that up as it is. You know, or you could actually send it off to a framer and have a mount and a frame.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. I just think it's just idyllic, isn't it? It's very playful. It's very full of life. It kind of keeps you looking. You can sort of build a story by looking at it. I love it. 109609 then is the item number then for the running hair. Now that again comes with all of the instructions, the templates, the fabrics, and your fusible webbing as well. Next, we're moving on to the panels. Now, these all have different item numbers. Now, these are panels with lots and lots of different elements in them for you to take and use as you please, I guess, this time. So let's show you the owls first of all. I mean, they are beautiful, aren't they? Now, are they barn owls, tawny owls?
Those are barn owls.
Barn owls, yes. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Very, very nice. Again, so you've designed all of these.
Yes.
They're stunning. So wildlife really is your thing. Do you paint as well then?
I do, yes, but less so these days. I tend to be much more textile based. Yes, yeah.
That is, I mean, that's stunning, isn't it? So the idea of this, of course, is that you can take those elements out and then applique them into a project.
Yeah.
And that means obviously you could make a smaller project, you could make a more elaborate project, you could, you know, centre the one with the wings spread out in the middle and have others around. Have them in a nice little line if you like. How about I show you an example of what you can do with them, because Kate has here there you go. So that's the kind of thing that you could actually kind of make up, isn't it? Yourself. So you could sort of become a designer yourself, couldn't you? And then place them beautifully. I love that. The one with the outspread wingspan, just flying through the moon like they do. Usually you see a bar now, don't you? If you're driving down a country lane, it whizzes past you when it sees the headlights, doesn't it? But look, the little chicks, aren't they, with owls? Yeah, they are.
Owlets, I think.
Owlets, of course they are. That beautiful. So the panel itself, cotton poplin, so amazing quality, great for appliquing and of course then stitching over as well, is this item number here, 944058. It's £13.99. It's very, very popular already. Listen, if you wanted to just simply, you know, sort of frame that whole thing, I'm sure you wouldn't object, Kate.
No, you could do that.
You absolutely could do that. It's stunning, isn't it? You could actually take out some of the elements of the sky, of course, use those. We're crafters, we don't waste a thing, do we, at all? It's lovely. It does. Ross is saying it kind of puts in his mind that sort of, you know, like a sort of wizardy feel and their association with owls as well. Yeah. Yeah, I can see where you're going with that, Ross. Right, so that's owls, 944058, the item number. Let's move on to the puffins. Let me just move you up to one side for a second. Next, we've got the puffins, and these, yeah, beautiful. Oh, here we go. I knew this would happen. Right, okay. But there's lots here as well, and you've got them in lots of different stances as well. So mid-flight, coming into land, sitting there, looking inquisitively. You've got that amazing sky behind as well. Now, have we got a little... Have we got... Yes. So it's okay. I'll do it. I'll do a little wrestle here. There we go. How about building up a scene, something like this, maybe, for that? Do you know, I know you don't ever... I don't know if you do see them in Cornwall or not, but it just puts me... That whole scene puts me in mind of Cornwall. I don't know why, or maybe the west of Scotland, or where you... Do you find puffins around the UK? I don't know if you do, do you? Yeah. Do you? I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen one.
Not sure they're in Cornwall, are they? Are they in Cornwall?
I don't know. Well, I tell you what, I'll check it out. I'm there in November. I'll have a little. Yeah. I'll have a little check out and see. So that's the puffin panel there for you. 479721 is your item number for that one. Let's move on next to. If I just shimmy that over there, I'll be in no danger of collapse. This is your woodland animals. Oh my word! Now you have actually got lots and lots of different elements. All in one in here. You've got the squirrel. Oh, and the squirrel is in your
yes,
in
your
the
original. Yes.
Yes. You got the fox. Look at that hedgehog. You don't see them depicted often like that in that sort of semi kind of stand, do you? You often see them just flat down from the side. But it's quite nice because they do have lovely little expressions, don't they? Really. Yeah,
it's trying to find a different pose, isn't it?
Yeah. Definitely. And I love those leaves as well. Beautiful. Let me see. Have you...
There's no example, but I will be demonstrating the squirrel, how to do a squirrel.
Oh, yeah. Perfect, because you've got the squirrel in your original behind you there as well, haven't you? So that is 087962 at £14.99. And here's a quick look at the squirrel from the original. Lovely. That's beautiful. And again, you can add lots and lots of different kind of stitching colours, couldn't you? Thread colours into a squirrel, definitely. As many as you like. OK, final panel then. Now, this, it is absolutely a crafter's dream, isn't it? Having a left and a right without having to ask. Definitely. Beautiful. Robin, I mean, hello, Christmas projects, I'm thinking, because we are heading to that time of the year. Of course, won't be far away. Was it 126 days now, Ross, is it?
Must be.
Oh, 128. Wasn't it 127 yesterday? Are you going the wrong way, Ross? Is that a little wren there? I think. So you've got black... Oh, rubbish at bird identification. Is it thrush?
Thrush, blackbird, nuthatch, goldfinch, blue tits, wrens and robins.
Amazing. Thank you very much. 05793, sorry, 057397. is your item number. I think actually if you were making something like if your house is a name, you're framing that name in some way, because you could make that a lovely custom project. Great as well for smaller fabric projects, maybe panels on something.
There are 2 examples.
Oh, yes, sorry, I forgot. You've made lovely samples up for us as well. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you. There you go. Ah, nice. See, actually, that could very much. I mean, I guess actually that's got a summer vibe because it's sort of strawberries and blackbirds. But you could almost interpret that a little Christmassy as well, couldn't you? It's very similar kind of colour palettes. Oh, now look, 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 look.
Goldfinch.
How beautiful. Oh yeah, they're the ones that eat the little black seeds out of the feeders, aren't they? They're absolutely stunning. And are they on teasels there? They're amazing, aren't they? And you get all of those that little spiky texture just by stitching it in. Amazing. So if you would like the bird panel then, which gives you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. Oh yeah, I forgot the robin. Sorry, they're at the top. There they are. Look, 7 pairs of birds. Good job you're here, Kate, isn't it? For that £12.99. 057397 is your item number. Right, you're also in print, Kate, as well. Oh, I tell you what, there's no end. This is your brand new. How does it feel to be in print the first time?
Actually, that's the second time. Yeah, it's my second book.
But the first time, it must be an amazing kind of proud moment.
It's great. Yeah.
So tell me about this.
So basically, that's a collection of mostly my woodland scenes, but also it has got quite a lot of the wildlife images in it as well.
Crikey.
So it's a really good look at some of the compositions that I've made.
Yeah.
And also it does give you some instructions on how some of the things are made and some of the techniques behind them.
Oh, I love it. Oh, it's beautiful. Listen, I'm going to show you all of it because you need to get hold of it yourself. But that's amazing, isn't it? Your use of colour there is just extraordinary. And you design these on your tablet, first of all, and then digitise the whole thing, do you?
Not with those, no, because those
so these
are all
you created
originals.
from...
Yeah, so those I would probably do a sketch and then actually start work on fabric and then build it up just with collage.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's that original again. Here it is in print. Love it. Isn't that beautiful? Amazing, amazing use of colour. Sorry, I have to make sure this is the right angle for you to see it. That's stunning. Oh, actually, even how to tray dye your fabric.
Yeah.
Brilliant. So lots of hints and tips in there as well. So if you'd like a copy of that, Woodlands and Wildlife, Textile Art by Kate Findlay, 786258 is your item number and $14.99 is your price tag. Right, OK. Now, when you check out your order on the website right now, you will be offered some other goodies as well without any extra P&P. So if you would like an Arts Findlay coaster, it's there as well. You've got the squirrel, the original squirrel is there for you as well. What else have we got? We've got the canvas 8-inch square there. And the coaster is there. And the coaster is there again. Anyway, oh, there are different options on the coaster. So there's the moonlight hair, the buttercup hair. How beautiful. How wonderful. So they're in print form, I take it, on the coaster, aren't they? Yes. Beautiful. So there's lots there to add to your order when you go to check out your baskets. Go and have a little look around. This is lovely. It's such a lovely idea, and I love the fact that it's an applique project which is made up in such a novel way. And listen, I'm going to zip it now and leave you with Kate so we can go through those 8 steps, hopefully, one way or another, and see how a project comes together. So all yours.
OK, lovely. So what I wanted to do was just to show you a bit about how to make the running hair. So obviously what we'd start with is your entire fabric panel. And we just need to do a little bit of preparation on this. The first thing we do is actually just cut along this line just above the hair, because the bottom section is going to be bonded with a paper-backed fusible. But the top section we need to do something else with. So let me show you. So here I've got the top section. And I've already started cutting this out. So you have lines, and all we have to do is follow the lines and cut this into panels. So I've done the first one, which I'm going to move over to one side. Now, you can use a pair of scissors, absolutely fine, but you could also use a rotary cutter. So I'm going to do that here, and I'm just going to turn the board to make it a bit easier.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to move that just that way a little bit to get going. And I'm just literally going to cut along the line. But scissors would work just as well. But if you have a board and a rotary cutter, certainly for these lines, I think it's actually a bit easier. So there we are, that's our next section. Let's move that over.
Yes, because if you do stray slightly shy of the lines, not too far, but slightly, this project is going to be quite forgiving in that regard, because you do overlap anyway, don't you?
Yes, that's right, yes. So this one I'm going to cut just slightly below the line. Just watch your fingers with a rotary cutter, because they are very, very sharp indeed.
Mm-hmm.
So...
yeah, try and keep your fingers this side of the blade rather than the other.
You definitely don't want to be the wrong side of the blade on this. So that's a piece of scrap, we don't need that one. Do it again. So this one I'll go slightly
Well, you say
below.
it's scrap, but it's something for when you've made project number one. I'm sure you're going to be eager to think, oh, actually, I quite liked that. I liked the whole methodology of that. I might start becoming a creator myself.
Well, one of the advantages with the way I've put these kits together is that there's very little waste, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the last piece. So again, I'm cutting just slightly lower than my cutting guide. Right, there we are. So now, let's bring this back over here. So, what we have here then is my white felt, which is the background, and then I've put on the other fusible web. So this is just the one which doesn't have any paper on it, but this basically is activated by heat with the iron. I'm going to start at the top, so I'm going to pop that one on the top there, and then I'm basically going to work my way down, just overlapping these a tiny, tiny fraction.
So you leave the borders as they are intact?
Yeah, for the moment I definitely would.
Okay.
And then eventually it can all be trimmed. But, you know, the fabric is printed on the slightly on the generous side, so that you would certainly get the size 35 by 55. You will find it slightly bigger than that, just to make sure that, you know, it comes out the right size. So here we are. So I'm just overlapping all of those now, like that. So just a tiny, tiny overlap. It's about 5 mil at the most, just like so, but that's fine. So that's all fitting on there. And then I've got an iron here, and let's just see. So then you'd need to just spend a bit of time ironing this. I don't know how warm that is. Might not be quite warm enough, but you need to allow time for the heat actually to go through the fabric and actually melt the fusible web and actually attach it to the backing felt. So I think you get the idea. I don't think I need to do all of that, but that's the idea on that. Then we'd be ready to actually start adding the details. So I've pre-cut some of these to because you don't need to see all the cutting. But here we can now start thinking about adding trees. What's nice about this is that you can do your own thing with the trees. You know, you can, in the picture, you can follow the picture if you like. There's absolutely no reason why not. But you could actually just be a little bit more creative about how you put the things together. So I might decide, and you can see they're way too long, and that's absolutely fine. Oh, some of these come down. That's why I got them wrong. They should be here. So we'll need to actually then just start putting a composition together. Yeah, overlapping that. And just carrying on until I've got the design I want. Actually, I quite like some of those there, but in fact, I think I plan to have some of these lower down.
So you're just tucking them under the overlap?
I am indeed, that's right. So just literally, because there's that little bit that actually won't have any glue on it, which is quite handy at this point. So I can then really create my own design. You know, just with all the bits you've cut, and just, you know, just play around until you get the sort of thing you want. And then with smaller pieces, you could actually add branches coming across. And what I do with those is I tuck them underneath like that. So as I said, don't worry about these, as they can all be chopped off afterwards. It's just making sure you've got everything cut and then playing around with it. So here I might have another one over here, for example. Let's tuck that in there, like so. And of course, you've got a moon, so you can think about where you want your moon. Let's stick there for the moment. And then you would then start to add your other details like the hair. Before you get on to all of these bits, however, I would suggest you actually stitch. So we'd probably stitch along the main lines, and then you could stitch the trees. And what's lovely about that is all of that stage can easily be done with an ordinary machine foot. It doesn't need to be anything fancy at all.
Yeah.
And then we'd start to think about adding the details and, of course, all the teasels as well.
Okay, so quick question just jumped to my mind. Where you've got the trees there, and we can see a beautiful arrangement you've got with the trees there, and so I'm happy with that. Do I need to? Would it be helpful to sort of temporarily secure those to their location when you go and sew, because you've got a lot there in place?
Yes, that's the bit I missed out. These are pre-bonded. So what I've done with this is all of that would be bonded with my paper-backed bonder web. And what I would do is I'd actually peel the paper off first, then cut out my trees. And so all that is bonded on that side, you just can't see it.
Okay, right.
Pop them in position.
And then we
iron
seal them as we
yeah,
go. Okay, right.
Yeah, so once they're ironed, then you can...
Just on behalf of everyone at home, I was thinking,
done.
if I picked all of that up right now and tried to go to the sewing machine, half of the trees would fall out of place.
Of course. No, you're absolutely right.
No, it's fine. It's just that I wanted to understand that there was some securing along the way.
Yes, no, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I would actually iron all of that before we started stitching.
But it's good to do that first, because that gives you that composition, and then you can say, okay, am I happy with all of those trees where they are? Yes, maybe you would even take a little snapshot of it just to be sure, and refer to. So so you would back would you back the whole? No, you wouldn't back the whole panel, would you?
Yeah, so the whole of this bit has got the Wonder Web underneath, so that's holding the whole of the background down.
Okay,
and then every single element that goes on top is bonded.
Okay.
So yes, we pre-bond those.
Okay, right.
Then cut it all up, iron it on, and then stitch. Yes.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
Okay.
Okay, shall I run through everything that we've got on the show? We'll do a quick recap of everything that we have on the show. We'll show you the kits. First of all, the running hair that we were just looking at there. Oh, sorry, this is the running hair, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it is this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you did. You had a long day, Ross, haven't you, today? 109609 is the item number then for the running hair kit. So again, you get absolutely everything that you need. So you get the full panel. I think I've got the full panel here, haven't I? Yes, got the full panel here. Which obviously you cut down. So you cut down. I think instruction number 1 is you cut away the background section from the other half, don't you, and then work your way through.
That's right, yeah.
And then fussy cut out the smaller elements like the moon and the hair itself, of course, which is lovely. Here's the finished one, and we will go through what happens in part 2 as well. By the way, the sewing bit, because of course, getting everything bonded to the actual background is one thing, so putting in all the trees and putting in the hair and the moon and the teasels and the branches for those is one element, and actually that's one where you can really use your own imagination as well. You want to adapt that slightly, you want to move things around, then you can. That's your chance to put your personality into it along with the beautiful artwork that is there. The next part of it then is the sewing, and we will get to that very, very shortly as well. So what do you get in your kit? Well, you get the fabulous pre-printed panel, which we've talked about. You get the bonder web, and you get the fusible webbing as well. Plus, and most importantly, all of the templates that you need for making even the smallest detail in the branches And, of course, you get your full instructions. And when I say full instructions, I mean simple instructions that are very much in words and pictures in 8 simple steps, which is brilliant. And what I would suggest doing is getting hold of a copy of Kate's book as well, which is on the show. And that will give you further hints and tips if you think, oh, actually, I love that. I really, really enjoyed doing that. I might have a little play with a project or two of my own. Or come back to Kate, of course, and get more of hers if you want, because there are 3 hair projects in the show which would make a lovely overall, as you can see. So the running hair there is in the middle. You've got the mother and baby on this side, and you've got the first one on the other side. So as together, they make a lovely family as a triptych. So if you wanted them all in along one wall, you could very much do that, and it would work perfectly, because the colours, well, they're just stunning, aren't they? They work so beautifully together. I love the fact that it's sort of that dusky feel to it as well. I do like that, because it just gives you lots of atmosphere as well as all of the natural elements. So that's the running hair, 109609. The other 2 hair projects are on an item number together, so you can take either of the options, or of course you can opt for both if you want to. You've got the sitting hair, which is the first one over here. Again, same drill with this, so the templates, the full instructions, all of the materials you need, and the pre-printed panel there for you, £34.99. The other option is mother and baby hair. They're so stunning. Aren't they beautiful? Really, really nice. You can see the baby definitely saying, right, well, Mum, when's dinner? You said it'd be half an hour ago, and I'm still waiting. When? Mum, when? When's dinner? One of those kind of babies, isn't it?
Oh, definitely.
A persistent baby, I think. Gorgeous, though. And it's the next stage that we're going to see that really does inject that lovely textured feel to this, that added personality, the spikes on the teasels, the fur on the hairs and things. It's all about adding that with stitch. So this is kind of a 2-part thing. So the construction of the applique we're done with, and then, Kate, we move on to, well, arguably the most fun bit, which is
the stitching.
Finesse.
Yeah. Okay. So what I want to demonstrate on this one, which is sitting hair, it's not quite finished, but it's in progress. So I've now got most of the elements in the picture, and I have actually now machine sewed along the white here, and also the trees as well. I haven't done much else yet, but I want to demonstrate to you how you could do a bit of free motion stitching on some of the other elements.
Wonderful.
So with your machine, you need to set this up in a very particular way. So you do need an embroidery foot, which is often a circle or a horseshoe shape, okay? The other thing you need to do is to drop the feed dog, which are these little teeth underneath. So I'm just going to move that, and there we go. So that's drop those out of the way. So that's very important. So it means that you can move the fabric in any direction. Now, I just want to show you a little bit of stitching around his face. Now, it's not terribly easy sewing standing up, so we'll see how we get on. Right, so I'm just going to do a little bit around the edge. Now, you could quite literally just stitch round the edge of all the shapes, and that's it. Or you could actually start drawing into it, which is, I tend to get a bit carried away and start doing that. But let's just start off, keep it nice and slow. I'm just going to go round this ear to start with. This ear. There we are. And draw some eyelashes. So what I want to do now is to put in the rest of his whiskers, because what I did, it's much easier to cut the shape of the hair out and cut the whiskers off. But they were there to remind you that you do need to put them in, and I'm going to do that with my stitching. So I'm going to come down his face here and onto his nose. So currently I've got a dark brown thread, and I'm going to just draw some whiskers like that. And I'm going to just cut that thread off. Let's get rid of that one as well. And come back and do a second one. Like that. And I'm just cutting these because I don't really need to worry about sewing in ends, because this is much more of a picture, really. There we go. So I've got a few whiskers there. I could add more than that. So if I just turn that round so you can see. Okay, so hopefully you can see how the whiskers are coming on there.
Oh, yeah. Perfect.
I also want to just demonstrate a couple of the teasels,
Yeah, do.
how we can make that a little bit more interesting. So with the teasel, I might do some sort of zigzag stitches on this.
Okay, yeah. Nice.
But, you know, it's pretty random.
Yeah.
But then what's nice is teasels have got these sort of two little bits either side. So let's just do those. And sometimes even more, actually. So let's do all those. Right, I'm going to just hop onto one of the other ones and do the same thing again.
Free motion's so much fun, isn't it?
Oh, it is, isn't it? Because this is where you can just draw with machine.
Yeah.
And, you know, it just means you can go in any direction, which is great. What I want to do there is just break the outline of the top of the teasel a bit to make it a little bit, just a bit more naturalistic, really.
Yeah.
And then I could literally go down the stalks as well. Just come off the bottom there. There we go. So hopefully you can see that that's beginning to give a little bit more detail and interest into the actual teasels themselves. The other thing I would do is with the hair, yep, you could just literally stitch around the edge, but it might be fun to start stitching onto the hair and picking out colours that go with the hair, possibly a little bit lighter. Variegated threads are really good for this sort of thing. Here's a rather nice variegated brown. And if it's a top stitch thread, it's a bit thicker and it really shows up nicely. And I'd probably sort of stitch fur onto the body of the hair, maybe pick up a bit round his eye and so on, and just start putting a bit more detail in.
Have you got time, I know I'm being very, very cheeky, but have you got time to maybe load one of those variegated threads and just show us how you actually characterise the fur? What I'll do is I'll go through the panels that we've got again, because they're really, really popular right now, and I want to remind you of them. But if you don't mind, that would be amazing, because we've got a little bit of time as well still, which is great. Usually time runs away with us, but because it is 8 relatively very, very simple steps, this isn't like climbing Everest. And look at the kind of results you end up with. They're beautiful. So let's look at the panels. Now, these are the standalone panels. Obviously, we've seen the kits. And of course, you can. There's nothing to stop you adding the elements if you've got one of the kits from one of the panels to one of the kit projects. They will cross over very, very nicely indeed. But lots of you loving the detail, just the composition, and actually to have that nice scaling of image, all in different sort of poises and poses, really. So to have an owl looking over its, well, do owls have shoulders? But looking back at you, they just turn their head right round, don't they? I don't know if they have shoulders, but you know what I mean. It's looking over its, what for us would be its shoulder. You've got a couple there together. You've got some little owlets there. You've got one in full flight. you know, you've got that inquisitive nature with that little pair there, which, you know, are they younger ones or have they've just spotted something? Which one of us is going for that little field mouse that we can just see running across the field, or, you know, whatever it might be. And then the whole backdrop to this one is that gorgeous, gorgeous, very, very atmospheric night sky as well. It's really cool, isn't it? I love it. 944058 is your item number. I've got a question has come in about this one as well. So Christine is asking, what's your angel policy when it comes to the panels? Could we incorporate your work into our projects if we want to then sell them on?
Not so good for selling on, I wouldn't say, because really it's designed for people's own craft projects rather than actually being able to sell on from there.
All right, cool. Okay, so just for personal use only, that's fair enough. It is exquisite. I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it? And just the range of different images that you have in there is just the sweetest, isn't it? And you'll definitely use that night sky as well, whether you use it in the composition to make your project. In fact, let me show you what Kate has made as an example. So you can incorporate that night sky into a project like this that maybe you create if you want to. Or indeed take it to one of your other projects. Let me show you another example that. See, that's beautiful, isn't it? Just that single owl looking back with that fabulous sort of village-scape or townscape around it. That's lovely, isn't it? These are great projects to make, aren't they? And of course, then, if you wanted to, I mean, the felt is fairly, you know, has a fairly sort of sturdy body to it anyway, but you could also add, if you want to, add a layer of interfacing behind that, and really give that some quilting if you wanted to. I mean, you're getting that effect anyway from just the felt, but if you wanted to, you could enhance that and you can sort of embolden it a little bit more if you wanted to. So that's the owl panel. 944058 is the item number. A third of the stock of that has sold out and gone. And these are so much fun. I think these would be brilliant. I don't know why, but I kind of have a bedroom kind of project for this. I don't know why. I just think it's because it's so happy. But it could also go onto a bathroom blind. You know, you could have the puffins appearing in different ways as the blind went down, like a Roman blind.
Yes.
That'd be quite cool, wouldn't it? Jenny's emailed in saying puffins are found in Cornwall. They're at the Lizard. Oh, fantastic. Actually, I can't remember where we're staying in November. I forget now. Somewhere near Helston, I think, so which is not so far away from the Lizard, if I'm right. I'm going to have to nip down there and see if I can see some puffins. There they are, beautiful. So you've got the pair together at the bottom, and again, Kate has made a project just to give you a little bit of inspiration as well. If you want to create something yourself, you absolutely can. See, I love that one that's just coming into land as well. It's just brilliant. It just really adds some atmosphere to it, doesn't it? So if you'd like the puffin panel, then it is 479721 is the item number for that one. Then we have the woodland animals. A quarter of the stock of that has sold out and gone. Lots of different elements there. You've got the squirrel, you've got the hare. That's a tall hare, actually, wouldn't it? It would go very, very nicely with the others as well. Just give you another choice, wouldn't it? You've got the hedgehog there in a lovely standing pose, which you rarely see, actually. The fox, it's quite a cute little fox as well. And you've got the little deer as well, which is beautiful. Lovely. Oh, there's more. There's another owl, look. Oh, he's a little owl. That's a different kind of owl, that one, isn't it?
Yes, he
is. That's not a barn, is it?
That's a tawny.
Tawny, yeah. I think I've had one of those on my arm. You know when you go and have your picture taken with one at a show? Yes, I'm sure I've done that in the Castle Gardens in York, I think. Beautiful. So if you would like the wild woodland animal panel, it is £14.99 and the item number 087962. And finally, and I think favourably, because I love this, I'm thinking of a nice sort of pendant hanging for this and changing the arrangement of the birds, maybe giving them, I don't know, I can see sentiments in between, because you've got a left and a right bird 7 times over here. It could be sentiments, it could be something to celebrate a couple, maybe there's some kind of significance there to a couple. So a nice gift maybe for an anniversary, for a new couple. I mean, not necessarily blackbirds in that situation, I don't think, but feels a bit too much like the birds, doesn't it? Agatha Christie. But do you know what I mean? You've got lots and lots of different scenarios and projects to send the birds into. Let me show you some as an example as well that Kate has made. So that's a wonderful kind of, almost like a sort of wreath formation picture there, which is really, really lovely. I say picture because that's what they really are, isn't it? They really are a living, breathing kind of picture with that lovely textile element to them. Now, here again, there is that lovely detail that Kate was just showing us with the teasel and stitching in all the details with a stitch and a thread that coordinates or slightly contrasts or adds to or accentuates the detail on the teasel. And it's all about softening down the edges of the rounded shapes there, because a teasel is prickly. My lord, your dog knows about it if it's stuck in its fur. They're the kind of things. Can't believe, Jimmy, you've never taken your dog out for a walk and it's got a teasel stuck in its fur, especially if you've got a long-furred dog. That's great fun, isn't it? They love that. They really do. Right, Kate, we're all threaded up again now, aren't we? So let's have a little furry demo.
Furry demo, right? Okay then. So yeah, so I've got the variegated thread in here, and I'm just going to do a little bit on the fur. So here we go. So let's get that down. And let's just move that thread out of the way.
So you're really creating little sort of peaks and valleys there in a very kind of freestyle way.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, so it really is, you know, you can do what you want on this. I've still got the thread in there to cut away. But obviously if you use quite a thick thread, you can really begin to change the colour as well. So if you wanted to, you could actually, you know, make a bit much darker or much lighter. But I think it just adds another element and more interest really in what you're, you know, what you're creating there. So, but, you know, if you don't want to, you could just stitch around the edge and you know, just leave it like that. Not a problem. So.
It's nice though to bring, I think, especially for an animal fur, especially when it's a woodland animal, you know, deers, foxes, hares, rabbits, whatever it might be. There are naturally lots of different colours through their fur,
yes,
aren't there? So again, when you're talking about maybe if you're familiar with watercolour painting, it might just be that you take a thread or two of a light blue, even through a hare's fur.
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
You know, just to add that extra little bit of je ne sais quoi.
Absolutely.
I love it. We're very, very busy for Kate's book here, and I'm really, really pleased because it must be a huge thrill. And it really does showcase Kate's talents beautifully. And it also gives you some hints and tips as well. I think, actually, let me just, there we go, get the right angle for you. Your use of colour here is stunning. So you really can sort of create the same scenario at different times of the year. Do you know what this really reminds me of? And maybe it's because you've told me that the kits you design now digitally using technology is, I think, of Mr. Hockney in the kind of, you know, in your compositions. And I think they're really, really lovely. And again, changing those colour patterns as you go, or colour palettes as you go through the season, is very much something that I know he does as well. Yeah. It is lovely. Are you inspired by certain artists, or have you always sort of
Oh, definitely, yes. I mean, actually, one artist I particularly love is David Hockney. I really do.
Yeah, he's
I
a
think
real talent, isn't
yes,
he?
yeah. But no, all sorts. You know, a lot of the early 20th century artists, you know, are big inspirations. Yes, yeah. Always look at, you know, early artists to, you know, to see what they've been doing and how they do things.
But wildlife and expressionism in wildlife is clearly your thing as well, isn't it?
Yes, no, I do enjoy that. And also actually pointillism, because there's a technique in there called confetti, where you actually cut up tiny, tiny pieces of fabric and you sprinkle it on, and so hence, you know, the confetti. But it really reminds me of pointillism, you know, and how the painters were putting little dots of colours down.
Because that adds to the action and the life in a piece, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, this is incredible. I mean, you look at that woodland scene there. Now, that could be a stately home garden somewhere in Norfolk, or that could be the cherry blossoms of Japan.
Yes.
Couldn't it? Just as easily. And you're bringing in the atmosphere by, look, the technique is described here by literally cutting up lots and lots of little pieces of fabric and then getting them in, and then do you literally go over piles of little bits of fabric with your sewing machine? That's amazing, isn't it, as a technique? Really, really gorgeous. Anyway, listen, this book, which has so much more in it and lots of inspiring... It's a pleasure to look at as well, actually. It really is gorgeous. £14.99, 786258 is your item number. A third of the stock of that has sold out and gone already. Again, not surprising. It's a true pleasure. And again, if you love working with fabrics, you are going to be inspired by this as well. So it's predominantly... oh, now you've got the puffins out.
Yes.
Hang on, let's see what's happening here.
OK, so the example that Derek was showing earlier used 4 of the puffins from this panel. So I'm going to show you a design to use another 4 or maybe the other 5. So we've used all of them.
Oh,
so
cool.
it becomes quite, you know, it's quite good value really, because you could get 2 or 3 pictures or pieces or cushions or bags or whatever out of just the one panel. So yeah, he's showing the one there. So I'm going to show you a quick idea for another composition.
Oh, brilliant.
So, okay, so here, the first thing we'd start with, always, with all of this, my work, is bonding it. So we would put it face down, and then you would have your paperback fusible. So in the kit, they all come with a paperback fusible.
Yep.
So you'd lay that, and you can feel there's a rough side to this. Now that's the glue, okay, and that's what you'd actually put down onto the back of your fabric. And then you would just iron that. Now, I've only got a cutting mat under here, but I think you get the idea. So you would then just literally spend a bit of time and iron that on.
Okay.
You just need to, you know, take it slowly when you're doing this. You really want to know that it is actually stuck. So you'd iron the whole thing first of all.
So you can see that's about just under 5 minutes in total left.
Right, yes.
So plenty of time, but...
So that's your first stage, ironing that. Then we've got back to our backing. So I've got my felt and I've got my other fusible web, which doesn't have paper on it, so that's just on there. Now, I'm going to do a very simple, well, I think it's reasonably simple, maybe not everyone would. So here, again, I'm going to put down a sky. So I've just got one piece of fabric. And then this actually is a piece of fabric I've dyed. So pop that on there, and that's my sea. So I've got sky and sea. Then what I've done is I've created, now that can just be ironed, by the way, so that's got the fusible, all we have to do is iron.
Oh, yes,
okay?
yeah, of course, yeah.
So that'll be stuck down.
Uh-huh.
Now I've got some other fabric, so I've actually, again, pre-bonded some bits of fabric, so that every time I add it to my collage, it's just ready to iron. So that's going to be some rocks on that side, and then I've used the 2 puffins from the bottom of the panel, but I've actually added a little bit here. So here, you can see there, I've got the paper on it. So you need to take the paper off, and then that's going to be ready to iron as well. So I'm going to pop that in there, like that. And then I'm just going to add the other puffins. Now these, again, they've been pre-bonded, okay? So this is actually bonded, ready to go. So I might pop him about there. And then I thought, well, we've got to have the other one flying in, so I might have him coming in.
Oh,
Something like that.
He's looking for his landing spot.
He
Doesn't look
is,
like there's
he
much
is.
room left there, does it?
And if you really want to use them all up, then we could use the other one, and he could be flying in over here as well. But you know, you can use as many or as few as you like. You could have a composition just with your 2 puffins. You don't need them all, do you? But anyway, so that is another composition using the other puffins, but with rocks instead of the sea pink. Same thing. I would then iron all of that. And then I'd be able to stitch. But, you know, because it's when I iron it, it will all be bonded on. It's not going anywhere. Okay.
That's fabulous. And you could almost, because of the, again, the different stances and the different poses the puffins are in, you've got so many options,
yes.
haven't you?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, yeah. You could do absolutely anything. And as I said, end result. Okay. At the moment, this is just a piece of whatever fabric.
Yeah.
It could be a cushion, couldn't it? It could be a bag.
Yeah, of course it could. Yeah.
You know, it could be. You know, you could make an apron. One other thing to say, when I sew these, I'm tending to do free motion. But of course, if you wanted something that was a bit more robust, you might actually want to use an invisible thread and do a little zigzag round the edges, so that it would really be firmly attached and you wouldn't get the fraying.
Okay.
So that would be another option. So you know, if it was something with a bit more wear, then you'd want to, you know, to secure it.
Yeah. It's just lovely, honestly. These are brilliant. The puffins panel is very, very popular. I'm not surprised. Let's jump onto the website and just remind ourselves of everything that's available on the show. So we've got the kits with the hares, of course. Then you've got the panels. You've got the owl panel, the puffin. You've got the woodland animals, and you've got that fabulous bird panel as well. Do think about picking up a copy of Kate's book there as well, because it's tremendously inspiring, full of wonderful illustrations there and lots of ideas too. You can see there are other fabrics and other bits and pieces that are there as part of the show as well, that may well, you know, you may well partner up with the panels, for instance, and put those together. Kate, I can't believe how quickly that's gone. Felt like
Really
10
has.
minutes, didn't it?
Yeah.
When are you back with us?
I don't know, but I think I better get another one booked in.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Thank you for your wonderful work and a fantastic show as well. Hope to see you again soon. Amazing. I love it. Really, really nice. Please do make sure that you check out your baskets, of course. That's always the most important thing to do, just while it's in your mind, because it's that time of day where lots of things are going on. So well done. And I think you'll love those kits as well. Stay where you are. Well, it's also that time of the day when we start a brand new one-day special, and it's from Memory Box. We've got Paola and Catherine standing by for that, and then Leonie's back in an hour, stamping with Stamptageous.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the craft store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. We've got everything from things like our Fabazine, which contains 12 different projects that you can do either in one go or split them up separately. And that's a journey through all types of different soft crafting. And then we've got things that are really specific, like our Stitchery, which is a journey through all kinds of embroidery as well. So make sure you join me and craft yourself silly here at the craft store.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
A very good evening. Yes, it's exciting because we get to launch a brand new one-day special. Not only that, I get to work with the lovely Paola, who I don't see often enough, because normally, Paola, we're on opposite shifts, aren't we?
Yes, indeed. So it's a treat for both of us.
It is.
Yeah, really, I'm so excited.
Oh, so am I. Now, you're standing in for the lovely Julia.
Yeah, of course, Julia couldn't be here today. So basically, I'm just quickly, said, don't worry, I'll jump in and do the demos, because I adore memory box as well, and I adore Julia, of course. So it's great. Isn't it great? And I get to work with you. So
lovely. We're all happy, aren't we? We are. Now, when it comes to the one-day special, everything is dispatched from the 30th of August. These are coming from way across the pond there. And, of course, it is all about memory box. Let's have a look at the one-day special. You can be shopping ahead on the website as well. And, of course, we've got lovely samples here from Paola, who has her own sort of way of working with dies and cardstock and colours, and it's always, always a treat to see. Now, we've got a huge saving here on the collection. You're actually getting 10 dies in total. There's also the most beautiful embossing folder as well. Now, I do have the dies on a board, so I can show you the actual size of these. So we just bring them in. Paola, tell us about these dies.
So what I love about this bundle is because it's such a memory box signature style. It's elegant, it's floral, it's silhouettes, and of course you are getting that beautiful wreath that you can dress up. So imagine your buttons to, little tiny buttons in there. You could add, maybe make it autumn, maybe make it into Christmas if you wanted to add it. I love that it's all year round. It's not a Christmas wreath, but you can make it if you wish to do so. You are getting the matching leaves as well in the center, so you are getting both either way. So you could mix and match with those dandelions. Now, if we look at the flowers and the leaves that come in, can you see that the arch towards different directions? Yeah. So they give you that wildflower meadow effect as well. They are the most beautiful, realistic dies for flowers with that beautiful stem. And also you have got the matching, you can see in those two flowers, the flower heads that you can overlap as well to give it even more detail.
Amazing. And you don't appreciate the delicacy until you actually see these die cut. That's why it's lovely to have the samples we've got. I've got a few more samples to show you, but I must bring in, of course, that wonderful embossing folder. Now, this is, of course, some gold satin that's been embossed there.
Indeed.
That is absolutely stunning. It's three-dimensional as well.
It is. So it's a 3D embossing folder. So the difference between a traditional embossing folder and a 3D is that you do not get two levels, but you get a dimension, a rounded three-dimensional, like lots of different effects in there as well. Now that means that when you are embossing it with mirror card or satin like that card, you are gonna get a lot more kind of more realistic effect. Then when you color them as well, can you see how the pinks, some of them are stronger and some of them are softer? That's thanks to the fact that it's a three-dimensional folder because it has that depth. But look at that wreath that I was talking about. The wreath itself, it creates a circle, creates that you can then break it down. You don't need to do it out of greens or browns. You can mix it up.
You certainly can. And there you can see the whole of the wreath. Lots of snippability in this one. I've got a few more samples which really showcases beautiful florals as well. Look at that.
I have to thank also Memory Box who sent quite a few of the samples. So that one is one of the Memory Box. And it shows that wild meadow. I mean, it's a summer country walk. And then you imagine those fields of beautiful flowers there. And they have got that realistic effect.
They certainly have. I love how you can lay them up as well. Now that is
I love that one. Now, the one on the right-hand side is from the next set we are going to see, but you can see how you can mix and match as well with the, of course, the dandelion. It has to be one of my favorites.
Beautiful. And there's another one with those gorgeous daisies there. Well, if you want to go for the one-day special, you are getting those 10 dies in total, and that folder is beautiful. 2 payments are £24.73, 438,606. That's if you're a Freedom member, because you're saving. If you look at the yellow box, they're £30.49. Huge saving, huge. Now, we did mention, or Paula did mention there, the next item, which I've got to say, I've got the most beautiful sample here as well, the gerbera. You can see how it mixes so well with the one-day special, but a standalone die as well. Paula, I've said this to you so many times. Your cards are so exquisite.
Oh, thank you.
You absolutely nail it, because simplicity, and I say that in a very nice way. Simplicity to me doesn't mean you've not spent time on it, that you've not thought about it. In fact, you have to think about it even more sometimes. I love that.
Thank you. I mean, I really, really love memory box because it allows me to do exactly what you just said, to be very simple, but every element has an importance, a meaning in there, and I love how the flowers are so realistic in the way that they say a lot, and you with just one flower you have a beautiful card. Now those ovals also, we do have them on the show as well, and I love those ones. And I love also these flowers that, again, one leans towards the right, one leans towards the left, so you are not left with, oh, I wish it was a mirrored image. You have got the both options there. And then the leaves as well, adding some greenery as well. And you know what, also, Jamie, if you like to color with watercolor pencils and things like that, these are fabulous because it's so easy to do and it's so realistic.
Amazing. Well, we're busy on that. I'm not surprised. That is so beautiful. £10.99. You've got a £4 saving for the one-day special. 695,164 is the item number there. Now, we might have had a sneaky peek at a few things that have been coming up as well on some of the samples. Now, this first one, absolutely beautiful. We've got a little bit Art Deco, and you can see this die, this plate, it is stunning. And again, how exquisite is this, Paula? Because, you know, the detail that Memory Box give us in dies, so intricate.
Absolutely.
So much going on there.
And again, it's intricate, but so elegant that if you want to do very elaborate cards, you can. If you want to do clean and simple with just a plain die, and then look at that. I mean, isn't it just the most stunning pattern? And yes, it's the Art Deco. Think about trimming pieces of it. I couldn't trim it when I did this one, and I'm not a purple person, but I'm in love with the color combination because I kind of thought the gold, the regalness of the gold with that pattern is just beautiful. Also, I see a pilot's wings.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes.
So if you know,
what do we call those? Lappets or this? Something like that?
I don't know,
on the shoulder?
I call them
I love
pilots,
how you've put the band of black through there as well, so you've almost sort of hooked it behind. Yeah, the little arches there.
They are hooked, exactly, so slot it in, because of course the elements, you have got them in there, so you can slot them if you wanted to. You can use it also upside down, and you could do it like a different pattern.
I know I'm turning the whole card here, but just so you can see. Yeah, that does work, doesn't it?
As well.
Lovely. £16.99 if you want to go for the deco plate. £7 saving on this one. 537,541. Now we've got birthday greetings for you next, and we're staying with that sort of Art Deco style with the font here. Beautiful font, and different sizes in there, Paula, as well. Some lovely sentiments, of course, for all sorts of occasions. So we're looking at the details here. £7 saving on this one. £16.99 is the price. You're actually getting 10 stamps there. These are your birthday greetings, but there are differences between them. Now, I'm sure you could break these down as well if you really look into it. What does that say? Way to go. I mean, that could be on any sort of card, couldn't it?
Yeah, I love the sentiments. Again, very Art Deco inspired, but they work really well on any sentiment sort of style card. This one of the things I love is just that thank you. They're just very simple, and this is the leftovers of another die that we have got on the show.
Love it. And very quickly, there you are, one of the larger sentiments there. 727550 is the item number. £16.99, as I say, for that one. Now, moving down again, we've got more in the way of stamps for you. So let's look at the details here. Inspiration is what we've got for you next. Deco Inspiration, 9 stamps in this one. Another one at £10.99, a £4 saving, 964468. We're having a look at all the different sentiments there. You make me so proud. You make every day amazing. Practice kindness. Yes, we should all do that from time to time. Life is better with a friend. How true is that? Some lovely words in
They
there.
are, absolutely. And I have to say that that sentiment that you have got there, you are my sun, you are my moon, and all my stars. It's actually part of one of my favorite poems by E.E. Cummings, which is, of course, a poet from America in the early parts of the century, last century. So I love that actually there is a stamp that reflects that. So that is such a, and you can use this innies or outies, also for, of course, for art journals as well.
Perfect. And you can see one of the sentiments there in the middle of this card. Life is better with a friend like you. And there we are. That's lovely, isn't it? You make me so proud. I adore that. Now we've got the geometric plate for you next. So let's look at this, another wonderful die actually, and another beautiful sample I've got here as well. This one, another price for you at £16.99 with a £7 saving. Huge savings today. 603810 is the item number. And this sample, Paula, I've got to say, it really is very beautiful.
Thank you.
Using vellum, but also because you've got the intricacy of the dies, you can use that vellum as a card base.
Indeed you can. I mean, I use 220 GSM or 200 GSM. Sometimes we have them in here. I adore it. But it's the die does all the work. It's that beautiful, and it's the elegance, it's the fineness, and it's the fact that you can do something like this and you don't have to do any inking, anything, just die cutting and gluing, and that's all that you need.
If I just open that so you can see where the colour's coming from inside. That is so pretty, isn't it? 603810 is the item number. Another £7 saving for you there as well. Now we're going for the Art Deco curves now. These are very, very decorative. We have got other dies that will also work with these, but standalones as well, Paula, because these will cut out of the cardstock.
Absolutely. So this is a standalone. I have used it with other dies that we have got in there, but they are perfect. By no means you need to have the art show or the other dies. This, if you want just a touch of deco for, I mean, it's a phenomenal price, I would say, because I adore. There is a lot of trimmability as well.
Yeah.
So, or snippability, whatever word you prefer.
Definitely, just the little corners there would look beautiful on their own, wouldn't they? So yes, do have a look at how you could definitely cut that down. Item number 845300. Then we have another border for you. This is the reeded border. Wait till you see the sample here. It's beautiful again. Every single one of them is. Details on the screen, 481808 if you want to go for the reeded border. And again, use this as a standalone, but we do have more dies coming up. That is so lovely, Paula. I love how that flower is spinning there. Think big, and congrats on there. And you've used a little bit of fishing wire or nylon wire there, so you can't see
And then,
that.
of course, you can use you could even make a similar card if you just have the dies in there. But of course, having the next dies that we are going to see makes it perfect.
Love it. Love it. Now, the oval frame is what we've got next for you. So I'm just going to pick the packaging up so you can see this, and then I'll show you the samples again of how this will correspond. Oh, I've picked the wrong one up, haven't I? I've got the die first. So you've got your oval there, two separate dies in this one, so you can see this will cut out your aperture. You've also got the separate oval there as well, so you can create different frames, different apertures. Will go hand in hand, of course, with the dies that we've just seen, with those borders. Got another lovely sample here. I'm just going to pick this one up, so you can see again how this has been used. So using the die for the sentiment there, you've got the aperture with the larger oval or the plate. So definitely a good combination to go with those borders. £18.99 is the price, and £8 saving, 526681. Now, where did I put the other one? Right, this is the tall curve. Now, if you were looking at those cards, and I'll pick them up again, or at least one of them, to show you, we did say about the borders, you can cut them out of the cardstock. But of course, if you go for this particular die, you can also cut the background out and lay them up together. So you get a different look again, aren't you, Paula?
Absolutely. The way that you can mix it and matching. And also remember that also works as standalone, because you can create, like if you just want to frame a word as well, it could work really well.
Wonderful. It works with the oval, it works with the borders, so a great combination. Only £9.99 for that one, £4 saving, 052703. Now we're back to one of those beautiful plates again now. Oh, this is gorgeous. You've got your lattice die plate for £16.99, a £7 saving once again on this one. A huge die again, I've got to say. Oh, the samples just keep getting better and better and better. I don't know where to look next. Now, there's the die. This is a great one for paper piecing as well.
It is very good for paper piecing, also very good for stenciling through, which actually I'm going to be using for my first demo.
Oh, can't wait. Now, you'll see this one has been used in correspondence with one of the other dies we saw a little bit earlier on as well. In fact, it's the next die coming up because we haven't shown it yet. But there you can see the lattice in the background, one of the sentiments. Keep an eye out for this next one as well. 929-644. So the gilded plate is what we're looking at next. And you might be able to see the detail on this one a little bit better. Once again, another stunner when it comes to the samples. Loving the use of the glitter card. Would that be a John Next Door or
It could be.
Oh,
yeah.
Love the colours there. I'm giving it a bit of a wiggle because, look, you've just got to catch the light. Oh, it looks stunning, doesn't it? I think this might be my favourite plate, actually. £16.99, £7 savings, 701111. Now, I'm just going to borrow that card a second because we've got some more dies coming up. Now, the next set, you have got dies, but you've also got stamps as well, so you can cut out those sentiments. Absolutely wonderful to be able to do that. So, obviously, they don't make a great deal of sense on their own, the dies, but as a bundle, they certainly do. £21.99, £9 saving, 394737 is the item number. That's exactly what you're getting there. 9 stamps and 9 dies, so a die for every single sentiment there. Great prices, aren't they? Now, I'm going to step back into the studio a little bit more because we've got further dies to show you. We've had a little hint of one of them, and that was the ring stack. I have never seen a die quite like that, I don't think, before, and I absolutely love it. Again, the intricacy, Paola, that you've got there, keeping the cards simple. But I love that because you could put lots of those, you could pattern build with them,
Absolutely.
You can use them underneath your flowers, your leaves. Anything.
You know, it was funny because the sample I have made, I assigned it to another, die set. And then you said, oh, it's a pity that there is not a sample. So it took me like 3 minutes to make this one. And this is a kind of a testament again and how beautiful are those dies in here. And I love how it kind of combines with the one day special, those beautiful leaves behind it. So you can do very simple cards in there. And also Memory Box is renowned. They are renowned for these kind of overlapping things, kind of as rings. And I love that also for a wedding. This would be amazing because it's rings as well.
It would. I've got the die here as well, just so if I pop that inside, you can see the actual die. But such fine detail. And it wouldn't work in the same way, Paola, if it didn't have that fine detail, would it?
Yeah.
Now, the next one, another beauty. I think we've seen some samples with this on already as well, but it really does make a statement. We see that black and gold together. This is your diamond background die. £7 saving on this one once again. All seasons, but I can definitely see Christmas in there as well because it is like those twinkling stars that you see at Christmas, isn't it? Beautiful. £16.99 is the price today. 693-199 is the item number. Again, great for paper piecing and stenciling with that one. Then we have the Happy Birthday Flourish, teamed with that beautiful diamond there as well. Another beautiful one. You can take away the flourishes if you wish and just use the words. Take away birthday, just have happy. Just take away happy, you have birthday. You've got choices. But it is the most perfect sentiment, isn't it? How many times we need a card or a project that says happy birthday? £10.99 is the price. £5 saving, 627401. There we go. I think we've finished the counter. That means one thing, doesn't it? That means we can get to demonstration, I hope. Over to you, Paola.
Well, thank you, Catherine. Now, of course, I'm going to start cutting those beautiful flowers from the one day special. I'm using a black cardstock with glitter in here. And this is why I just wanted to show you the beauty of these flowers. Now, I'm using the Go Power and Emboss. Now, I'll be completely honest, I don't have one yet in my house, so it hasn't, but I'm kind of, I think I got the plates right. So, John, if you are watching, I was paying attention. So, let's hope it is right. But I'm really well impressed, which is, of course, I think it's a monthly mega deal. So, still in place is starting there. But look at that. Even if somebody who just kind of started using it, look at that. The beautiful. But look at the die. Look at, isn't it just
the
beautiful?
stem on that flower
I mean,
is so fine. But once again, if it wasn't Paola, that would not look the same.
look at that.
It would look clumsy with a
Isn't
thicker
it?
stalk, wouldn't it? It's
Yeah.
just so elegant.
Isn't it just? So imagine this. Now I could go in, just put in something like this, and I have got a card. Well, I mean, or a bookmark or something like this. Isn't it just beautifully?
The sentiments from the die and stamp set.
Yes,
isn't it?
there are.
Yeah.
There are indeed. I'm somebody who is slightly, how can I say, boring when it comes to prepping for shows, because what I do is, of course, I kind of everything that is like, I limit myself to the things that are on the show. So then I kind of look at this. If you want to add more dimension, you can turn around. Look at that. You could add a little bit, or you could. You know, if you wanted to add like that, so you have a
works as well.
different
Yeah, I like
flower, and of course that is from the one day special in here. So we're going to put them aside. So I just wanted to show you how easy it is how beautiful these flowers are. Then what I have done is I have taken, the embossing folder, and then I have taken the oval from the plate, this plate that comes in, right? So I just want I cut it with watercolor card or any card, and then I can position it wherever I like. So I'm going to just put it maybe around there. That sounds about right. Now it is a three-dimensional embossing folder. So if I put it like this, you can see the thickness of it. That is a little bit thicker, or I put it a little bit thicker than your traditional embossing folders.
Okay.
But it's the same kind of thickness of any three-dimensional embossing folder. So with your pound emboss, I think that plate, that combination of the thicker plate and the raspberry plate has worked well for me. Try at home whatever works for you. And then run it through. And then
Another one of my favourite flowers on this embossing folder, the sweet pea. Look at that. That is such a pretty embossing folder. It really is.
It is just gorgeous. So you can bring some colour into it. So, or you can do, I'm doing a monochromatic with gold cards. So I'm going to go in with a little bit of distress oxide, just to add, that kind of more even, more dimension. Look at that. I just love it. It just kind of adds a little bit more texture to it by just using distress oxide in black suit.
That is
I mean,
lovely.
if I put it side by side, you will
colour.
see more
Look at
the
that.
difference.
Oh wow!
Just simple, because sometimes black is it's not sometimes, always black is beautiful. Anyway, so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take. Except for my director, Mr. Baker hates when we wear black, doesn't he? It's like there was a silence. Right, so what I've done is, the plate that you like towards the end, so of course you can see in here that I have die cut out of the plate, just a little bit of a masking sheet in here. You can use a piece of paper if you wanted to as well. So what I'm going to do is kind of go in with the black as well. So you can see how you can use the dies as stencils as well. So I want to go in and then kind of remove any excess. I don't mind if it kind of comes in a little bit over the edge as well, because can you see that it has got a little bit of...
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I do like it as well. I mean, I was going to trim it, but then now I do like it.
No, it's effective.
And more or less, I kind of know that will go in here, so I want to make sure that I kind of blend it in. And I have to say, blending brushes make these so much easier. So when I lift it up, you can see
Look at that.
Like that.
Oh, how
but
wonderful.
now I want to highlight those lines. I want to make them a little bit, more noticeable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my C plate and then I'm going to take the die that comes separately but matches beautifully. And this is a leftover piece of gold that I had. So I'm not going to be that careful. It's just... because that's what I want. I want something that is a little bit kind of randomy.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to just put it there, maybe there.
Just to let everybody know, we are busy on the phone lines. If you are able to make your way to the website or the app, that is probably the quickest and easiest route for you, but we will get you on the phone lines if you're hanging on in there. Just while I'm here as well, I've got to tell you that the Gerbera die is very, very busy. Over half of the stock has gone. Just to bring the sample in again, showing the little Gerbera there. Also, another die that is very, very busy is the ovals there. Both have been used on this particular card. So I would say that in the launch show, they are so busy at the moment, who knows what may sell out. You know, and we do make sales in between the hours as well. So don't hesitate. If there's something you really want, check your baskets out now on it. Don't wait, because you don't know what's going to disappear. £10.99 for the Gerbera, £695,164 is the item number.
So I'm running through the other die. Obviously, the mask, you can keep it for next time, so keep it aside. I have to say, like, memory box makes me so happy because the dies are so beautiful.
They really are.
And what I love as well is the fact that you can make them very simple, or you can make it really elaborate. Now, because I'm going to run it against the other side, just because it's very intricate, and I just want to make sure that that works. That's perfectly, and it's easier to run it through. But it makes me so happy because I know that this, just like this, I can take a card, put it like this, and it's stunning. You know, it's the simplicity of it.
That would make a lovely invitation as well. Our little notelets.
Yeah. Absolutely. Should I leave? No, I'm not going to leave it here. I'm going to put it there. Right, so now I can go in. So you can see that my piece of paper was smaller than the die in a part, and then I kind of just brush it off the excess because it's a little bit quicker this way. I tend to like, for these intricate dies, I tend to like to put them, either like rotate them. Yeah. But one of the reasons is not because it hasn't cut, it's also because it's easier to then release it from the die.
That's interesting.
Now, look at this beauty. I just think it's just so beautiful. Now, of course, I'm not going to lie. At home, I saved all those bits. All those bits. Really? Yeah. Because I think, look at this. You will see.
All sorts there.
You can make a lovely chevron sort of pattern. Like
just a little corner frame.
Just a little corner frame. So many. And even these bits in here, you could be petals for a flower as well. You know, there is so many possibilities. And especially with these beautiful gold cards. I mean, this one I have had it for, I don't know, 3-4 years. But it's just one of those ones that you kind of thinking is beautiful. You don't want to waste it.
You could have a string, Paul, and there could be little kites flying in the sky.
Absolutely. I love that idea. Really love that idea. It's such a... Oh, right. So, look at this. Can you see how it kind of comes in? So the idea is that now you are using leftovers, and I don't want to have sharp points at the ends. So I'm just going to take, so don't throw away any piece of card that you may have at home. You're thinking, oh, it's not big enough, I don't have. You can do it like this. Look at this. Just like that. I might go in as well and kind of cut these bits there, because then kind of adds a little bit more irregularity there. But look at that. Just that kind of floatiness.
That works really well.
I'm going to trim that. I'm going to take this. Oh, I know what I forgot. I was downstairs and I thought, oh, you need to grab, it's my spray adhesive, didn't I? Yeah, I forgot that. Yeah, because that's much easier. I mean, I have got wet glue, which I'm going to put it after this one. Oh no, I put it. No, what is this? I'll put this one. Just because I like to. Oh, there it is. A little bit of. So spread it out. Yeah, usually I would recommend for the speed, to use a spray adhesive. If not, you can just kind of use like this. That will work. It's just a spray adhesive is for demos or speed. But look at this. Don't you think that this is just?
That works really well.
Isn't it just the most beautiful die? And remember, you don't have, like, you can go, both of them work individually really well. Like, imagine a trellis die, like kind of thinking intertwining wildflowers or something like this. So there is lots of possibilities. Yeah. So then we have got this, and then of course we're going to take the beautiful flowers that we have got in here. Where I put my foam pads? There they are.
You know
when
when
you're-
you've completed this card,
Yeah.
we can show it to the front camera, because I don't think people appreciate the detail in that die, because every one of those little fine lines has got detail in it.
Yeah.
You
That's
don't always
true.
pick it up on the overhead. Honestly,
Yeah.
it's absolutely outstanding, the detail that you're going to pick up with these dies.
So it is up. You are so true, so right, Catherine. Now this is where the corners, if you wanted to see, you could add those corners here and there, or, you know, just to highlight them. But then I'm going to just put that one in here. So I'm going to go in there. Okay, and then just going to put this one in here. Look at the one day special, that flower. I love that.
You will use that so many times over. Just the flower
Absolutely.
head on a little place card would look amazing at a dinner party.
It is just so many possibilities, so many. How can I say it? I love as well the thinking of art journals, because
Yeah.
there's kind of the kind of, and then I mean I haven't die cut it, but you can see it that this one I'll show you exactly where it comes from. The sentiment, which is of course the set of sentiments, and then that comes in with the matching dies. So I have
That
created
is such a useful set, actually. It cuts
It
out
is.
the wording beautifully.
It is so much easier to kind of have something like this as well, kind of, and then because I kind of feel that I'm not sure if I do like it like that, but anyway, I'm going to keep it like this, but I'm going to show it here so you can see the fun.
Just have a look at the detail in the background here. Look at that. You wouldn't think that was die cut.
Isn't it just beautiful? I love that. I love that deco. But I love the embossing folder as well. I love that with memory box, you are getting that sense of elegance,
Yeah.
that fine detail that is, they don't do, the less is more,
Yeah.
but then you are the designer, so you can make it more if you wanted to, but you
course.
have got the simplicity, the elegance in the die, in the embossing folders.
Amazing. Oh, what a beautiful demonstration. Let's have another look at that one day special. Almost 20% of the stock has already gone. It is a why not deal as well. If you look at the screen right now, you can see that freedom price, a saving of £30.49. If you're loving what you're seeing, and why wouldn't you, when we can see the samples that Paula's sent to us, and also, of course, the team from Memory Box as well. What you're going to create with this is going to be stunning every single time. The fact that you've got 10 dies in total, and the embossing folder as well, which is the 3-dimensional embossing folder. We've seen the results that you're going to get, and we've got a flexi as well, so you can split the cost, 2 payments of £24.73. While we've got the stock, if you like that gerbera or the little ovals that go with it, pop those in your basket as well. That goes for any of the other dies, because you can also split the cost again. I'm still going to say it as well, the stamps and the dies together, those sentiments, I think are worth every single penny and much more, because they're going to go hand in hand with the one day special. 438606. Now, talking of the gerbera, I am going to bring this one back in. I've got that same sample again, and the amount of times that I want to show this is just not enough to fit into an hour, because I just think it is so delightful. Absolutely. I love everything about this card. The gerbera is the flower that we're looking at the moment, though. If I just bring in the dies again, you do get the 2 flowers, one going slightly to the left, one going slightly to the right. But what I absolutely love about this as well is the fact that you get those leaves totally separate, so you can use that in so many different ways. Only £10.99 for this one, £4 saving, £6.95, £164. That is literally flying out. 70% of the stock has gone on that particular die only. I don't know that that's going to last even through to 8 o'clock. We'll see. We will see. Now, the other item that you are loving, and I'm so pleased about this, I just think it's such an unusual die. I'll bring that card in again and the next one, because of course we have got the lovely ring stack die. This is such an unusual one, but because it is so delicate once again. Oh, and I can see ways you can snip into this, you can overlay, you can pattern build. Again, if you wanted to spritz through these, you can use them as a stencil, you know, crisscross them over, make different designs up by cutting out multiples. You've definitely got those choices there. The die itself in its entirety, that's the size of it, so you can see the full one has been used on that sample, only £9.99, £4.50 is the saving, 331178, and I can tell you almost half of the stock has already gone on that one as well. Paula, I think we need to see more demonstrations.
Right.
Are you all right over there?
Well,
With all your glue?
I'm trying to. You know, I always have this thing. I was just saying about glues. Life on air, always glues kind of give me a little bit of a mare. But anyway, let's get back to reality. There will be, you know, unglued and unglued and hinged demonstration. Yeah, probably. That's always what you're going to get with me. Anyway, I'm going to use the plate that has the oval. The one I forgot which one is.
Yes. The
oval
yes,
fold.
yeah.
Because I think this one is a very, very useful, different die. I love it because if you, I mean, I love paper engineering. I love to take a die and see what else can it do, what else can I use it for. And sometimes, you know, the more simpler dies are actually absolutely phenomenal. Now, one of the reasons this die kind of cuts and embosses or makes the fold. So can you see the line there? There is a line. Just faintly.
Yes,
so you can then kind of go in. There it is. Yeah, we can
just see it there.
So you can then fold it in there, fold in this, and then you have the ability to bring. Oh, what did I put? See, this is what I'm so organized. Not. I had a piece perfectly cut to size. So a 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. That you can just glue it like this, and you have got an arch. But how they have been designed is that it has also a scoring line down the middle in here. So it kind of scores like this. So you kind of go in, but it's a faint line. So that is a good thing because if you want it, you can do it like very easily. I have done it, but if not, it's almost invisible. So the fact is that you can use it as I showed you before. So you can use it like that, so as an arch. But by folding it, it means that you can put then some invisible wire, invisible thread, and then hang things in here. You have got a choice. You could do it just one side, or you can do the other side as well. Okay. So this is how it works. So what I have done, though, is I die cut one of these one. And then I have gone in with another color. So I have gone in with, let's say, the orange. So I'm going to die cut it just so you can see it. And one of the things that I find it really good about memory box is that they are simple dies to embellish, but they are dies that you can take them as far as you want. So you have got that elegance that allows you to just do a card in 3 minutes, but that looks stunning because you have got a delicate nature. But also, if you want to do something crazy, like a little bit what I'm going to show you now, then this is absolutely perfect. So what I'm going to do is show you, there it is. So what you can do then is then take the next one, color, and then use that little flap in there and then glue it like this. And then do the same thing, fold it over and glue it to another color. So forth, until you have something that looks like this.
A rainbow.
Like that. So then I use
brilliant.
So there it is. So it could be that you can have in here pictures. So every page is a picture. It would be lovely, wouldn't it? Or it can be what I'm going to try to attempt now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a piece of the center in here. So I'm going to take that red and I'm going to go in for maybe this one in here. Oh, that's a little bit small. So I'm going to go in with this red, even though it's a darker red, probably is going to look even better this way. So again, I'm going back to the one day special, which is one of the flowers. And this is why the one day special is such a beautiful one day special, because it's one of those ones that you can use it so much.
You can see that straight away, can't you?
You know, it's one of those ones that you kind of go in like, I just love it. I just love it. I mean, it just makes me happy. And we and I are very similar. We have got lots of dies and stuff, haven't we?
We've collected many over the years, haven't we, Paula?
Yeah, but it's it's just like, but these ones are kind of special because they are beautiful and they have got that nature-inspired element to them, and I just love them. I absolutely love them.
We do have an update, actually. The gerbera stems has gone limited stock. I did say I wasn't sure they'd last until 8 o'clock. I don't think they're going to. If you want this one, please do not wait. Let me bring that sample in again just so you can have a sneaky look at that very quickly. £10.99, £4 saving, £6.95, £164. Love it.
Right, so this one is the one that I just die cut. So what I'm going to, can you see that I have die cut different ones out of the different color cards, including the gerbera. So if that's the one that I'm going to start at the very end of it. So what you're going to do is that's going to go in there. Something like this is going to go in there. So I'm going to put it in here, maybe like that. And then I'm going to take one of the other ones in blue, so you can see there. So I'm going to go in there. So I'm going to go with, let's hope that now glue is flowing. I was saying how my house is so dry that all the glues just dry at home. Just literally, I left a little bit of water the other day in my craft room, and you know, just kind of, I don't know, about a centimeter deep.
Yeah.
And within 24 hours, it had completely evaporated. Right. So just pressing down, just glue on the sides here. And that will create, when you open it, can you see how it will be floating?
Yeah.
So I'm going to do the same for here. So I'm going to take the leaves in green. Okay, and then just going to go. Now, what you can do in here is just make sure that it's attached to one of the sides. Otherwise, they will be too delicate, if you know what I mean.
And once again, what you're doing here, Paola, we wouldn't be able to do if those dies were thicker.
Yeah, it wouldn't look nice, wouldn't it?
No, you'd just fill that oval and it would just look a mess. It would just look like a clump of
It
foliage.
would, wouldn't it? And that is why it's having, you know, memory box is beautiful designs. It's just what makes all the difference in there. There we have. So then again, I'm going to put this one, close it up. So close it up. We open it up at the yellow. So that one is going to go in here. So this one I can go.
I can let everybody know the gerbera has just sold out. If you didn't get it, well done. You're not going to regret that one. It was beautiful, wasn't it? Well done.
Right, so I'm going to be using it next to the kind of and they're going to. I actually done it wrong. It's the green that I need to go do it in. There, and then I'm going to put a little bit of glue just in there, just to make sure that it's just kind of attached there. And kind of, so can you see how you are creating that kind of holes there? And then I'm going to open the yellow and then put the gerbera. So well done about this kind of, I'm going to put it there. So I know that it has now sold out, but I just kind of, that's the one that I had in orange, so it has to go in there. And then again, the bottom in there. And then kind of hold it there. So you can create like kind of the field of flowers. But can you see that? Just, I love the idea of having those flowers in there. And then we have got the red, which is of course the one day special. And then I kind of as well. So I'm going to put it there. There.
This is such a lovely idea.
It's just an idea of how to use flowers that they're so delicate, and you're so right. If they were any boulder, they would look like a mess. They wouldn't look like the beautiful, delicate, natured kind of wild place that we are creating here. And then I'm going to take a little bit of glue as well with this. Looks like a surgical instrument, doesn't it? But it's actually. And then, when you open it.
Do you know, that just frames everything so beautifully. Look at that. Can you just open that right out as well, Paola, so we can see it? Look at that.
That's like...
That is wonderful.
And then, of course, it needs to have a little bit of, maybe a sentiment in here. So you can add, if you wanted to, for instance, like I'm thinking, this looks very empty. So what I'm going to do is open it up to here and then just add a little bit of greenery in there, because it's fine. And that's how you build it up. You kind of attach one first and only glue them to the same layer.
Yeah.
You know, you cannot glue it. Like the temptation is, and there was a moment where I was even tempted to do it as I was gluing them. And it's like, no, you can't, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to open it up. So just make sure that it goes in there. There. Oh, that doesn't want to glue again, but just don't worry, just add a little bit more glue in there. Press it down. Press down. Rub it up. And then see now it kind of adds that element. So I really like. And then of course we can add a sentiment in here, or you can add what I would think that looks really nice is one of the frames in there. So which one shall I go for? More the Art Deco? Which one do you prefer?
I think the reeds.
Sorry?
Is it the reeds we call that one? The reeded one? Is that the name of it?
This one, yeah, that one. Sorry, I'm very bad with names of things, so I shall I do in black? I think black will frame it in there. So I'm going to do it in black. I'm so bad at names I try to memorize the names of the dies, and then I kind of went like, nah, ain't going to happen. So I'm going to just give up. I mean, to be honest, it didn't take me long to give up, but you can see that. Now you can add, if for instance, if you're thinking, oh, actually it would be really nice to have a purple dandelion there. So I think that, oh yeah, that definitely works there. So I'm gonna just put it there. And this is the thing with the one day special, because you are getting different flowers, you can then pick and choose where they go. But look at this. Look at this die. What is my brush? Look at this. Look at this. I'm a little bit heavy-handed, but you can see that it's just absolutely stunning. Look at this.
And again, great sniffability in this one.
Oh, absolutely. Look at this. How these ones, look at this.
You really wouldn't think it was possible to create such intricacy with a die.
I'm going to put it around so I can have the second part in here. Okay. So one of the tricks to safeguard is to offset it. So by that way, you are actually kind of saving a little bit of card by, there it is. So you kind of save more card there. But let's make sure, unlike me, that you slide it in perfectly there. Secure it to the, like I always say, secure the die to both the paper and the plate if you have got a tiny spot in there. So there we have. They have got a few ones in here that we're going to take out. And then I'm going to take this out. And it's going to be such a... like you can see, the principle is really simple. And you could, if you wanted to, use this die for every single one of these inside elements in there. So every panel of them.
If you were given something like this as a card, you would never want to take it down,
Absolutely. Would you? No. And the thing is, I don't know about you, but I have got cards that people have given me, handmade cards, that, you know, they were made like years ago, 19 years ago or something like that, because they are precious, you know.
Of course they are.
And if somebody has spent time, I always say, I won't make cards for people that don't appreciate them. But people that appreciate them, I will spend. I mean, the other day I made for Julie Hickey a card, and I spent all day long to making it. Literally all my, you know, my day off was making a card. But it was like, but it's special, isn't it? It is. It's kind of a.
And Julie would have appreciated.
And
that
then
much.
well, she better do. Otherwise, I wouldn't. Otherwise, I'm like.
Oh, Julie, are you watching?
I'm not sure. She might be in this, by the sea. She loves the sea. Now, let's put this one in there.
Oh, that's framing that absolutely so well.
And it gives also, it has not only, also I can see that if you wanted to do an oriental card, that would work as well. There it is. And I kind of, the only thing I need to do is glue that dandelion there. I just need to sort those glue bottles out, don't I? And then kind of put it there, and then just put it there, more or less there, because I kind of, and then it needs sentiment, doesn't it? So I'm going to put a sentiment, which is going to be, which one do you want to do? So I have got a few ones already done. So I have got happy birthday, wishing you the best.
Oh, that's nice.
Did I do? Well, wish
is that the same?
Miss you? Maybe miss you.
Yes.
Miss you.
Yeah,
Sorry,
let's go with that
I asked you your suggestion, and then I was like, no, I already know what I'm like, because I just wanted to save some time. So you have got here the miss you stamp. I'm so bad. I'm like, give you choices when then I take them away. Is this one the one or? oh, sorry. It's funny. I was going to say, which one is this? I thought it was that one. Oh, I thought it was. No, it's yeah, it was. Seriously, the first time was so easy, and then it's just like it got. Sometimes, yeah, it was. I got it the right one, so you can see there.
And you do get a die for each of the stamps, so there's definitely one to fit everything.
Yeah, absolutely. So it wasn't a question of figuring out if it was there or not. So then I'm going to take these ones in here, and then put that aside. But I just love the idea of creating that kind of aperture with sentiments in there. And then, of course, you could, if you wanted to put it somewhere there, but I'm just going to put it maybe there or somewhere like that. So, again, it's floating, so but not over the gerbera. Maybe there.
Yeah, there.
Something there.
Oh, that's nice.
Even here.
Oh, you will move it, Paula, because you're ignoring everything I say. You've just told everybody that.
It's just, you know what? It's not that I'm ignoring you deliberately. It's just that
I just like to do what I like to do.
No.
You do exactly what you want to do, because it always works.
No. It's just was a question of paper engineering, because I kind of thought, oh, this way I can glue it in two places, so it's not as how you call it, fragile, paper fragile. So that's the only reason why I kind of changed your suggestion, just because that way I can just go in. Can you see that I'm gluing it into 3 spaces? So that kind of floats a little bit better. Otherwise, it might come undone, which it might. But that's.
It is beautiful, isn't it? Just look at that. Oh. Do you know, thanks, Paula. That's my birthday card sorted for next year. Thank you for that.
Yes.
Love it. Well, you can be creating, of course, so many different projects, cards, albums, journals, scrapbook pages, whatever you wish, with the one-day special. It's absolutely beautiful. Those gorgeous flowers, the wreath in there. We've not even seen the wreath in action yet. I'm sure we will in the following shows. Now, you have got an amazing saving here, especially if you're a Freedom member. £30.49. It is a why not deal. If you are loving this and you're not a Freedom member, do join tonight, because you will still make savings. £25 is the same for a non-Freedom member. £30.49 is Freedom members. 2 payments of £24.73, because we are splitting the cost for you as well. 438606 is the item number. Now, the ring stack, 3/4 of the stock has already gone. We've already lost one of the dies individually. The Gerbera sold out a little earlier on. This one looks like it could be heading in the same way. So we're now looking at the beautiful ring stack at the back of this particular card. If I bring in the other sample as well, there you can see it. This is just genius. I mean, you could separate that, you can overlay them together, you can offset them, spritz through them. Maybe using your blenders, they might be a little bit delicate if you're trying to ink through, but just to spritz through that would give some amazing results. So definitely more than just a regular die. Of course, you can stencil directly through the die itself as well. Item number is 331178. £9.99 is the price. £4.50 is the saving there. I really do love that. I don't think that is going to hang around. Now, another one that's proving popular as well is the diamond background. This really does make a statement, doesn't it? So much detail in this one, once again. Lots of ways you can use it. Again, stenciling, paper piecing. That first card that Paula showed us how to do, you know, if you've got scraps of card, you don't have to cut the whole of the plate, just use small areas of this. But if you do cut the whole of the plate, you could, of course, get results that look just like this. I mean, whichever colour way you want to work with it, you're going to get those results. I love, love, love that. £16.99 is the price, a £7 saving. £693,199 is the item number there. Now, we have got the birthday greetings as well. You will have noticed some of these on the card samples as I've been holding them up. I've got some more for you here as well. Now, I just say birthday greetings, but of course these will stretch further than that as well. Cheers to you. It doesn't have to be a birthday, does it? Hope your day is full of joy. That doesn't have to be a birthday. You know, so you think about it, these are for all year round. Here's something to help you celebrate. Again, that could be for any reason, couldn't it? Any occasion. Love the font of this one. You have got that deco style, but you've got different size lettering. You've got larger sentiments. Some of these you can break apart as well. Whether you emboss or just stamp, it's entirely up to you. But you are going to get those beautiful results. £16.99, £7 saving, 727550. Then we have more word stamps for you. We've got inspiration next. So some nice ones here, like You Make Me Proud. That is one of the samples that I've got here. You can see, the one that is Paula's favourite. You are my sun, you are my moon, and all of my stars. Practice kindness is in there. You can do it. Life is better with a friend like you. Oh, that's so nice. The world is yours to explore. That's very nice as well. All of them are just wonderful to work with, aren't they? And keeping the cards simple but very elegant, you can get that. You can achieve that totally. If you want to be a little bit more elaborate, then of course you can do that as well. Do watch out for those corners again. Those beautiful curves. They work very, very well, don't they, with all of the sentiments and everything else we've got on the show as well. £10.99, £4 saving, 964 468. Then we're moving on to another plate because we've got the geometric plate next. Another one that has got such intricate detail. And when I did get Paula to show that card that she was making to the front camera, you could see the embossed detail in the fine detail. This one is exactly the same. It's not just giving you a plain background. Doesn't matter how fine that is, you're still getting that embossed effect as well. £16.99 is the price here, £7 saving, 603 810. Then we have the Art Deco curve. This is the one that Paula's just used. Depending on the colour you go with as well, it just changes the whole look of it. We've mentioned about snipping into this one, just taking out the corners. You know, you could attach these together in different ways as well. Great for, again, spritzing through, stenciling through. You could paper piece some of those panels. I know some of them are a little bit intricate, but you could just put 1 or 2 little squares in the corner. It just works. £4 saving, £9.99 is the price here, 845300. And then the reeded curve. I did say reeded curve when I made my suggestion, didn't I? I thought it was me who got the names wrong. It does get confusing when you get so many different curves, but they're all as beautiful as each other.
That you suggested it.
Yes.
And I got it wrong. No, I thought that it was. No, I didn't. Like, can I say?
I know what it was, Paula. You just didn't like my idea.
No. I actually wanted that. I thought you meant the other one. I genuinely did, think that you was the other one. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
Doesn't matter, does it? Because they're equally as beautiful. £9.99 for this one as well. £4 saving. Again, snippability in this one. 481808 is the item number. Oh no, we've got another show together at 8 o'clock. More bad ideas from me coming up. I'm only pulling your leg. Let's have a look, of course, at the oval fold frame. This is genius. We've seen this in action. You do get those score lines, so there's one on the edge that forms the hinge, so to speak, one down the centre, but of course if you don't want to fold, you don't have to. We've seen how you can make that concertina card. You can see I can fold these in half and create those borders, just like the card that I've got here. There are actually 2 dies to show you because you do get the separate oval as well. So using them together, using them separately, very useful. £18.99 is the price on this one. £8 saving, 526681 is the item number there. Where's this hour gone? We've only got 30 seconds left, Paula.
It's gone very quick.
Oh, thank goodness we get to do it all again.
Yes.
Yes. What have you got in store for us?
Oh, well, I wanted to use, I have already started doing the beautiful deco one as well. So we're going to do deco and, of course, the one day special and some sentiments. And
cannot wait.
You know.
Cannot wait. We've got lots on the website for you to choose from as well. We didn't get quite to the end of the counter there, so do have a look. Don't forget we made sales in between the shows. Don't miss out on the stacking curves there. Do stay with us though. Leonie's up next. She didn't get to go home. Yay! She tried, she tried sneaking off. We're stamping with Stuntages next. Memory Box One Day Special back with Paula at 8. And then, of course, I'm sorry, you've got me again at 9.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we're going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colors, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. Of White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Welcome back, everyone. Excuse Red's a crowd, they're just on the way out. Welcome back to another hour with Stamptageous. I need to say Stampageous. How can I change that name? Stamptageous. It's a fabulous name. It really, really is. It's a tongue twister, but we love it. And I tell you what, the collection that we are homing in on right now is the most fascinating, the most whimsical. It's great fun. And I tell you what, these little pixies at the bottom of the garden have been keeping Stamptageous' design team very, very busy for a long, long time now, because they've been up trees, they've been singing Christmas, they've been absolutely everywhere, and now they are released to the general public. It's brilliant, Leonie, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a fabulous collection. Nicola, who creates these, she hand draws everything. They're obviously completely from her imagination. And I love what she does, because they're really quirky, they're really different, they're really cool, they're really, really usable. I mean, you can create so many different looks. And it's one of those, with something like this, because you can create so many different looks, it could be for anything. You know, it could be like in your happy planners, it could be birthday cards, obviously, your regular cards. But think about, you know, if you've got a lovely notebook at the edge of the pages, it's that kind of collection that literally you can use with everything. And they have got such characters. I mean, she has got little characters everywhere. It's fabulous.
They are absolutely brilliant, and you're right, you can put them absolutely everywhere and anywhere. The scaling on the characters is fantastic. Well, it's like a mini one-day special, really, this, isn't it, if we look at it. The stamps are available individually, but let me tell you, the entire collection is what pretty much everyone went with, because you've got that bonus set of free Pixie word stamps as well. Now, this technically has completely, well, not technically, actually has completely and utterly sold out within, how many minutes was it? 8 minutes?
I think it might have been 7. Were it 7? I think it might have been 7.
It wasn't many anyway,
no,
let's put it that way.
Minutes.
And it's sold out and gone. We do have it back on extended, but we don't now have the biggest of stocks on that extended. It's going out for you on the 26th, and it is absolutely glorious. And this is your opportunity to get it out as it in its entirety with the free Pixie word stamps as well. Can I show you some of the work of the design team, because this really, really does bring it to life. Leonie was, I know, is just absolutely adoring these stamps so much that even in the Brunzil show this afternoon, was using shoehorned these stamps in there because she's absolutely in love. And it's all down to this one here, isn't it? With the big dress that you can extend beautifully, because you've got so many of those kind of wild sort of foliage elements that you can extend that dress to. It's just superb. But then you can go, wee, look, to a wee card like this one. It's just beautiful because there are so many little elements. That this one's asleep inside what looks like a ladybird's discarded shell, which I think is so cool. These are just up there on the branches. They're just having great fun. And honestly, I have to say, the design team for Stamptagious, I mean, just brilliant. They've absolutely loved this. You can see. Here's one by Maria Grimshaw. Loads and loads of people on the design team who absolutely love what they do. Here's one from Alison Marcham, I think. Or Markham, it could be. I'm so sorry, Alison. I can't read the writing properly. That's me, though, not you, I promise. That's absolutely beautiful. Look at all of the atmosphere in there. Delicious. Here is one from Judith, which again has been presented like a film strip in there, using the teacup and the Pixie stamp sets, because you've got, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stamp sets in the Pixies. Then you've got the extra one, which is free in this bundle, which is the Pixie words. But look at how simple it can be there. I mean, that's absolutely beautiful. Yes, it is Alison Markham. I've decided right now, because, yes, I can read that one completely. Here's one from April Cheetham. Using the Pixie wishes there in a lovely big heart. Again, beautiful. There is the little Pixie with her. Is it a flute we're going with?
Yes, I'm going with flute.
Yes, it's beautiful. It's very nice. Look at this one.
And have you seen the little one asleep in the spoon?
I know, it's gorgeous, isn't it? I love it. I mean, and the scale of them, it really is. It's all about the scale of them, because you can take them to, you know, smaller size projects like this. But let me show you, because where have you gone? Where have you gone? Where have you gone? Or have I shown you already? No, I haven't shown you this one already. You can go for very small, or make room for the spectacularly large, upside down, again by Alison, Christmas card. So the Pixies are actually relaxing in, on, around the baubles. So you can absolutely go to town with these. Use all of your mediums with them as well. You've also got little journeys that you can take them on as well. This is the Snail and Bobo Wishes, again by April. They're just amazing, aren't they? They really are. Because, you know, colour them in any way, throw all your mediums at them, just have fabulous fun with them. Here's one from Maria. Look at that. Precious. There she is. She's coming out of that lovely, what is that, a little cup there, a goblet. Yeah, some kind of goblet or prize. It's fantastic. I love it. Here's another one from Maria. Look at that. How atmospheric is that? Beautiful. Distress inks there in the background. Lovely circle stencil, glitter inks. You could throw absolutely everything at this. Look. Cute, 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 cute. Listen, I could spend all night just showing you the samples, but I know Leonie wants to have a little play as well. Well, a big play, actually, for a whole hour with this. We are massively busy. Again, remember, sold out once already, so this bundle is now back on extended with the free Pixie Wishes as well. Now, let's break up a couple of the individual options for you as well. There are £14.49 each, so there are 6 options. Let's start then with this one here. We're just going to check out the name because they've got their own names. This is the Snail and Bobo Wishes. So that's got that lovely house, which can come down from a tree, it can go to nowhere, it can go down a bank, it can go anywhere you want to, which is lovely. Oh, so these are all on the same item number. That's helpful, isn't it? Which is brilliant. So that's Snail and Bobo. And this is still on extended delivery, going out for you on the 26th of August. Teacup pixies, they are some of the cutest as well, and some of the just the cheekiest little pixies there. I love that. Oh, there's that one that's coming out of the cup as well. There's Pixie Kisses, that one. There, see, look. Oh, that's the one that looks like he has like a chimney sweep's brush, but it's a big dandelion clock over his shoulder. It's so fun, isn't it? This one is Ladybug Pixies. Oh, that's the one that's got the one that's asleep. They're sleeping past his bedtime. They're sweet. This is Mushroom, Pixie and Dragon, and the dragon is so serene, by the way. There's never any worries about that dragon, so you can have some of the other pixies dancing on its back and all sorts, couldn't you? And then the last one is Pixie Wishes. And so you can buy the stamp sets individually there, all of the options there, but with that one, of course, you won't get the Pixie Words stamp. So if you go for the overall bundle, you'll get the Pixie Words stamps for free. But if you're buying individually, obviously you'll just get whichever one that you choose individually. Maybe you'll choose a couple of the individuals. It's completely up to you, but there's the bundle details back again. 913181. Remember, it's sold out already. We are now in extended delivery stock going out on the 26th of August. It's not as big a stock as we would like it to be, and it's already very, very busy. So I'm going to leave you to that, and I'm going to leave you to play.
Hurrah! Thank you, my dear. Right, I'm going to do a little bit of what I did before, just because I can, because it's live TV and nobody can stop me. So what I'm, and no one's even going to try. I mean, chilling out in the gallery. So what I'm going to do is just build up a few little scenes, okay? Because this is what I like doing with these. Some of them I may put on a card. I might just build up some scenes and then decide afterwards, what I'm putting on a card. So, watercolour cardstock. I'm taking the lovely little mushroom house. The mushroom house is, the toadstool house is ridiculously handy, because obviously with that one you can put all sorts on top of the toadstool house, so it doesn't have to be anything that's in the actual, the little toadstool collection. In fact, let me see, what shall I pop on top of this one? I will pop on top of this one. Let's have one of my little characters from here. Oh, in fact, look. This is what we're going to have on. I love these ones. These are proper cute. Your little snail people. So on top of here, they're so pretty. Look, you're having one of our little snail people. Look, how cute. Then that bonnet. So you've got one of your little snail people just sitting on the top there. We're also going to have underneath, because there's lots of sleepy little critters in here. So underneath, you've got the sleeping baby. Can you see that? I mean, that is ridiculously adorable. Absolutely gorgeous. Really, really like them. And then obviously you've got your freebie. And in your freebie, you've got loads of lovely little sentiments. So you could have our gorgeous little pixie dust, because you've got pixies and snails and all sorts of goodies going on. So that's our lovely little pixie dust. I really enjoy doing this, as you well know, because I spent nearly an hour doing it last hour. It's fun. It's just fun. It's fun building it up. It's fun seeing all the different creations that you can do. That's my first one. Let's do another. So another one. And I'm going to, every time, I'll just use different stamps. So every time we'll have a see at, you know, quite a few of the different stamps within the collection. Which didn't I use last time? I don't know if I used this one last time. I've actually forgotten which I used and which I hadn't. This one is adorable as well, because this one you've got another one of your gorgeous little toadstools. So you've got a little toadstool there with one of your little characters on top of it, which is so cute. I'll bring in my other toadstool as well. And really, I should have masked this. If I'd have masked it, that would have been nice, because then obviously I could have built it up. But I kind of forgot about that. But I can just squidge it in there, like so. So you've got two of your little toadstools all squidged together, which is really, really cute. Obviously that one's already got somebody on it, so we just need somebody on the other one. So we're going to have, on that one we've got I love this character. There's so many cool little characters. When you first get these, just stamp them and just see all the fantastic little characters that you're going to get. I love that one. Ta-da!
That one's been really quiet, and that one's just been really annoying behind him. It's like, oh, what are you doing? Yeah, it has got a look of the cat in the hat as that one, hasn't it? I just adore that one. Absolutely adore it. There's so many cool little characters. You've also got, obviously, your wings and things. So with this one, you've got our cute little dragonfly. And with this one, the dragonfly is just zooming around like so. And then we've also got, let's pop something at the front there. So on your freebies, you've got all your different like foliage and your grasses and things like that. You've also got that teeny little town. And the teeny little town is super cute. Because when you stamp this one, it's not a town as such. It's actually, look at that. Can you see the detail of that? It's ridiculously tiny. It's absolutely phenomenal. Can you see? It's got the teeny little house in that one. And all I need to do, if I do this and just join those up, isn't it cute? It's just so cute. And that, so these are your pixies, but that is like minute pixie town, isn't it? It's just ridiculously tiny. It's fabulous. And there's all these little extras as well. So that's my next one. Next. But you've got all of these as well. So you've got all these fantastic sort of foliage elements. And the foliage elements are really handy. But with something like this, if you are, let me just get a bright pink. So with the foliage elements, obviously you can do like your full foliage, but you can just do like little bits of these. So you can start just creating a fabulous little background with them, because they are quite cute to these. Then you've got loads of them. So you've got that one. You have got the little lantern. You've got this one, which is sweet. And this one's like a little flower. So you've got that one, which is really pretty. And obviously you can do it at different angles, different sizes, and just build that up. The lovely quality stamps, they are made by Clarity. So you know you're going to get that beautiful quality. And then they have got a little bit, yeah, they do look like they could be from another planet. And then, like, oh, that one's cute as well. See, all of these, they make such a beautiful little background. It just, or a little jungle. Because look, as you stamp them, don't they look pretty? So you could create a really pretty little border with these. So when you carry on stamping and just building up that gorgeous little border, that gorgeous little scene, it's funny, isn't it? So many handy stamps. You know, tiny stamps like this are just so versatile, and they allow you to do so many different things. I'll go back in with this one, seeing as this is where I've now going with this. Now I'm building up a border. It's one of these, you know, when you start something and don't quite know where you're going with it, and then it's like, oh, I'm doing that, am I? Who knew? Who knew that's where I were going? I keep missing that one, which is annoying. I miss it on there and I'm fine on there, but it's okay. I'll let myself off. It is nearly 8 o'clock at night and I still haven't had my tea. There we go. Spent too long dog walking to eat. Tell you, my dog walking today has not it's not led to a peaceful life. That's my dog walking today. Now, I really like that. Let's change colour. So, I do like doing this. I do like just playing. It's such good fun. Oh, Jimmy wants some blues. Well, do you know what, Jimmy? As it's Jimmy's last day, I'll pop some blues in there for you. Oh, yeah, just because. I mean, normally we ignore you, but but just because. Normally it's like, oh, what's Jimmy on about? Oh, I'll miss ignoring you in my head. I'll miss that funny little noise that I sometimes hear. That kind of little like, oh, it's Jimmy. We are joking, everybody at home. Jimmy, we all tease him. And yeah, no, we're not. Why? Oh, you're a piece of work, that Jimmy. So, what we're going to do, I'll tell you what, we've got, where is it? Let's just find the other one. Bear with. I know what I'm looking for. There it is. There it is. There's the one. This can be a little bit of blue for Jimmy. This is for Jimmy. It's for Jimmy. There we go. I mean, I expect you to still email in, Jimmy. Look, a little bit of blue. That's quite nice, that, Jimmy. Good shout, good shout. Suppose you have done a little bit of craft. You've been in our heads a little while now. There we go. And just a tiny bit more coming up the sides there. So, we got that really cute little border which looks absolutely gorgeous. I must admit, this leaf trail now, I kind of want to extend that, which I know is a bit faffy, but if I don't do it, it'll annoy me. So I'm just going to bring on my other one. I went for it with my VersaFine Claire's. I think I've got nearly every colour now, which I'm ridiculously happy about. Oh, sorry. What were the dogs today? Oh, so, who's that? Is that Jane, did you say? Jane. So, this morning, our Jane, my gorgeous Indy, legged it. So, I'm used to her running off because she does that, and it is fine. However, this morning, after half an hour, I thought, nah, she's legged it. So, I texted and said, right, I might not be able to make my 9 o'clock show because my dog's legged it. So I don't know what time I actually got her back. It might have been, I don't know if it was 8:05, 8:10. I'd literally just got her back. I can't remember what time it was. But someone rang to say they've got my dog. Oh, she were very naughty this morning. Very naughty. I'm used to her being a bit cheeky and a little bit she runs, but that's okay because, you know, she likes to run and she normally comes back and it's fine. Little Lola trotted back, showing off. Yeah, I listen to your mum. But our Indy, she really legged it this morning. She was proper naughty. Walk I've just done, she were good, and actually at some point she didn't even pull me. So that were quite good. And I still let her off again because she does, it's not often she does it like that, but oh, by Jove, she did this morning. And it had to be when I were, you know, had to be in here, and I wanted to be in by 8 o'clock, and it were like, oh, Linda, you're really, it were one of those, it were like, come on, what are you doing to me? Oh. She might have read my mind because it were like, oh, I'm very tired. Why did I say yes to 9 a.m? So she might have read my mind and like, I'll help you out, Mum. But it was too late. I'm on a field, Indy. But anyway, so that was this morning. This afternoon it were okay, but they've gone and put sheep in the field. So it meant for 3 of the fields that the dogs can normally run, I had to have them on the lead. So that were really annoying. How dare they the farmer put sheep in his own field. How dare they? So that were annoying as well. But apart from that, this afternoon's what were okay. But then I was really late back because I didn't realise what time it was. So I didn't get back here till about, were it about 6:30? We're on air at 7. Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. Dogs, you see, dogs, they're the best thing since sliced bread. Couldn't do without them. Although today, they've been a bit naughty. Lola hasn't. Lola's been showing off at how fabulous she is. Now, what I'm going to... Lola, apart from... That's what they did. When I got home, I knew there was something else. Oh, so I get, you know, through the post, you can get... look at this one. This is super cute. I'll just put this one on before I tell you that story, because it's quite funny. Look. And look, there's a little person in it. Isn't that just the cutest thing you've ever seen? They're so cute. Yeah, you know you can get delivered the washing tablet things. Yep. My dogs. One of the blue little tabs were open, and I was like, who's done that? Indy. I blew all the way up her face. You're like, well, you want it, kid. Oh man, it was like, what are you doing, girls? So yeah, they did that as well. That made me giggle because it was like, well, it's quite obvious who's eaten that, isn't it, Indy? Because you're wearing it all over your face. You're not going to get away with that. Yeah, she did look pretty, but I'm sure I bet that didn't taste good. I was like, well, you probably deserve that, Indy, I'm not going to lie. She's absolutely fine. She literally only nibbled one and realised it was vile and then didn't nibble anymore. But, oh, my dogs. See how they've been a bit cheeky today. Little worm. This is cute. Look. I love that. And this, I love doing this. Because now, you've created all that sort of goodness. I still haven't dug out my... my glitter, and I should have dug out glitter for this one. So you've got all that fabulous goodness, but now you hide all your little characters in here, you know, because you've got so much going on. So look at all your little characters. See who's going to fit in there. I mean, you've got things like, I could have put the flowers in there as well, because that flower is absolutely beautiful. You've got, oh my gosh, look at this one as well. This one is absolutely adorable. Look. And this one is a little leaf. So that one's got stuck, but this one is a little leaf just floating down. Look! With a little bug in it. Isn't that absolutely adorable? So that little leaf is just floating down. These need colouring in. When they're coloured in, they'll all work together. Oh, I tell you who's going to go on here. My favourite one. Where is she? Where is she? My little flute player. Because the little flute player's good in here. Because her dress kind of just, you know, it kind of just, not disappears, but, you know, it kind of just wisps away. So it means that it'll wisp away into this background, especially because I'm going to do it in blue. So I'll stamp her in black, but do the dress in blue. So that means it'll just fade into that background, I hope. So I'm going to pop her about there, like so. So the little worm's listening. Oh, the little, look, perfect. So the dress is just sort of disappearing into that background. Now, that, I think, is enough on that one, because I think if I put any more, then it'd be too full, and I really like that. I think that looks really, really beautiful. Obviously, when these are coloured in, I'm not colouring them in just because of time, but when they're coloured in, they'll be absolutely stunning. What time is it, by the way? Shall I do one more? Shall I do... Yeah, I'll actually do one that's going to be a card this time. So, I'll take this one, unless I make that one into it. No, let's take this one. Let's make another one. So, I'm going to pop this on my card. So, I am going to go for, what shall I go for? Oh, decisions. Don't think, Leonie, just do. So, I want to get that lovely little, I know where I'm going with this. So, let's pop him on. Because I adore this one. I love this character. It's absolutely gorgeous. So I'm having our little character, and he does look like a little chimney sweep. It's such a cool little character. Isn't it fabulous? It's fabulous. I love its hair, his little hair. It's just so cute. So you've got that one. You've also got, and I love this one as well. So you've also got your other little character who's also marching on, which looks lovely. What did you say? Oh, lovely Julia. Oh, hi Julia, love. Oh, she says, sorry she's missed Jimmy's last day. Please keep in touch, lovely Jimmy. Oh, lots of love, Julia. She didn't really like him anyway. Ross actually added that bit. Julia did like our Jimmy. And yeah, you will keep in touch, won't you, Jimmy? Yeah. Now he can. Now he's leaving. Now it's like, that's called the voice of God. So now he can use it tons. He can use... you can come in and do a bit of overtime. So I'm just going to, with this one, I'm going to trim this. Now, this won't be even because, in fact, I might make it a little bit even-ish. So I'm going to pop that at this side, like so. Like this. And no, that isn't going to be even, but it's okay. So, creating a kind of little tag. I'm then going to go in with a little bit of green, because I love this green. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous shade. So that's my bundled sage. So let's go in with a little bit of bundled sage. I am going to colour these ones in. Oh, I do wish I'd remembered my glitter. I have annoyed myself because I might have got it, but I'll go for a rummage when I've coloured this one in, and it's doing a reminder, I'll rummage for my glitter. So pop that one on like so. So we've got a nice little bit of green going on there. I'm then going to just add some little bits of grass and things like that. So just filling that space up with some of your little extras. And these grasses are all on the free ones. Remember, the free ones, you're only getting them if you're getting the big collection. And I must admit, they're really, really handy little stamps of those. They're the kind of stamps that you'll use again and again, and the sentiments are lovely as well. But yeah, the grasses are just super, super handy. And if you just keep stamping, inking and then stamping, don't just stamp one way up. You know, keep moving the stamp, and that actually, I mean, it really looks like grasses then. And it's really quite effective. There we go. And you want long grasses with these because, you know, they're stomping through the fields, aren't they? And they're only little. So, there we go. How pretty is that? That's one of your gorgeous little grasses. And then we will have a little sentiment. Once upon a time. Let's have that as our gorgeous sentiment. We're going to get it, so we're going to get a bit of a drop shadow. So I'm going to stamp it in the same green, first of all. Like so. Oh, how nice. Gorgeous font, isn't it? That is Nicola's handwriting as well. And then pop in this. Now, it might not be exact, which I'm hoping it isn't. Pretty close, though. So, we've got that. And then just colour this in. So, with these, I'm going to use my pens. Now, I'm using my pens because these are super fine liners. And the lovely thing is with this, because it's so detailed, your fine liners are perfect. However, you can still use your water crayons, your pencils even, literally anything, whatever sauce. Whatever you... What did you say? Oh, it's coming in close. So, yeah, whatever you fancy, let's give them really pink hair because I love it. I love it. You can literally do whatever hair colours you want. Because there's such cool little funny characters, you can really get carried away with all the different colours. You know, you can have them really funky and fabulous. Obviously, they've got stripy little outfits on, so you want them to have little stripes. Like so, which looks really cute. I mean, they don't blend into the forest. These are absolutely going to get seen, aren't they? Imagine if you saw these marching through while you were walking dog. Indeed, apps should eat them. Indeed, be like, nice. Oof, I tell you. When she sees something, she does two different, like, ways of hunting. She does the, you know, when they just pounce, she does that. You know, when they do that funny thing where they just leap and pounce in, she does that. But then she does the other where she goes really low and then skulks. My dog. She's lovely to watch. But today she pounced and it jumped out of her way. I saw it jump. Like, good grief. Paula wasn't the one she was pouncing. So, give it a little jacket. And then just a bit of blue on there as well. And I'm not bothering trying to stay in the actual, you know, in the actual gaps that Nicola's give us. Because I've got my contact lenses on and I can't actually see that close, truth be known. So I have to actually guess. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've missed it. Missed it, Leonie. Yep, thanks. Thanks, Jimmy. Thanks, Jimmy. You're leaving. And then just a little bit. There we go. Super. And then all I'll do, just to finish this off, I am going to look for my... no glitter backstage. There will be some, I'm sure, in all of this stuff right next to me. I will have... You would hope there'd be glitter somewhere. There will be glitter in somewhere. Okay, so I'm putting a bit of blue on that because it just looks pretty. And then just before I stick it onto the card, so I have actually got a card ready for it to go onto. I know, right? That never happens. Go round with the black, like so. I mean, I could, if I'd have got a hole punch, I could punch that and make it into a tag. But I haven't got a hole punch, so there you go. Bring this one in. So first of all, just glue that base down. I've actually used the background I did for the last one. You know, that lovely background that I created, if you did watch us at whatever time we were on. So I'll pop that one on here, like so. A little bit of 3 o'clock, so I was. So, popping that down like so. And then, let's pop this on, like this. And they are just adorable, absolutely adorable. I'm going to have that there like that. And then, our Paula cut me a couple of these. I wish I hadn't put black on it now, you know. You know, the black round the edge. For once, I wish I hadn't done that. But look, I really like these that Paula's got on her show from Memory Box. They're absolutely beautiful. Just popping a couple of those on, like so. Pop that one there, and put that one there, like that. So they're really, really, really cute. And they match this collection so well. So if you are going for your Memory Box, because we've got all those lovely little dandelions, they go beautifully. Now, I quite like that. Apart from my black line, I like that. But when I've found glitter, what I'm going to do is put a glittery line around there, and then you'll never know it's got any black marks on it. If you want, just as a side doodah, sorry, I will stop talking in a minute. Just as a side doodah, if you wanted to, get her dress, and then, with the green again, just go around the top. I just thought then, because that looks a bit plain, but if you go around with the, and it is the bit of a dress, and I love that because you can use it easily just as a background, and I think that looks really, really pretty. I mean, I'm going to leave that now because I kind of like it. I just need to find glitter. So, while I go rummaging for glitter, our lovely Derek is going to take over and remind you what we've got.
It's going to be like Challenge Annika, isn't it?
Challenge Annika.
She's going to go rummaging through a deflecto and see if there's got to be glitter in there somewhere. There's everything else. She's going to find that. She's going to find. Look at that. That was quick, wasn't it? Well, we'll go back to Leonie. No, we won't. We'll have a little ring out. She's got to have to breathe as well. This is fantastic, and again, the more you see, the more you find as well. I think it's really, really cute because you've got the little sort of teapot house there, but this little sentiment here, fairy freckles, which again is very, very cute. That's a lovely sample from Alison there, also using the AALL Create broken circle stencil in the background there, which is really, really effective. Here's one from Angie Bullock, making a couple of little tags there, back to back with the little man with his. It looks like a chimney brush, but actually, because he's so wee, he's such a little man, it's a dandelion clock. It's beautiful. It's really, really cool. Let me show you just a couple more very, very quickly, and we'll run through the collection that we've got. Here's another one from Angie Bullock here. Again, using that lovely kind of, you can interpret this as a tree house that could be coming down a slope, a hill, or anything, couldn't it? It's really, really cute. That mushroom toadstool with the little man just sat there, just contemplating life, just thinking about things, you know, just things, nothing much in particular, just stuff. Here's one from April, from the Snail and Bobo Wishes, with the pixie words in there as well. Love the little teacup, because everything is in scale with the characters. I guess it has to be. And I wanted to show you this earlier as well. This is that cute dragon on this one from Maria Grimshaw. How serene is that? I mean, you can see that there is, you know, maybe heat in the air, heat in the sky, but it's not coming from the dragon, because the dragon's so zen. He's, well, absolutely horizontal, isn't he? There's no two ways about it. Here's another one from Angie here. Again, there is the little piping girl. She's on top of the mushroom this time. But as Leonie was saying earlier, when you hide the characters in amongst the foliage, you start seeing them, don't you? And extending that foliage down as well. Really, really clever. Love it. And again, that's a beautiful Distress Oxide and ink background there with Wink of Stella in it as well. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Right, shall I show you through the collection? Because these samples are just wonderful. It's wonderful to almost swim in this gorgeous sea of samples. Remember, this entire collection sold out earlier. It's back on extended delivery, going out for you on the 26th of August, which is not long at all. With the complete bundle, you also get the free Pixie Words stamp set. And to say Pixie Words might make you sort of think, oh, well, that'll just be words and sentiments. No, there's so much more in that stamp set. But you get all 6 of the main stamp sets individually in the collection, of course, plus the Pixie Words. And look at how many. You've got the little lantern there. You've got that little sort of fireworky looking one, Pixie Hugs. You've got Dancing with the Dragonflies. There's Fairy Freckles. We saw it earlier. The little town that Leonie used there. Precious, Once Upon a Time, and Pixie Dust, and so many. I mean, you could not squeeze any more stamps into that space, really, could you? It's fantastic. Now, 3 ways of getting hold of this. Of course, you can order it outright right now with that £10 saving and the free stamp set, £76.94. Second option is you split the payment down into two flexis, £38.47, plus your P&P, unless you're a Freedom member. We don't do P&P if we're a Freedom member. Third way of getting hold of this, if you want to, is in maybe smaller bite-sized chunks. You can go for the stamp sets individually as well. All of the 6 major stamp sets are all options on the same item number at the bottom of the screen there, 339443 at £14.49. But that doesn't include the Pixie Words. The Pixie Words is just being included as a freebie with your main bundle as well. And I have to tell you, like, most people are going for that main bundle. That's why it sold out in 6, 7, 8 minutes, whatever it was, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, when we're already very much chomping into that extended stock as well, which won't go on forever. So if you love it, and it's so cute and charming, and as Leonie said earlier, you can take this to every element of your crafting. You can sneak those little pixies in. They can become part of your signature when you're making cards, so that people go, yeah, that's from Doreen, that card. Look, there's the pixie, there's a little snail. You can set it as a little challenge for people to have to find the little characters in amongst the strangest of situations. So use them with all of your other stamp sets as well. I think it's genius. It's great fun. They are just wonderfully bonkers. I love them. 913181 is the item number for the entire collection. Right, she's all glittered up. Right, shake it, baby.
Oh, glittered it. See, it looks way better than when it had a black border. That's what it needed. See, much better. We needed the glitter. So, next, I have got another card ready, so I'll actually do a card, and then if we have time at the end, I'll just play again. How many minutes are Jim? 17? Oh, we've got 17 minutes of our Jimmy. You can email in. I mean, you know, if you want to say anything to our Jimmy for his last day, wish him well, you know, or, you know, just your memories of Jimmy. If you've got any memories of Jimmy. No. That's going to be quite on the emails, isn't it? Photographs. I mean, you could just pretend you're missing your photographs. You know, there's Jimmy, and it isn't. It's just some bloke, something like that. But anyway, I bet you've been on some. Have you been on any hobbies, Jimmy? Oh, in the past, he has. In the past. Don't send them photos in. That'd be awkward too. We probably wouldn't be able to share them, especially if you had the T-shirt on. Anyway, right, let me crack on, or else we're going to run out of time. What with that? We're not going to mention those T-shirts and what he's going to be wearing. Oh no. Right, now then, I'm going to, because it's Jimmy's last day, let's have the girl jumping over the, she's jumping over, she's jumping over the dandelion, Jimmy. That's what she's doing, jumping over the dandelion. Now I'm stamping on craft cards, so I'm hoping it stamps really nice. So I've got my little craft card. Here she is, jumping over her dandelion. So, ta-da! There you go, Jimmy. That one's for you. That's for you. Jumping over. No, you're not gonna get any hate mail. I don't think. We're here, babe. So, so we got her jumping over her doodah. We're then gonna have at the bottom Oh. We're doing your pixie wishes at the bottom because I think that's cute. We've then got, coming in at the top, we'll have this little one again because these ones are super cute. Super cute. This one, it's just going to be floating. There, just floating around. So as she's jumping, that one's like whee and floating around, which is again absolutely adorable. Okay, now I'm sort of happy with that, but I do want to put some more around the outside for my border. And again, it's one of those, you have got loads of little things. Rather than a border, let me pop on a little dragonfly, because obviously in your freebie, only the freebie, you do get that little dragonfly as well, which looks absolutely adorable. So I'm happy with that one. See, that's all I'm going to do with that one, because I think that's quite cute. But I will bring in some colour, of course. So I've got my card ready to go. I'll bring in some of my Distress Oxide and just bob a little colour around the edges, like so. And I might even, I won't pick the colour up, I'll just do this. So pop a little colour around the edge, because that'll just frame it beautifully, like this. Yay! Oh, yay! Alison has emailed in. Is it an actual real email? Is it a real email? It's, Alison, thank you. She said all her best wishes to Jimmy. Oh, I'm loving Leonie's demos and dog stories. What? Whether I question... What? Oh, yeah. Is it real? Has someone actually emailed him for Jimmy? Oh, Alison, thank you. Honestly, I would like more. I think it's really cute emailing him for our Jimmy. I think that's lovely. And what? It won't be marked as junk. It will come in, honestly-ish. And go on, email in. Wish Jimmy good luck. And, yeah, I would like you to make up some memories, please. No, they don't have to be real. The funniest made-up memories possible, that would be hilarious. If you can think of any and you want to make some up before the end of the show, that would be quite fabulous. Now, look, I love these. Now, I'm just colouring this in with your pencil, Chris. I love all the little squiggly bits on them. So she's jumping over her hold on a minute. I need a nice sharp pencil there. There we go. So bringing that in. Bringing that in like so. Bringing the hair in. Now, the hair does need to be a bit brighter, really. But there we go. So we're doing that. We're going to colour a little face in. It is on craft card, so of course with craft card. The other pencils that I had on today would have been nice on craft card, but unfortunately I have to give them back, which is a shame. So that's that, and then another bit of a little bit of blue on these. Just bringing these in. Always maintain my professionalism. Always. Well, apart from other day when Nikki, did you hear that one that Nikki said the other day? Oh my gosh, it was hilarious. I'm not repeating it on air. I'm not repeating it. It was something about I can't actually even summarise what it was without making it. Yes, it was exactly that. Yeah, it was really funny, and like we all just stopped. It was hilarious. It was one of them where none of us could actually speak for ages. It was great. I haven't had one of them in such a long time. It was really funny. 10 minutes and I'm chunnering on. There we go. So just a few little white dots, because that always looks nice on craft card. There we go. And it just gives a bit of movement as well. Especially with these, because you need to have that sort of moving like this. Oh, hey, we had a memory. I love you. So, Debbie said, I remember when we caught Jimmy wearing on his undergarments. Oh, how I laughed. We remember that well, Debbie. And he picked the dog walking ones as well. No taste. And what? Jackie's emailed in. She said, Jimmy let her win on the tombola. Oh, did he now, Jackie? He's not sure if that's true or not, but we love it. Thank you very much, Jackie. I really like that. More of those, please. Oh, and people want to see what Jimmy looks like. Have we still got the camera in there? Oh, you might have to nip through, Jimmy. Are you going to get a picture? Are you going to show it? Show it on there. Yeah, put it in plan. We can show it. Unless you just run in. Maybe not. Maybe we'll really get done for that. Yeah, don't do it because there. Okay, so that's well pretty. Keep the memories coming in though. They really make me laugh. Thank you ever so much. I love it when I ask for these kind of things and you all play along. I just think that's ace. You are fabulous. It's really good fun. More memories of Jimmy. For everybody at home, it's lovely Jimmy's mum that I got my dogs off. Isn't it, Jimmy? Yeah. Hey? Yeah. Me and Jimmy went down to pick them up, didn't we? We had a lovely time. Oh, have we got the picture? Go on, we have to show the picture. Go on. Wait with this one, Jimmy. Look at you posing. Go on. Oh, he has to crop it first. He has to get it right before he shares it with the nation. Gosh, Jimmy. Oh, crop it. Don't show it like
pose,
that.
Isn't it?
Eh?
It's like catalogue pose.
It is. This is Jimmy. When you see it, folks, this is Jimmy absolutely catalogue posing it. He's doing his best. Are you done? Are you done? Not yet. Oh, he's still cropping it. Right, well, he's cropping that. I've done that, and I really like that. I think she looks absolutely gorgeous. So I'm going to bring my my card in. Now, I've used the 3D embossing folder that our Paula's got on, which is absolutely stunning. I'm going to use the same blue for around the outside that I've used on my card. Because look at that. That is such a beautiful embossing folder. I must admit, the one day, well, all the goodies, there's so many goodies on that one day special show. They're absolutely stunning. Mind you, I am a big fan. I think they're a lovely company. But that is just beautiful. I'm not going to ink it all. However, that would look phenomenal when it syncs up. But I am going to leave it as so. And then I'm going to pop a little bit of glue on the back of there, like that. Of course, you do have to make sure with the glue, it's on the flat bits, not on the embossed bits. Pop that on there like so, which is so beautiful. And then pop that on there, like this. It's an actual card. I'm making an actual card. And then pop this on. Now again with this, put plenty of glue because obviously this is 3D'd. Is he behind me? Oh my gosh, Jimmy's behind me. And then stick her on the card as well. There. So we've got, look at her. That's for you, Jimmy. Pixie wishes. Hey, pixie wishes. Jumping over. We're not jumping over the dandelion to celebrate. It's because we're sad. Honestly, these are tears. We're nearly all sad apart from Ross's happy. Can we look in the plasma yet? Jimmy! Hello, Jimmy. He's a handsome lad. Bye, Jimmy. That's our Jimmy. That's our Jimmy for everyone who are asking. Again, if you've not got long now before he leaves us, So if you've got any of those fantastic memories of Jimmy from his time here at Chandon, then obviously the craft store, we'd love to share. What's this one? Oh, Ross doesn't understand this next one, so he don't want to read it out in case it's a bit... Who's it from? Okay. Right, Lou, you've foxed him. He doesn't really understand it, so he's going to read it to Derek, and if he feels that it's okay, then... Yeah, you're going to have to Google that word. Sorry, Lou, we just don't understand that word, so... We don't want to say it in case it's dead rude, so we're going to Google it before we read it out. But you have taught us a new word, whatever it means. Is it a decent word? Is it a good word? We can't read it out, but thank you. That's fabulous. You've given us. Oh, that's fabulous. Jimmy says thank you for adding him to the bank of memories. Absolutely wonderful. Now then, have I got? What time have I got? 3 minutes. 3 minutes. We did focus on Jimmy quite a lot. I didn't stop crafting though. Hey, I tell you, I might be chatting a bit about our gyms, but we carried on crafting all the way through. And I love it because we've learnt new words. We've had new memories of Jimmy that none of us actually remember very well. I think everybody, thank you ever so much for joining in. That's really funny. You've made his evening. Aye. Derek, your favourite Jimmy memory? Have you got any? Can you remember him?
Every memory special, isn't it, Leonie?
Every
I'm
memory.
not sure I can pick one out. You know what I mean?
Every memory is special of our Jimmy.
Of course.
I think, let's see. Do you remember, Jimmy, was it the party we had for Nigel and all the boys kind of... Do you remember that one?
Finish that sentence.
Oh, yeah, it does sound a bit funny. Well, you all did a little dance for Nigel. Do you remember? Yeah, you did. Do you remember that was funny? That was hilarious. What else? What else? Obviously, I think it has to be going picking up my dogs, Jimmy. Sorry, but that were a good memory. It was lovely, that. Yeah. You got to see your parents for the first time in a year because obviously #lockdown. So yeah, that was lovely. What about you, Miss P? Have you got a good...
Every single hug that he has given me.
Oh, every single hug, because he's a good hugger.
Just call me cougar.
No. What did I say?
I thought you called me cougar.
No, you're really hearing that. I didn't say that at all. That's hilarious. You absolutely made that up, Miss P. That's well funny. Paula thought I called her a cougar. I mean, she's absolutely making that up, but I feel that might have been I feel that might have been more of a confession as opposed to anything else. Now then, look. Now look at this. This is hilarious because we've been chunnering on, and look, I have managed to do all of these 30 seconds, but I've got my sugar, I've got my tea, I've got my milk, I've got a lovely little cup and that lovely little glass of posh tea, which is beautiful. Please check your baskets out. Do not miss out on this lot because it's absolutely gorgeous. Nicola, congratulations. You've absolutely done a blinder. But I think we all need to say good luck, our lovely Jimmy. You will absolutely be missed, and I'm gonna cry on air. Good luck, love, and I'll see you next weekend. I don't know.
Oh, hello, me now. Right, it's the one-day special. Good luck, Jimmy. It's the one-day special coming up after the break. And did we mention, good luck, Jimmy. We're going to miss you. Bye.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Emma. I work with Cricut to help you get the best out of your machines. Cricut is a range of tools, machines and accessories that allow you to work with hundreds of materials. I love Cricut because it allows me to take craft projects I have in my head and make them a reality. You can customise and personalise your paper craft projects, your home decor, clothing. You can work with iron on vinyl, paper, card, wood, fabrics. The possibilities are endless. On the shows, I hope I can inspire you with ideas to help you become your creative best with Cricut. So make sure you don't miss the Cricut shows.
Hello. Good evening. Oh, I'm a little bit teary. We've been saying lots of goodbyes tonight, and it's happy but sad at the same time. Right, just pull yourself together, girl. Come on, you can do it, you can do it. Right, this is the second instalment of the one-day special, of course. The lovely Paola is here for this hour. We saw, Paola, the most amazing demonstrations from you earlier.
Thank you, you're too kind.
Oh,
but it's
no,
easy.
I don't need to speak the truth.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate that. But also, I kind of say, you know, with memory box, it's easy to be inspired to. And one of the things I love about memory box is I can rely on amazing, beautiful designs with elegance. And also, I'll say something, it doesn't matter how you use them because they are so beautiful, they speak for themselves.
They certainly do. Now, we've got to mention Julia, because obviously Julia would normally be here representing Memory Box. She can't be here at the moment, so don't know if you're watching, Julia, but we're thinking about you. Paola, it's just a delight for you to step in, but obviously we'll see Julia back in the future.
Absolutely. So this is just one of, you know, we were talking last week, and there was a lot, you said, it's not a problem, I'll do it, because, you know, I love Memory Box, and of course I love Julia, so if you're watching, Julia, big hugs to you. The reason is because I think anybody, well, we were talking about how Memory Box started, and it was one of the first ones to bring really intricate, beautiful, delicate dies when everybody else was doing bolder, nesting, you know, kind of designs. And this one day special, for me, is exactly what Memory Box is all about. It's about beautiful, elegant, sophisticated designs into a die form that is so versatile, because we are talking about flowers, we are talking about wreaths, we are talking about the gorgeous leaves as well, and we are talking about an embossing folder that is so super exquisite. It's a 3D embossing folder that has all those details. But I love how you are getting flowers that are tall and wildflowers, leaning towards the right, leaning towards the left, incredible leaves to overlap.
And
Yeah,
then, of course,
absolutely beautiful.
the embossing folder there.
Isn't that stunning?
It is just stunning. I love it. I love the fact that it has that three-dimensional. I mean, I think it has got a little touch of Art Nouveau-esque, you know, that sort of turn of the 20th century. And I love as well the gorgeous leaves in there. So if you wanted to kind of color in, you will have the depth of us as well. So it's just a gorgeous embossing folder.
It certainly is. In fact, we've got a few samples to show you here as well. Just to give the details, let me remind you, this is a Why Not deal as well for Freedom members. If you're not a Freedom member, do join if you're purchasing the one-day special, because you'll still make further savings, even after paying, of course, the monthly premium there. Now, we can just tell you also, because these are coming from America, the 30th of August is the dispatch from date, but well worth waiting for. There's something that's going to last all year round. Of course, you're going to bring these out time and time and time again. These samples are amazing. Look at this. There's so much snippability within these. You're seeing sneaky peeks. There's some dies that are coming up as well. Not everything's in the one-day special. There you can see that embossing folder's been used. If you did miss the demonstrations earlier on, do go back and rewind at 6 o'clock. A couple of different demonstrations from Paola. Absolutely amazing. Item number for the one-day special is 438606, and we've got Flexi as well, so 2 payments of £24.73 if you're a Freedom member, of course, that discount being a little bit bigger for you. Now, something that proved very, very popular in the early hours, this next die set. We did have a sellout in the launch show, to be honest with you. Now, this one has gone limited stock. This is an unusual die set, but I think one of my favourites that I've seen in a very long time. Now, I will show you the die in a second, but look at this sample here. The flower that's on there is not from the one-day special. It was the gerber that sold out earlier, but you can replicate this card with the details or the dies from the one-day special itself. But we're looking at the stacking ring die here, or the ring stack die. It is just beautiful. There's such a lovely feel about it. It's still got elegance, but it's contemporary, but there's still lots of ways you can work with it.
I love how it is like pebbles. So it could be pebbles, it could be wedding rings, it could be just an abstract formation. It's one of those ones that is a perfect background, but it's also perfect when you want to go super simple. If you trim 2 of the rings, it's a perfect wedding ring card.
Definitely. Oh, it reminds me of, what did you call that where you used to throw the rings onto the sticks?
Oh.
You could... Hoopla. Yeah, it reminds me of a hoopla. You could do sort of a little stand with stickers all over the rings.
There is the one that you throw. Yeah, I know the one. Yeah, it's a different one. No, it's not hoopla. It's hoopla. It's hula hoops. No.
Actually, it could be hula hoops as well. Yeah. It could be. It could be whatever you want it to be. Oh, can you imagine Janet Klein's little characters with the hula hoop? Oh, that would so cool. You would, wouldn't it? I love it. Well, we're limited stock on that particular die. In fact, we're very limited now. £9.99, £4.50 saving, 331178. Now, the next die, we've got a number of background dies here. The plates, this is a stunner. Let's have a look at the details. You can see on the packaging how beautiful it is. The die itself, lovely size to work with, but you don't have to use it as a whole background. There are other ways and options again. Use that as a stencil, paper piece in there as well. You've got lots of the release holes, although I don't think you always need them. When we see how easily these cut and release the paper or the cardstock, then you're not going to have too much trouble. Now look at that. Isn't that wonderful? The gold and the black together, but that would work equally as well with so many of the colours. Even tone on tone as well.
It's
Paola.
gorgeous.
Isn't that lovely?
You know, the thing is, sometimes when you have got a sort of dies that you can just do simple but elegant cards, is just what you need.
It is absolutely gorgeous. £16.99, £7 saving, £693,199. Now, before we go further down the counter, I've just got to backtrack a little bit. Oh, well done. You are going to love this die. The ring stack has just sold out. I'd love to see if someone does actually make a hula hoop for Janet Klein's figures now. It
would be so fun, wouldn't it?
Please send a picture in if you do that. But we've got lots more on offer. That's 2 sellouts we've had already during this one-day special. One in the launch hour and another one there. So you need to be quick if you see something you really like. Now, we've got the... what we're going with next. We're going with the stamps next. We are, aren't we? Yeah. The... Well, we've got the birthday greetings here, but there's more than birthday in here. You can break these down and use them in different ways, but there's certainly sentiments that don't even mention birthday. So something for everybody, something that is, of course, going to work with the dies we've got on today's show, including more of the dies we haven't actually seen yet this hour.
There's something, again, for every occasion. Love that. A great price as well at £16.99. You've got a £7 saving. Let me just bring in one of the samples here to show you. 727550 is the item number. That is such a wonderful font and definitely Art Deco, isn't it? It works so beautifully.
I'm going to hopefully use this one in 2 of my demos to this hour. One of them is kind of using the square rectangle inside it, but the most beautiful. It's just so delicate. And can you see the elegance? I mean, imagine coloring in, paper piecing as well.
Yeah.
You could choose some of those elements as well. Love this card as well.
Do you know, I know a couple of people that have had parties with an Art Deco theme. So if you are planning something for the future, maybe with a theme, these would make great, not just the dies, but the stamps as well, because you can break those down and use different sentiments, but great invitations or menus and things like that. So do think, you know, further than your card making. Now, the next one is your inspiration stamp. So we've got more wonderful sentiments for you. Another one with a great saving. Now this one's got £4 saving, only £10.99. You are my sun, you are my moon, and all of my stars.
I love that sentiment.
I know it's your favourite,
you might
isn't it?
Yeah, you might recognize it because it is from a poem or from E.E. Cummings. So it's just a fabulous. I mean, of course, the poem goes on and on, but it's just such a beautiful sentiment.
Love it. And we've got another sample. In fact, we've got a couple of samples here. First one, the sentiment is life is better with a friend like you. And of course, you can see other dies that we've got coming up, which we haven't shown you yet. So watch out for those. There you are. You make me so proud. I do love that. Again, very simple but very elegant. 964468 is the item number for that particular set. Now we're going back to the deco theme and we've got the geometrics for you. This is another plate, but a little bit more of an open plate, this one. Again, great snippability. You have got areas that you can paper piece. That would make a gorgeous stencil once again. The centerpiece could be used on its own. I mean, again, cut into that, use it as corners and panels. Look at this card. I absolutely adore that. I mean, this is a heavyweight vellum or a parchment, but you can see how beautifully it's holding the detail of the die there, isn't it, Paola?
It is a 200 GSM parchment, but I think when you do it like this, it kind of holds its rigidity. I absolutely adore this die. I think it's one of those dies that if you like deco, or even, like, for instance, I love deco, but I like versatility. I can see that making it more Japanese if you wanted to. The center die also can be, that frame can be also Japanese, Chinese, style, Oriental, but ultimately it's a beautiful label as well.
It certainly is. £16.99 is the price, £7 saving, 603810. Now we've got the Art Deco Curve, another beautiful die. Now there's different ways you can work with this one. Again, watch out for more dies coming up. Now we're looking at the detail that has been cut out in the gold here, that wonderful detail in the corners, that curve that goes all the way up that card. So it cuts the cardstock out. Again, you can see ways of snipping into this one, maybe adding 1 or 2 paper pieces in there and bringing the colour in if you want to do that. £9.99, that is a great price actually. I'll just show you the die itself. I'll just turn that card around so you can see it against the white. Oops-a-daisy. There we are. You can use that, of course, vertically or horizontally. You've got choices. You can see lots of ways you can build this one together, can't you? £4 saving, 845300 is the item number. Now, a very similar die is the next one. We've got the curve again, but a different design. Do have a look at this sample. Using one of the flowers from the One Day Special. We're looking at the packaging at the moment, but, you know, it's almost like a sun ray in the corner. Isn't that so delightful? Look at this. Oh, absolutely love it.
I love that die because it's just such a versatile kind of dies as well, and the fact they coordinate with each other, with the previous one and the next one, you know, it just makes it so many possibilities.
You know, I'm just looking at that. You could make that into a pocket, couldn't you?
You can indeed. That's a very good idea. Yeah, I love that.
A nice
idea.
photograph. That could be a very elegant corner.
That would be
corner
lovely.
Pieces to hold a photo.
Oh, I love that.
That is lovely. Well, if you want to know how to do that, of course, you can go for the die that we're currently looking at because that will cut that shape out of the cardstock for £9.99, £4 saving, 481808. But the next die If you want to stretch a little bit further, this is a really, really good die to go for as well. Now, we did see this in the earlier show in demonstration. If you're looking at that thinking, well, yeah, it's an oval, it's an aperture, it's a little bit more than that because you do get the oval die. You can use these two together and create an effect. You can use them separately. This die, you can see the score line down the side. There's also a score line down the centre. Paola, there's so many options with this one. I did just show that previous card. I'll pick this one up. You can see how you can fold along those score lines and create almost a gatefold there. But there's more options as well because earlier on, Paola, you did a lovely rainbow card. In fact, I'm just going to grab that if I may. Because just using the score line on the side and ignoring the one that goes down the centre, look at this that Paola created in the earlier show. Hinging all those colours of the rainbow together, using the flowers from the one-day special, creating that concertina card. You could keep that going as long as you wanted as well, couldn't you? There's no end to that.
Yeah, absolutely. There is no limitation in terms of how many you put in. It's just how many you want. And you could do them as well. Like I have done them as a concertina, but you could do them as a diorama. So they are kind of enclosed, so they kind of just sit flat and then kind of go in there. So
lots of options again. If I just show you that area there, that's the hinge that's created using the fold on the side of the die. So yes, lots of opportunity. Another good one to go for £8 saving, $18.99, 526 681 is the item number. Now there is another die that will work very, very well with the corners or the arches that we've seen, plus the oval that we've just seen, and it's this one. They all stand alone, but together it does open up further options. Only $9.99 for this one. Again, use it vertically, use it horizontally. You've got a £4 savings, 052703. Now just bring in one of those cards again. It doesn't really matter which one I bring in. Obviously the curves, where you see the glittery effect, they've been cut with those lovely decorative curves, but then the solid blue behind there has been cut with the arch that I've just shown you. So to add those elements of matting and layering, but in a very sort of fancy, elaborate way, then you can create those with these dies together. 052703 is the item number for the tall curve. Now we've got a lattice die for you next. Again, Paola used this in the earlier show. Use it as a stencil, actually. Lots of ways, again, lots of options. You could lace vines and sort of all sorts of flowers in there as well. If I just open this one up first of all, so you can see the lattice in the background because there's an overlay over the top of a die that we've not currently seen. So a very useful one again. Use it, cut it up, paper piece it, lots of options. Item number 929644, $16.99 for that one and a £7 saving again. Now, I'm going to hang on to this card, but I've got another sample to show you for the next one as well. That's coming up. Now, this is your gilded plate. The detail of this is incredible. It really is such fine detail this is going to cut. I've got to keep questioning how a die can cut so finely, but you will see what I mean when I show you this next sample. Details there for you, another £7 saving. $16.99 is the price on this one as well. This is your gilded plate. Look at that. Isn't that just so beautiful? 701111 is the item number. If I just bring back in that previous sample, you can see the overlay on the top is the gilded die as well. So that's been used in conjunction with the trellis because when you put them together, they do fit perfectly. So many options. Right, now then, we've got one more to show you on the counter. This is another one that I've really fallen in love with. You might have sentiment stamps, you might already have dies to go with them, but this one in particular, when you see some of the samples, and I'm sure we'll see more with Paola as well, you can cut out every one of these sentiments. The font is beautiful. There are 9 stamps, there are 9 dies, so one for each. Oh, we've been busy on this one. £9 saving, $21.99 is the price. Item number 394737. How many's gone with this one? How? A quarter of the stock has gone already on this one. You'll see why I think this one is so special when you look at the samples or see this in demonstration. So don't forget to check those baskets out. We did have a very busy show earlier on. We've already lost 2 individual items. Of course, we have got the one-day special. We've still got a few more things to show you as well. Paola's getting ready for her first demonstration. So I'll get through the next ones as quickly as I possibly can. Now, we've got the arched deco for you next. This is beautiful. I'm going to pick the die up We can see with the packaging there exactly how that's going to look. You can see a sample at the side as well. But I'll just pop that die in so you can see the actual plate. This works both ways up. Paola did point this out earlier and she's quite right. Whichever way you put that die, you can use it. I love the sample where the black band has been threaded underneath those arches there as well. It just gives it a totally different look. Teamed with flowers from the one day special as well. Gorgeous. Item number for this one, 537541, just £16.99 and a £7 saving there as well. Now the next one, we've got the Happy Birthday Flourish. Paula, you could chop into this if you wanted to. You could take the flourishes away if you wanted to.
Or you can chop the birthday, just happy. You know, you can have, so if, for instance, the sentiment that is, you are my happy place, you could have happy, beautiful die cut, and then you are my
Love it. You could even just use the flourishes there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other word, I just love anything with a flourish on. £10.99 is the price for this one. A great buy again. £5 saving. 627401. Don't forget, if you're going for the one day special, we've got a flexi on there. So if you are wanting to add anything in, you can also split the cost. It does make it a lot easier. We've got lots of goodies still left. But we've also had those sellouts, Paola, and it just shows how quickly things can go.
Absolutely. And memory box, I would say, it's just one of those investments. There are dies that you invest and they will last a lifetime because they are absolutely they are timeless in the sense. Now, I'm going to start by embossing because the embossing folder from the one day special is absolutely stunning. And it's one of those embossing folders, like everything that memory box does, that is so exquisite that it is not necessarily, aside from the sentiments, which of course they relate to particular circumstances, the dies and the stamps and the embossing folders, they give you that kind of, for any occasion. You know, you can send beautiful flowers to any occasion, but look at that, how that has embossed. Now, one of the things that, of course, I'm going to say is like, this is a 3D embossing folder, which means that it has got that kind of that dome, that it's not just one level, it has got that kind of multiple levels there. So it has got an extra thickness, which is a standard, well, sort of a standard in terms of 3D-dimensional embossing folders. Just refer to your embossing, your die cutting machine, whatever kind of sandwich will work. For the Go Pound and Emboss, it seems to work for me, just the A plate and a raspberry plate, or I think it's like kind of a 3mm plate or something like that. Just try whatever you work with. Now, what I'm going to do, you can see that it's a little bit random, but I like that because this is using leftovers as well. I like the idea of using things that we have already. I'm going to start the demo. It's very simple, but it's quite similar to the previous card, but in this the previous hour. But I like to show the gorgeousness of this embossing folder.
The new colour. Is it the new colour?
No, this is Salty Ocean.
Oh, it's a little bit.
It's a little bit lighter, yeah. Price ribbon is a little bit deeper purpley, but it coordinates really well. So I'm kind of leave it like that. I kind of wanted a little bit of darker tone in the outsides in there, and leaving that in there. Now, if you wanted to maybe make it a little bit more yellow, you can bring in Salvage Patina, which is one of the newer colors as well, or Mermaid Lagoon. It's up to you. Now, I know that Leonie is in the building, so I'm just going to I'm going to clean up. You know, I just don't want to upset her. Just I'm going to clean up. Not the cleaning up, but kind of picking up the color, because even if it's faint, that will be for another background.
Of course.
And something like that, obviously, that's a little bit stronger in color, but that kind of will go in there and just kind of, you know, sort of starts going somewhere. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my deco, gorgeous of the deco plate in here. It's one of my favorite. Well, it's funny because I haven't been able to have a proper favorite because I adore all of them. It's one of those ones that you're kind of thinking all of them work so well. Now, of course, I'm going to run it through my Go Power and Emboss. They will work. They are wafer thin dies, right, Catherine? So they will work on your standard die cutting machines All of them will work through any 6-inch wide or A5. So your catalogs, your Jane Davenports, your Kaleidos as well, those ones will work perfectly here. Now I will turn it around just because I know that there is very fine lines in there, and also because if you turn it around and you run it a second time, that means that the beads fall off much easier. It's just a question of...
that went through, Paula.
Oh, thank you. I'm
Give it
glad
a
you're
nudge.
here to tell me. So I would be like, it's a bit slow. You know, it's not as slow. It's just that. Right. So what I have, what I want from here is two things. Well, you get a proper frame, so you are getting the outer. So basically the inside, which we want because that's going to be for our sentiment, and then we also get, of course, the beautiful frame. Now it comes in with this gorgeous die here as well. So that one, I just wanted to show you how beautiful it die cuts. Now it will die cut that one, so you can see it. Sorry, if I put it there, you can see it better. So that's the, that's the intricate. But also, can you see the negative, that bed in there? How gorgeous it looks as well. And then you have also the label inside it. So you are actually getting so many more. Look at that. I just love how that looks even like
Paula,
that.
has it embossed that detail?
No,
on
no,
that
no.
framework?
That's the cards.
It's the cards.
The cards,
is
yeah.
it?
Yeah, the
Right,
cards
okay.
had already. Yeah, that would be amazing if it did. Oh, that reminds me. Maybe I should design a embossing folder like that. Good idea. Maybe Catherine, maybe in a few months' time, it's like, yeah, that's what we need to do, because that would be amazing. It's very fine detail. Right, so I'm going to go with a die brush to remove all the bits, so as many as I can go through, and that will be a little bit easier. So then, when we take it out, the die, oh, that's the cutter, not the pocket tool. There we have it. So you can see.
Show us earlier on, Paula, that you'd saved all the little bits
Yeah.
that fallen out of one of the dies. Would you do the same with this one?
Well, I would probably do a little bit of paper piecing, so I would keep the larger pieces.
Yeah.
I wouldn't keep and the square ones. I might be inclined to, but not with the white ones.
Okay.
Yeah. But the reason is because I wanted to, can you see that you can overlay it and just add that element in there? You don't have to do everything that is perfect, everything that is kind of just having those lines in there just kind of breaks the irregularity of the background, the kind of wonky lines in there. So I like things like this. Then we are going to put a sentiment. Shall I go for life is better with a friend like you?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's good. That's so nice. Everybody agrees because we are all friends here. Baker, you have got a point, Miss Baker, because they are all very nice sentiments in here. So this one, no, that's, so, but that's, yeah, but apparently Jimmy is not allowed this card. I have to say, I have very clear instructions making Jimmy's living card, and I can't repeat the words that were in it.
No, don't.
I have never made such a rude card in my life, nor I intend to. So you better not leave, Baker, because otherwise you will have even worse words. Right, so we have got in here, so the sentiment, life is better with a friend like you. And then I kind of just like it breaks down the kind of lines in there. Now what it needs is a little bit flower, or maybe what about putting a, greenery in green from the One Day Special, because that, I think that would work really well. Now, if I was at home, what I would do is I would die cut this piece that I kind of, it has got a lighter color. I'm going to risk it actually. Because the reason why I wasn't going to was because, of course, it's still damp.
Yeah.
So, and you know very well, Catherine, that if it's damp, it won't die cut as well because the fibers are. But you know what? There's nothing like live TV.
You've got a great machine. You might get away with it.
You know, if it doesn't cut, you know that it's because of the fibers still being wet. If it die cuts, well, brilliant. That's a good point as well, because I remember with die cutting, sometimes it really does affect the humidity that is in the atmosphere, or you know how. So if you have got problems all the time, problems with die cutting things, oh, it has gone perfectly. It might be because the card is too damp.
You know, that is a good point, because I know a lot of people, if they haven't got room in their houses, maybe have a crafting shed outside.
Yes.
In the winter, if you're storing card in there as well, you will find a big difference. It is true.
You know, it's funny because that's a conversation that once I know it sounds. I'm going to name drop it, but I'm going to do it with intent. Tim Holtz, we are having this conversation about different products, and he was saying that because he lives in Arizona, therefore certain dyes that have got the scoring lines would cut.
Yeah.
Rather than, because it's very, very dry. Whether in what is it, New Jersey, where I think Ranger is based, because it's very damp, humid, it would be the opposite thing. They wouldn't cut properly because of that.
You know, that is really interesting, because, and you mentioned your home is very dry.
Yeah, it is.
I live in a very old cottage, and I'm kind of the opposite end of the scale there as well. So, you know, it is a point. You know, it really is a point. Where are you storing your cardstock?
Yes.
Some people work in a conservatory, so in summer it's going to be very dry. In winter, it could be quite damp.
Exactly. So that's a question that it might be that makes, because it's not so much about, sometimes it's just the accumulation of the dampness into the card.
Yeah.
That has created, and I know the house I used to live before, this house that I live now, it was very, very, very humid, and I had, you know, I knew that, so I kind of had to have a dehumidifier all the time in my craft room, just because otherwise it would be impossible to die cut or to. Yeah, so that's something that I don't think people we even mention it as much. But anyway, all that the version is all. At the end, it die cut beautifully. The paper that it was a little bit wet. Now the reason why I'm putting it just in here is because I'm gonna overlay it here first. So I didn't want any foam pads in here because I wasn't sure where I'm gonna position this. But I really like the simplicity.
So nice. I'm loving the blue and the white together.
It's elegant, isn't it?
Yeah.
There is something about memory box that I find very inspiring about the fact that you can use the simplest color combinations. I'm having a minute with the glue today, so I just apologize for it. That is kind of inspires you to use colors that you know, they are just so simple, so beautiful, because you know the die is going to do all the work. Like,
looking at the border as well there, Paula, you could do this with any of the borders actually. If you cut straight down the centre and you've got points where you can see where the centre is, and extend that out and put a ribbon or a band across, so you can make those rectangles look bigger.
Absolutely, you can do
I'll
that.
turn them into squares even.
Oh, you can then trim those ones as well and create like two frames that they open up as well. So then kind of, but I kind of like, because when you put it like this, it feels that it's kind of the full card in there, isn't it? So I'm going to take my massive glue gun so I don't miss it.
Oh, wow.
It's just, it's just because, it's just, you know what? Where you can have a big one while having a small one. You know. There we have it.
That is another stunning demonstration. And you know what? I will say it because I know it won't offend Paula, but you could achieve that. You could do exactly that and get those same results, because those dies are going to do the work for you. Take the inspiration. You do need that knowledge. You do need that brain to sort of see and visualise how things are going to come together. This is why we love having guests, and especially guests like Paula, who presents and guests for us, you know, to bring those ideas to the table. Because, you know what, sometimes you do lose that mojo and you just look at that and you think, that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. I can follow that. Let's have a look at the details for the one-day special again. Now, it is a why not deal. That means, of course, if you're not a Freedom member but you're joining, once you've paid that fee, you're still making savings when you take into consideration what you'd be paying for the postage and packaging. You are getting, in fact, 10 individual dies here. There are 4 sets, but there's more than 1 die in each set. And, of course, that wonderful embossing folder. It is the 3-dimensional folder as well. I will bring those samples in again. I'll very quickly just show you the board, if I may, so you can see the 10 individual dies. So if you want to, I know Paula did show it earlier on, but if I just take this little die here, you can flip that over and make a fuller flower. You can layer up the petals. You can give them a little bit of a twist as well. You've got flowers or stems that face one way, some that face the other way as well. The wreath I absolutely adore. We've not seen that in demonstration yet. I don't know if we will this hour or not, but I'm sure we will at some point during the one-day special. And of course the embossing folder, we've seen how beautifully that works. Oh, I love it. It's sweet peas, one of my favourite. I didn't grow any this year. I don't know why I didn't grow them. I know why. I put raspberries in the pot instead. I did. That's true. Peach-coloured raspberries. Who knew it? Saw them here at the craft store and bought, as I do. Let's show some more samples. This was a demonstration from the earlier hour using the trellis dies, the stencil. I mentioned that earlier on. One of the other dies we've got on the show, that beautiful grid, or the gilded plate there, and of course the flower from the one-day special, and also the embossing folder as well. I'll just flash in front of you one or two more samples. There's the wreath. We've got another lovely sample with a wreath on it as well. That particular one, you can see how it hangs over the edge of the page. That one goes into the page. Oh, look at this. I just want to walk through that meadow full of daisies. It's beautiful, isn't it? Gorgeous. Look at that one, using those different plates as well. Everything works together. 2 payments of £24.73. If you're a Freedom member, that's your payment today, just £24.73. 438606 is the item number. Over on the website, you will find everything we've got on the show. I don't know if there's more besides, but we have had a couple of sellouts. So if you do try putting something into your basket and it won't let you, it has gone. Do have a look actually at the stamps with the dies. You can get the stamps on their own, but with the dies, because you've got a great saving there as well, they are just wonderful to work with. Lots of those plates. We've got the ovals, we've got the arches. Oh, I'm sorry, the stacking rings have gone. And also we lost the gerbera earlier as well. But busy, busy, busy across the board. Paula, can I come back to you?
Yes, you know, because I was going to do something else, but then you mentioned that I haven't done the wreath yet. So I thought, you know what, you are absolutely right. We should do a wreath. Now I'm going to do it with a color combination that is not necessarily one of my go-to, but it's one that I remember doing years ago, and I fell completely in love. And it's funny, isn't it, when there are color combinations that you kind of fell out of love, but then you're thinking, oh, but that's really, really nice, you know. So I'm kind of gonna go for it. So I'm maybe I'm gonna do a thank you card. I'm gonna do a thank you card because we have got a lovely set. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna change my mind. I'm gonna
let you do that. We don't mind.
Well, you do when I don't do what you suggested. It's just because I feel so bad because I thought I was following your instructions and I was like, Paula, you don't listen properly. And I was like, I did. I was trying, and anyway, I felt so bad. Right, so it's of course. So I'm gonna do a purple and copper kind of bronzy kind of card in there. So again, this is a die that will go through an A5 die cutting machine. But of course, if you have got an A4 like I'm using here, you know it's easier because then you can use a larger die. So then you can see here that it's a beautiful copper card. Now even the leftovers you could, if you wanted to, if you were clever, unlike me. If you are clever, what is it? What was it? What is the biggest point here? I think it's some. Well, could you see that you could say that kind of on the wreath in the negative, but we are not going to do that. But you know, I just wanted to show that you could, if you wanted to. So you could do a kind of a 2-for-1 kind of sort of thing.
And again, you could paper piece the wreath in then a different colour.
Absolutely, that would be amazing. Now, one thing I would say is that there it is. Gently tease it off because, of course, we are talking about beautiful cardstock, and there we have. And then kind of, you don't want to tear it, but it's like, sometimes it's like, oh, it has like cut so nicely that it's just kind of, but look at this. I love this color combination. Now I kind of see that it's too big, the kind of, the mat. So I'm going to go in. Sorry, I'm going to just trim it because it just really bothers me. So I'm going to go in maybe about there. So I'm going to go in about I'm going to say 4 there.
Oh,
and
the conversations. The
yeah.
conversations.
I went weird because I kind of went like,
can I just say, I am up next with the craft along, everybody. It looks like they've given me a nice wooden chair. Mr. Baker in the gallery was being very kind and said, can we not find a nice cushion for Catherine? Actually, it's not a cushion. I need a booster seat because I'm not tall enough. I need to be a little bit higher.
Well, if you're not tall enough, I mean, what do I need like a bar stool or something like that for, you know. Oh. That's just kind of... But it was really nice because he did say, because, well, it's Catherine, it's crafting royalty. She needs the cushion. But look. They're going to put a P in the bottom of it. So therefore, you will not definitely notice it. They will test
I hope it's the vegetable type. That's all I can say. Oh. We don't want any wet cushions.
I did not expect that from you, Catherine. I did not. I expected it from many other people, but... Anyway, moving on, trying to move on. Yeah, that's kind of, like you can see in here that I have got the happy birthday that we had, that looks really regal. But then, of course, you can say, right, so, for instance, this one, I'm going to go in... For instance, maybe this one's wishing you the best. So maybe, okay, so what I'm going to do is wishing you the best or sending, there, that one kind of work. I don't know, it might not work because I kind of had another idea in the mind, but then I kind of went like, oh, this will work better. This is something that it drives me insane about myself. So if you're at home thinking, Paula, just make your mind up. I'm the same. Imagine living with me. But it's kind of, because you can see in here that we have got wishing you the best, and then...
I absolutely love this set,
It's just gorgeous, isn't it? Now, for this set, definitely you need to have low-tack tape or washi tape to secure it. I like to use low-tack tape because you can use it so many times. And then I'm going to use the... I always trim the piece of card when it's such a beautiful card like this, because if you put it through and there is a small speck of cards in your plate, so say for instance this one, that would emboss a little bit. Okay. So hence when it's easier for me to trim it like that than to put the whole thing through.
Right.
The way that my brain works, it's just like I know that I will not be careful enough to clean the whole plate. So I'm going to put the die there. So you can see how simple I'm kind of using this card. I just think it just works, doesn't it? Oh, again, just kind of put it in. So there, what also you can do with this one as well is the fact that you have, what is the dies that I kind of want? Oh, here it is. Those little ones in here. So if you wanted to, this is something that I wanted to do is... See, I have a plan. I seriously have a plan, but then my brain gets so distracted with...
We like that though, Paula.
Can I go downstairs? 1 minute.
You'd never throw that in the bin.
I'm disgusted with myself, Catherine.
Oh, Paula.
I'm absolutely disgusted with me. I'm just, that's not good, is it?
It's not. You could get at least 3 of those.
Exactly. I mean, how dare I? I'm having words with myself, to be honest. I'm really having words with myself in a minute. Now, of course, I'm going to put this, but showing you what that has die cut in here. Look at this. Wishing you the best. Now, you can do... See, you can see that I kind of not sure that it works with the birthday there. So you could trim it or you could put it in the inside. I think it's a little bit too much contrast in there. So I'm not quite happy with it. I'm going to want to do a very elegant card. So I think that is a little bit too contrast. So for this card in Pacific, I'm not going to use it. So what I do, I put it in my little box of things. And this is all things that I have been discarded from previous cards. And then I have got ready for the next card that I'm making. So this is a good top tip, I would say, to have, like, if you do something and then you're thinking, no, I don't really like it, then you can do, see, this is what I wanted to do. So you can then bring them in because then you can bring little elements in there, and then I'm going to die cut more of them. So this is what I'm going to be doing. So just going to run it. So in the meantime, shall I glue these bits in here? Now, the other thing I wanted to show you is I'm going to grab a die set. This is not a memory box. This is a John Next Door die set. But what I wanted to show you is that this is a circle. So you can work it out that there is a circle die that will match the diameter. So
there's a lot of dies in that.
It's a fabulous die set. So what I want to mean is, like, if you wanted to do a shaker card, you can die cut an acetate, you can die cut something in top of it, and you could die cut even a three, kind of foam pads around it. Yeah. You could do that as well. So that's kind of the elements in there. They kind of do those. Now the other thing you could, I love these ones. Look, because it kind of you see that it just kind of creates that corner in there, that kind of element of detail there as well. And remember that if you have got funky foam or something like that, you could die cut funky foam out of these dies and then use them as foam stamps. Yeah. So you, especially these ones that are kind of really nice and bold in there. I just like the corner there.
Look what you've managed to do out of that scrap piece of card.
I know, and there is more, don't tell. Yeah. Can you imagine? It would have been a tragedy, wouldn't it? You would have hated myself forever. No, I'm not that exaggerating. I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit. Just a little. So I'm going to put some foam pads in here. So I'm going to put just a couple there and there. Because I have got these ones that are a little bit thicker, and then at home I would probably put a couple more. Foam pads is one of those things that I tend to, just tend to use the larger ones more than the smaller ones. So I'm always left with the tiny ones, which then are a pain to remove the backings on. So what I'm going to do is I'm not glue them. I'm then going to place this in the middle, and then I will glue them perfectly later on. Okay. I'm going to glue that flat. Now, if I was at home, I'm going to be honest, I probably would put foam pads on the back of this, so to give it a little bit of dimension. I just like dimension. I just like the 3D of foam pads, but because it's a little bit quicker for me when I'm demonstrating to use glue, glue in here. So I'm going to just put this one in here, and then finally, of course, I'm going to use the Happy Birthday, and then I love your idea of the swirl. Also, is really beautiful. Because I kind of think that also what you could do is just do the swirl in a different color. So maybe in a purple with a glitter in there as well.
Oh, do you know, that could be also, when you've got your fairy with the wand.
Oh, yeah.
A magic spell, and you kind of, in the cartoons and things, and you see sort of the swirl, don't you, coming from the wand?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that would be so cool. Yeah, those yeah, completely. The characters that Leonie had in the previous hour. See, I need to put foam tape in here, especially there. Because I think that it would be nice to have a little bit of the foliage in there as well.
We've got some amazing variation of shells today.
The other thing
about it.
Yeah. Now, the other thing, and this is not the right color, but what I wanted to show you is that if you wanted to add elements like corners in here, you could do that. So do you want to see how to add, or we could, sorry, this is me being me, add some of these corners as well.
Oh yes, that will tuck under the edge, won't
Shall we do that?
Oh, let's do it. That's the reeded one, isn't it? You've got
the one that I got wrong. Yeah, in the previous hour. Yes, that's the one.
I wasn't trying to remind you, Paula, I promise.
Yeah, I did get it wrong. So it's not, it's just.
I'll do that one because I think that would be amazing price on this. Only £9.99. Look at that, £4 saving. This is the reeded deco curve. We've got a couple of different options for you, but particularly now we're looking at the reeded one because that's the one that Pam was going to be using. 481808. You can see the packaging there. Straight away you can see where you can separate those corners. Again, you could put two together, form a rectangle or a square. You've got a piece of ribbon or a border running through the centre as well. So lots of different options.
Indeed. Now I have got this one in here, and then I'm gonna just and then gonna go in.
Oh, I'd keep some of those.
Oh, absolutely. These ones. Look at this. This is why I wanted it. Just for those lines. Not really, but look at this. Actually, you know, now saying
Actually, that does work very well.
I mean, this was the original idea, which actually works really nice as well. I actually prefer it with...
Do you know, I think if you'd not put the extra foliage on, I would have definitely gone with the arches.
Oh,
but I actually quite like that. Works as well.
That works. I mean, there is so much in here, but this is just an idea. I'm going to do the corners though because
I like that.
I think these corners like this, it balances, and then I can put these ones in here as well.
That's it. You've done it. That's it.
I cracked it.
Love that one.
Finally. You know, it only took how many minutes we have been in this card? No, I don't know. But sometimes does it happen to you, Catherine, that you are kind of creating something or one of your fabulous crochet characters, and then suddenly thinking, oh, I'm not sure if doing this or that, and then, you know, you back and forth a little bit.
Yeah, or you've got an idea for something you want to make, and you get going and you think, actually, this is looking... For instance, what was it I was doing? One character turned from something into something completely different. Oh, and I'll tell you what, when I did the unicorn, it looked nothing like a unicorn when I first started making it. I thought, I haven't got a clue what this is going to be. But do you know, when I finished putting it together and all the curls and everything went on, I was so pleased with it.
Exactly, isn't it? Because sometimes we have got, and I think that's as a crafters is a very important, reassuring thing to know that we are not the only ones that kind of have that sense of having a destination in crafting. Can be a good thing or it can be a bad thing because then you don't find the different possibilities that they are better, you know.
So I totally agree. And if you've got an aim and you don't actually reach that aim, but you achieve a different journey, so be it. It doesn't matter, does it? As long as you get to the end of the journey.
Yeah, if you create a rhinoceros instead of a
rhinoceros. It might have started as a duckling, but it ends up as a rhinoceros. Who knows?
So I was thinking, you never know. And it's fine. It's a beautiful animal. So, it's kind of... no, I was thinking of a unicorn, because if I try to do a unicorn, you can bet that it will look like a rhinoceros.
You do know, Paula, don't you, that I intend at some point to create different characters from the people that work here, including yourself.
Well, I cannot wait to see it.
Let's hope you don't turn into a rhinoceros, that's all I can say.
I wouldn't be offended in the slightest. I would think I deserve that. Anyway, but you can see here that how simple it was. I mean, yes, I kind of changed my mind a few times around it, but you can see that the wreath is just so beautiful and that gorgeous. And it's a simple card, and like you were saying, anybody can achieve that.
That is lovely. It really is. It looks as though the flourishes of Happy Birthday are entwined in that wreath there. Beautiful demonstrations yet again. You can catch 3 more shows with Paula tomorrow. You are very, very lucky. Let's have a look at the one-day special again, because, of course, you're getting 10 individual dies there. We've not really seen so much of the florals this time, but that doesn't matter. It just shows how versatile the whole collection is. The wreath has been used. We can see the snippability again in the flowers and the foliage. You've got flowers going right, flowers going left. You can make them silhouetted. You can use coloured card, glitter card. You've also got, of course, that embossing folder as well. 2 payments of £24.73. If you're a Freedom member, you have got a why not deal here, so think about the possibilities of joining the Freedom Club. If you're a non-Freedom member currently and you are buying this collection, 438606 is the item number. Now, the signature greetings. 1/3 of the stock has gone. Honestly, I absolutely love these. I'm just going to reach over, if I may, and pick something up, because just one of the sentiments here, what I want to point out is not only can you stamp and die cut, but sometimes with the die cuts you kind of get almost a bubble effect around the wording. but this cuts perfectly to the lovely font. So look at the flourish on the W there. This is why I like these so much. I just think they're very, very elegant and work so well. And of course you can emboss that word in if you want to. When you stamp, you don't have to just stamp with ink. It gives you those opportunities. You've got a die for every one of those sentiments as well. Sometimes you find with sets that you get only a certain amount of dies to go with the stamps. You're getting one for each one. So 9 stamps, 9 dies, 394, 737, only £21.99. You've got a £9 saving here, so really good reduction on this one. Now I think we can squeeze another demonstration in, so I'm going to head back to Paula to see if she's ready to go again.
Right, so I'm gonna do a quick one because I just love this die so much. The retro one, the kind of Art Deco. I just think I die cut it out of the gorgeous silver carpet. I just wanted to show you how. Look at this and background that is. If I put it there, look at that. How gorgeous! This is acrylic paints. This is one of backgrounds done with an acrylic roller. So you have got the mix of ability to create very architectonic cards in here. Now I'm gonna go in with Kitsch Flamingo, and I'm going to do I'm just going to do the quickest card possible. So I'm going to go in with Kitsch Flamingo and blending brushes. These ones are from John Lockwood, and kind of go in as well with the dark colors of, this one is a Seedless Preserve, because I wanted to have a little bit more of a darker tone in there. And then I'm going to bring in, just make sure that I kind of, I'm not too precious about mixing colors up, but into the inks, and then kind of bring that in there. Then look at this. This is how it's looking.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
Wow.
Now I kind of want to have a little bit stronger color there, so I'm going to bring in a little bit more from the glass mat. That's one of the advantages to have a glass mat to coming in. And then, do I have a little bit?
That reminds me so much of some of the fabric we had on earlier.
Oh,
the fabric.
Yeah. Let me see, where was the black here? I wanted to go a little bit of black.
Ooh, bit of drama.
Yeah, just to bring in a little bit, yeah, like you say, a little bit of drama, and kind of, because that's a kind of, when I think Art Deco, that's what I think about it. It's just kind of that kind of, you know, all the lights, the glitz and the glamour, but also a little bit of the drama, the Great Gatsby. But look at that when you put it in there.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Now, what you can do in here is gonna glue it. So of course that's that. Let's see if I can remember tonight to grab the adhesive, my not so dry adhesive, and then the spray adhesive as well. And you know when you have to pick up a million things and then you forget 1,000,001 things. You know, that's what happened to me today. Right, well, I did bring the dies, at least didn't fail at that. Sometimes I always think it's very lucky that I live literally 5 minutes away or 10 minutes away, because otherwise, you know, I would be doing a lot of, you know. And then I think I'm going to go, you are my sun, you are my moon,
oh, your
and
favorite.
all of my stars. I just think it's just such a beautiful sentiment. And it kind of just, I don't know, I will say one thing, it does help to make sure that you have a centralized stamp. Now, if you have got a stamping platform, I would recommend that, because then kind of
your block is almost identical to the size of that rectangle,
isn't it?
So that's such a good block.
It is, you know, that's a very good point. Now, I would say that I got not quite rid, but I kind of put away almost all my acrylic blocks, except the ones that are kind of thinner, and the ones that have got, look at this stamp, look at this. They have got this one. I have got the Sukiniko easy attach, so it's sticky. This is sticky.
Yeah.
So because that means that the stamps, even if they have lost a little bit of their tackiness, I'm very lazy, so I won't wash them, because I forget to do that. So at least they get attached to them without ease. But look at this. This is just gorgeous. And I thought, look at this.
Oh, look at that. When you see the sparkle on that
Isn't it
frame
just
as
gorgeous?
well.
I think it needs a little bit of foliage in here. Don't you think that it needs a little bit, even out of silver? Oh, dude, I have got only a minute. Oh, will I be able to do it? Oh, let's hope
We
so.
have faith, Carla, we have faith.
Well, let's hope. I mean, it's all down to the cut and go power and emboss, because it's that's press, run, push it, and it will go through. But if not, I can show you as well. They kind of, again, you could do them with whites as well. They could be really nice with or these ones as well. Oh, look at these! I just love the one that is special so much, because it's like you cannot go wrong. You can't go wrong. But look at this. You can offset. Oh, I like that.
Oh,
I
no,
like
that does work.
That's my favorite. So I would put it like this, and I'm not going to glue it together, but you can see it there. But remember, all these bits, put them, even this flower that we have, we could.
Actually, I like that.
Yeah,
that
I do
does
like
work very well.
That's what
Isn't that pretty?
I kind of keep it like this, because then it has got, this is a little bit heavy now, so then you don't want to have, this is one of the important things, that when you are doing clean and simple, you should always balance things perfectly. Otherwise, if it's very heavy on one side and heavy on the other side, it doesn't quite work. And then glue it
I
there.
love it.
There.
What a beautiful card to finish with.
No. Thank you, Catherine.
With or
It's a
without the
pleasure.
daisy. There it is. Oh, that is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, you are a clever lady, Paola. You are back at 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, I am. At 8 o'clock with them, and then at 12, and then 4 o'clock, and then 6 p.m. with just presenting, and then, of course, 7 p.m.
Busy, busy time. Well, we'll let Paola go and have a little bit of a rest now, but you don't go anywhere. We've got more to come. Please stay with me for the third and final instalment of Craft Along. Yes, we've got the live crochet craft along coming up next, and then of course Memory Box One Day Special. That's a repeat show, but if you missed anything, you can watch it, of course. That's Crafting Mixed Media to follow.
In the foothills of Aulnul, a lawless event unfolds. The craft store's 6th birthday, an exciting time beholds. Yeehaw! Phil Martin and Indigo Blue, Heartfelt Creations, Zuri, and Crafts too. With £6 of credit, there'll be plenty to buy. With great one-day specials, the aces are high. With discounts and deals, with prices to amaze, join us for a hoedown for a wild 7 days. From fabric to paper to glitter and pencils, pens and stamps, inks and stencils. Join us in August, a craft extravaganza. Happy 6th birthday, the Craft Store's Bonanza!
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand-illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. On our shows, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Mat Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
Hello, welcome back. If you've been with us throughout the day, I'm so sorry it's me again this hour. It is just me. I've got to do this bit and then go and sit. But you know, it's fun. It's fun. And if you've got any questions, do email in. It is, of course, studio@thecraftstore.com. This is week 3 of the craft along when it comes to our crochet granny square bag. Now, I'd like to know how many people have gone with the colour scheme that we're seeing here and how many have switched it over, so maybe grey squares with the green that joins everything together. I am going to be showing you how to fix all the bag together. We will go over 1 or 2 other things as well, and if you've missed out, you can get the previous shows on rewind and you can still actually go for the kit. So you've not lost out if you want to pay that £8, which is an absolute snip, because you do get 2 balls of yarn, you get the pattern, and you get a crochet hook as well. Now, it does say in there, week starts 5th of August. Obviously, we're way past that now, but honestly, you can get on rewind all of the shows. And we'll cover what we can again this evening. But, of course, for those that have been crafting along, we do need to finish this bag. 575708 is the item number there. Yes, do stay with us because we've got another craft along coming up as well. In fact, I'm really pleased we were able to do this. October the 7th sees the start of another craft along. This is another crochet one. Whether you've done the crochet before, whether you haven't, this is something that beginners can achieve. And I love this one simply because we've got choices of colours for you. Yes, you can opt. Now, I do know, I think the firm favourite has been the mustard and the grey together. So you can go for that. We did sell out of this option. We've put more stock in there. Let's go to the next option because you've got a couple of different browns with the natural. The first one I'm going to show you is, this is the taupe and the natural. We seem to be missing a colour option actually. We should have a chestnut and a natural as well, which is a darker brown. But this is the taupe and the natural. Then the sample itself is made up of aubergine and natural. And yes, there will be another option that you can choose from. It is a darker brown, a little bit more of a reddy brown, a little bit more autumnal. You do also get a hook with this one. Now, I just want to explain about this because it was me that chose this kit and put it together. I've opted for a 3mm hook, which normally when you're working with double knit, which we've provided in the kit, you'd probably go for a 4mm. If you're a new starter, then a 3mm is my suggestion because it keeps your tension a little bit tighter. You will have the option of stepping it up to a 4mm, but I've been a little bit clever for you because if you've gone for the previous kits, we've had a 4mm, we've had a 5mm, so the fact that you've got a 3mm, you're building up your little stash, aren't you, with your hooks there. You do get your pattern as well, and just to explain, with the cowl itself, many of you probably think, well, that is an embellishment that's fastened on the front. Is it on a clip? Is it on a brooch? No, it's not. It's part of the cowl itself. So if I just unloop this so you can see what I mean. It's actually the ends of the cowl that create the rose effect. You should have enough yarn to create 2 of these. You'll just switch how the colours work. So where the rose is cream here, you'll have the other colour as the rose for the second one, if your tension isn't too loose. £9.49 is the price, £5.50 saving on this one, 931529 is the item number, and we're all ready to go with that one, as I say, from the 7th of October. So something else to look forward to. Let's have a reminder of our Freedom Club while I go and get ready. I've got to go and sit down.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Oh, thank you, Janice. Right, now then, this is instalment number 3, week number 3 of the crochet. So the first week, we did start off with the granny squares. Now, you always get homework. There will be a little bit of homework tonight. I'm so sorry, I know it's week 3, but you will still get homework because it's crochet, you can't kind of do everything all in 1 hour. But it's kind of repetitive what we're going to do. So we are going to fix the squares together. I'm going to talk you through that. We're going to look at the pattern as well, so you can sort of, it will all relate to itself. Sometimes if you're a beginner and you read a pattern, it's total, you know, it doesn't make any sense to you whatsoever. But when you can see a visual and the pattern together, then it starts to make more sense. So we'll go through that. If there's anybody that's really struggled with any areas of the pattern or the craft along itself, do let me know and we'll try and cover that if we possibly can. Now, I do want to bring in the squares first of all, because I did mention as we were at the counter about the different hooks, the size hooks. Generally, the smaller the hook, normally the thinner the yarn you use, but also the size of the hook can help if your tension varies, and you will find people's tension varies, especially if you're a new beginner. Now, if I bring in this square here, I just want to show you something. This is with the grey yarn that's provided in the kit. I'm also going to bring in another square that I've created in exactly the same way. They've got exactly the same amount of rows, but look at the size difference. This square here was used with the hook that's provided in the kit. This one was used using a 3mm hook. Now, if I was at home, I actually prefer the 3mm on that one because I think it keeps the stitches a little bit tighter. But for someone who's a new starter, the 4mm is a good one to go with because it's a little bit easier to work with. But it does show the difference in the sizes there. Something else I do want to point out as well, because I think it's quite important. The second colour of yarn that we've got, the aqua colour, that beautiful mint green, that is a slightly thicker yarn. So once again, you will find a bit of a difference between the squares. Now, I did say at the start, you can choose to make your squares in the green, or you could choose to make your squares in the grey. If you find you choose one of those colours and you run out of yarn before you've made all 17 squares, then just use the alternative colour. You can piece those together and patch them together however you wish. Now, last week's lesson, we went over the square again, but also we did the strap of the bag. So if I just bring this in. Now, I didn't do a full 200 stitches, which it says in the pattern, because of course 200 stitches would be too much in 1 hour. So I did a shorter version of the strap. I did talk through how you could do the stripe, or you could alternate the colours. You can go with a solid colour. Your homework last week was to complete the strap. Now, the strap itself goes all the way from the bottom of the edge of the bag there, all the way up. Of course, it forms the handle, and then if I spin this around, you can see it goes all the way down the other side. That looks quite difficult to piece together. It's not, and neither are the squares. So that's where we're going to go to first, starting to put everything together. So I'm going to bring the pattern in. Oh, I must just remind you as well, I'll just mention, if you haven't heard me say it before, Hayley put this one together, Hayley Smith from Craft Yourself Silly, and I know it was a slightly different yarn and a different needle that she did use, or hook that she did use. So the sizes of the squares, if I just lay them together, you can see are different. So your bag is going to be bigger than the one that I've got here as a sample. It's exactly the same details, exactly the same bag, but because it was a different yarn, you will find that your bag is a little bit bigger. And that's great. That's another reason for changing those hook sizes, because you can change the size of things. Right, now, with the pattern itself, this has got a little bit crumpled now. The beginning of the pattern talks you through the squares. We've already covered that. We may go over some of this again a little bit later if we've got time, but you do need to make 17 squares to create your bag. Now, there is a chart. I just want to explain about this chart as well. On the first show, I did say to you, as a beginner, you probably haven't got a clue what this is all about. Each stitch shows a different symbol. And I did, so just ignore that. Don't let that confuse at this point. If you understand the chart, that's great. But going through with me through the craft along and the pattern, you don't really need to worry about that chart. So you'll learn about that as we go along, maybe in the future. But for now, it's not that important. There is also the different stitches in the pattern. So you've got visuals there. That is helpful, but again, if you're brand new to this, you probably look at that and think, well, I just don't understand it. I really don't get that. We are going to go over those basic stitches again as well today. Now, at the back of the pattern, we have got the layout. We've got some more stitches. I'll just put that to one side. We've got the layout of the squares themselves. So when you've got your 17 squares, you can see that you're going to piece together 2 squares, and you're going to do that twice. You're going to put 4 squares together, and you're going to do that twice. And you're going to have 5 squares once. So if you add that together, that would be your 17. So we've got 5 there, plus 4 plus 4. So there's 8 there. So that's 5 plus 8 is 13. Another 2, 14, 15. You do that twice. That is your 17 squares. Now to form the bag itself, it's a little bit like your patchwork. I haven't got all 17 squares out with me at the moment, but if I just start to piece these together, you can see how it begins to build up. And if we look at the top of the bag, you'll almost find, let me just bring that down, you'll find this opening here. That is the top of your bag. So very easy to follow the process of putting the squares together, but of course to do that we do have to stitch them. Now we are going to join them, and I've made a little head start, but I did think, you know, it might be quite nice just to go over the basic stitches before we do anything else as well. I'm just going to put my glasses on just so it helps. Been a long day. Oh, my eyes are getting tired now. Right, so I'm going to use the, do you know, will I use the green? Yeah, can you see that okay on camera? I normally go with the grey, but I'm going to use the green. I want to go over the slip knot again and the chain first of all. Chain stitch was the very first stitch. Do you know, I am going to swap that because against the table it doesn't show up quite as well, does it? It looks a little bit white, so let's go with the grey, then we can see it a little bit better. Okay, so for the start of the granny square, you're going to do some chain stitch. I am just going to repeat that because even though we're on week 3 and you've been crafting along, you may have forgotten how to do that, or somebody joining us for the first time might just want to pick up on 1 or 2 details. So very, very quickly, I'm going to do my second way of doing the slip knot because I think it might be a little bit easier for some people. Take your yarn, wrap it loosely around your forefinger twice. And I have done that loosely just so that I can take this off my finger. I don't want to cut the blood supply off or anything like that. Now, very easy to make the slip knot. Take your loop at the back, so not nearest your fingernail, the one at the back, and cross it over the front loop. Don't take it off, just cross it over. So now the loop that was at the front is at the back. You pick that one up, you pass it over, and this time you do take it off your finger, so you're left with the one loop. When I then remove that from my finger, you can see you've got your slip knot, and that is how you start your chain. You just put the hook into the loop, pull it not too tightly because you don't want to make it really tight against the hook itself, and then you're ready to chain. Now I'm not going to go into too much detail about holding the yarn because people do it in different ways. We've covered it already in the previous weeks. You can find lots of tutorials online because I do need to get to joining these squares together. But a chain, just to remind everybody, is very simple. You just go under the yarn with the hook. So you've picked up the yarn and it's caught under that hook itself, and you pull it through the loop, and that is as simple as that. So yarn around through the loop. You are now forming your chain. Don't know if Janice is watching tonight. She's brilliant at this. She can make chain stitch to any length you wish very, very quickly. Now what you're forming there is almost like a little plait. So you can see the V's there. Now we've had a question come in as well. This is a really, really good question. I'm glad somebody's asked this actually, because it was something I did think about mentioning and I probably would have forgotten. Was it Alice, did you say? Alice has emailed in and said, could you line the bag? Yes, you definitely could. If I just put the chain down for a second, take the extra yarn balls out of it so we can see inside. There is some bubble wrap in there just to fill it out. Yes, you can see through the bag, so depending on what you're keeping in there or how you want to use it, you may want to line that. What I would suggest doing is when you've got your pieces all stitched together, once you've joined them and you've got that shape, cut a piece of fabric with a seam allowance to match it so that you can turn the seam allowance over. You'll probably hand stitch it in place, just catch it into there, and before, when you put your bag together, you can line it that way. I would probably put all the crochet bits together before actually stitching the lining in place, but you can take a template from the pieces before you've actually stitched it together. So it's a really, really good question. If you don't sew, You don't need to do that at all. Maybe you do just want to keep your yarn balls in there, your scraps of yarn, keep it for your crochet, use it as a little crochet bag. But, you know, you've got many, many options for this one. But it is a great question. Really like that question. Well done, Alice. Yes, and it was a reminder to me because I would have forgotten. So we've just gone through the basic stitch of the chain. Another stitch that we use in this particular project is the double crochet. Now, we didn't use that in these squares, we used a treble. So we kind of started with the treble. But the double crochet is the smallest of the two. So I am just going to show you that on that little bit of chain that I've done. We'll just do a repeat of the double crochet stitch because we are using it a lot tonight. Now, when you create a chain, if you're going to go back with another stitch, we tend to start in the second hole from the hook. If you go into the very first one, it kind of makes it a little bit difficult to get that hook end in there. So normally when you make a foundation chain and stitch into it, we add on an extra chain before we start, so it allows us to start in the second hole from the hook. Now, a double crochet is very, very easy. All you do, you go into your stitch. In this case, we're going into the chain. We're going into the stitch, so in between the two layers of the V, so right into the center there. You then pick up your yarn, so I'm going underneath the yarn, picking it up, pulling it through the stitch that we've just gone into, which gives you 2 stitches on the hook. You go yarn around the hook again, and you pull through both together. That is a double crochet. I'm going to do another one of those, but we are going to repeat this a lot tonight. Into the stitch, pick up the yarn, pull it through, so you've got 2 loops on the hook. There you can clearly see them. Yarn around the hook, and you go through both together. We're going to move on to the treble crochet, just so again you can differentiate between the two. This is a taller stitch, so rather than going straight into the stitch, we're actually going to put the yarn around the hook first. Then we're going to go into the stitch, so into the hole we've got of the chain, pick up the yarn again, pull it through the stitch, leaving 3 loops on the hook. Yarn around the hook, go through 2. So you've got 2 left. Yarn around, go through 2. You can see what's happening. You can see how that has formed a bigger stitch. Now, there are stitches that are called half trebles that fall in between the double and the treble. I'm not going to confuse you with that one because it's not in this pattern, but we will cover that at some point, whether it be in a craft along or my own shows. But that just covers the basic stitches before we get going again tonight. Now, I am going to use the green next because the squares that I'm going to crochet together are actually done in grey. So I want that contrast. I'm going to bring the pattern in again and we'll just have a look at the details. So we are joining the squares, and what it tells you to do is using the second colour, add a row of double crochet, the abbreviation for that in brackets is DC, around the outer edge of the square with 1 stitch per stitch and 5 double stitches on the corner. Now, as I said earlier on, I'll repeat it again now. If you've never crocheted before and you're reading that, it's complete double Dutch. It really is. I'm going to be honest, it is. It's very difficult to pick up a pattern and understand it. Lots of people tell me that they watch videos, they get tutorials online, they can pick up the stitches by watching, but then they read a pattern and they've lost it. So I do try wherever possible to go through the pattern and correspond it with the stitches as well, and that's exactly what we're going to do now. Now, I have already made a head start, so I've already put some borders around a couple of these squares that I've done. Don't worry if they look a little bit out of shape. That's natural. You might find your yarn curls a little bit. They will come into shape. You can pull them into shape and they will form their shape better when you start to put them together. I'm going to bring in another square that hasn't got the border on there. So there's our basic granny square, and we're now going to start to follow the pattern. So in this case, because I've got a grey square, I'm going to use the green. If you've made your squares in green, you're going to be using the grey. Now, I'll repeat what I've said here. Using the second colour, add a row of double crochet around the outer edge of the square with 1 stitch per stitch and 5 double stitches on the corner. Now, it doesn't actually tell you where to start. So probably the first question everybody's thinking at home is, well, where do I start? Do I start in a corner? Do I start on the edge? Do I start in the middle? Where do I start? The answer is it doesn't matter. You could start anywhere. But just because I think it makes it a little bit simpler, we will start in a corner. And we've just read that you have 5 double stitches on a corner. Now, there are different ways that you could start adding your second colour. I'm going to show you my way. If you want to do it a little bit differently, you can. I'm just grabbing the yarn as though I'm going to crochet. I always wrap the yarn around my little finger because it keeps the tension a little bit tighter for me as well. That's just the way that I hold it. What I'm going to do is go into one of the corner areas with the hook. So I'm putting the hook through the corner. I'm going to pick up the yarn and I'm going to pull it through, so I've got a loop on the hook. I'm just going to put the yarn around that hook and pull it through again. So I've kind of locked that stitch in position. I have got the end, the tail end there. We're going to weave that into the work as we go. Now, there's a couple of things I can do here. We are working with double crochet, so I can either just go back in to the square with a double crochet, or another thing that I could do is just do a chain stitch, because that essentially is now 2 stitches together, which also equals a double crochet. Quite often on patterns you will find it will tell you to do a certain amount of chain stitches, which will count as your very first stitch. So that's what we're going to do in this case. We're going to count those 2 chains as our first stitch. Now, the pattern tells you to go with 5 double crochets in the corners, so we need another 4 stitches. So now we are going to the proper double crochet. So we're going into the hole, we're picking up the yarn, we're pulling it through, so you've got the 2 loops, yarn around and through both. We've now got essentially 2 stitches there. Now, that tail end that I mentioned, I did say we can weave that in as we go, so I'm going to just bring that along the edge of the square. And what I'm going to do, when I go into the hole and across the stitches, I'm going to catch that in. We don't have to go to the whole end of it, we can cut that off at some point, but it means it's securing that and hiding it, and we don't have to work that in with a separate needle afterwards. So I should have really caught that in with the first stitch, but it doesn't matter. We'll do it now. So we've got 2 stitches essentially. We'll go back into the hole. Now I'm trapping that end. Yarn around the hook. Let me just tighten that tension up a little bit. If you ever find your loops are very, very loose on your hook, just tighten up your yarn a little bit, because if you make them too loose, you will notice it. So we're now ready to yarn around again and through both loops. We've now got 3 stitches in that corner. Let's do number 4 into the hole, yarn around, pull it through. So you've got the 2 loops, yarn around through both loops. We've now got 4 stitches in the corner. We want 1 more. So into the hole, yarn around, pull it through. You've got the 2 loops, yarn around, through 2. We have those 5 stitches in that corner. There, you can see it. Now we've got to start working our way across this side, and it does tell you to do 1 stitch in every stitch. Well, if you've been following along, if you look at the top of our work here, you can see that little V that runs all the way across the top there on the grey. If we're looking at that, let me just put the hook down a minute so I can hold that a little bit more easily for you. You can see those little V's that all join together. Every one of those V's is a stitch. Now, there are occasions where you'll work into one side of the V. It might be the front, it might be the back. Normally, we go through both sides. That's what we're doing here. We're going to go through both sides. Now, I am pointing out that fact about working into fronts and backs, because you'll be doing that when you join the squares together. But at the moment, we're going to work into every one of those V's with a single stitch. So I'm going to go into the first V, through both sides of it, pick up the yarn, pull it through the stitch, yarn around through both loops. Next stitch, into the V, pick up the yarn, pull it through, yarn around through both stitches. Next stitch, into the hole, pick up the yarn, pull it through, yarn around through both stitches. Now we've got to the gap in between those clusters, or those shells that we created at the squares. Now, if you have just finished making the squares, you probably remember this. If you made them a while ago, there is a single chain stitch in between each of the clusters, or between each of the shells. because you've got a chain stitch there, it counts as a stitch. So we need to go into that hole with 1 stitch. So it's exactly the same method. We're still making a double crochet, just the 1 stitch into the hole, and then we're back to another shell. And of course, the shell is made up of 3 stitches, so we need 3 single stitches, 1 into each of those 3. So again, you're repeating that process. So you're going into the stitch, you're picking up the yarn, you're pulling it through, yarn around the hook and pull through both loops, and so it goes. And now we're just repeating that double crochet. Every time you get to a hole on a side, it's 1 stitch because you had a chain there, so it counts as a stitch, and then you're back into the tops of those trebles, the shells that you created. 3 treble stitches create that shell, so you want a single stitch into each of those trebles, and so it goes again. We've got another gap there, so it's a single stitch where we did a chain. Now we've got to the corner. Now the corner is interesting because of course you've got a shell and then a loop and then another shell. It's not difficult to do. You're going to stay working a single stitch into the trebles, so we'll do that first. So 1, 2, into the last stitch there, 3. When you get to the corner loop, which is bigger than all those gaps in between because there's actually 3 chains in a corner, you need to work 5 double crochets. So let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 double crochets all into that corner. If I lay that down, you can see why. Because you put multiple stitches, can you see how it's working around that corner beautifully? If you went with less, you wouldn't get that curve. You'd find it starts to pull your work in. So the only place you do 5 stitches is on each of those corner loops. The rest of the time, you're just working 1 stitch into every stitch. So we're back now to working into the clusters. So into the first cluster, or the first stitch, we go with a double crochet. Second, we go with a double crochet. Then into the third one. Then we're to a hole. We're into the hole with 1 stitch, and so it goes. Now I do know we've had another question come in, so we'll try and answer that just as I keep working. This is from Fiona. Fiona's saying she's having trouble with the strap. Right, the strap is twisting and getting squeezed tightly. You will find, if you were watching last week as well, I unpulled my strap because I was showing you different ways of working and I needed to use the yarn for something else. If I bring in the sample here, you can see, particularly with the grey yarn, it is thinner than the green one. You will find when you start off, I'm looking at the clock, we've got time to do this, I'm going to show you again. When you start with the strap, you will find it is likely to twist. Once you start to add those rows, it will start to flatten out a little bit more. Don't be tempted to take an iron to it and flatten it, because you will flatten the fibres in the yarn. You'll ruin it. You don't need to ever take an iron to this yarn, not this particular yarn that we're using here. Persevere with it, Fiona, I would say. I know it's a little bit difficult when you first get going because it is twisting. If you find it squashing down and it's very tight, your tension is probably a little bit too tight. So try loosening off the yarn on your fingers a little bit. What I want to say is, and again, you'll hear me say this so many times, take this as your practice piece. You've got a kit there at a very good price with lots of yarn, the instructions, the tutorial that you can catch on Rewind. You can have another go with other yarns. You will find that different yarns will give you different results as well. So for instance, we're using an acrylic here. This is an Aran, so it's a slightly thicker or heavier weight than a double knit. If you use a cotton yarn, you might find that easier to work with. You might find it's a little bit more rigid. If you use an acrylic and wool blend, again, you might find a different tension, a different reaction from the yarn itself. So every time you use or change your yarns, it will find a difference and you will find the tension changes. The lovely thing about crochet is it's very, very forgiving. So you can take a pattern, and as long as you understand that the size may change, so if you're doing just sort of an accessory, I don't know, a caddy or something like that, or a bowl shape, if you're using a thinner yarn and a smaller needle, you'll get a smaller size. You can follow those exact instructions exactly to the letter, but using a thicker yarn and a larger hook, and you'll get a much bigger bowl. or bigger project, the results are going to be the same, it's just the size that differs. But it's a really, really good question. Now, I'm looking at the clock because we're about halfway through. I think what we'll do, we'll move on to joining the squares together, because that also teaches us how to join the strap into the bag. But I will go over that strap if we've got time, so Fiona, do stick with it. I'm just going to bring in a couple of the squares that I've already put together. So the majority of my squares are the squares I was creating for the bag. I did use the grey yarn and I've gone around the edge with the green, so you've got that contrast. Now, somebody did ask the question, how do you know which is the right and the wrong way of your squares? Do you know what? I'm going to say to you, if you've got a preference, go with your preference. But ideally, I can tell if I flip these over, when you're working, if you haven't fully wound or worked that tail end into your piece of work, you'll find that the side that has the tail end on the face of it is actually the wrong side of your work. That's how it normally works. There are exceptions, because you might have found that you flipped the tail over the other side and somehow created it to work on the other side. I think if I flip one of these over, you probably will see the difference. There is a difference in the stitches. Hopefully we can see this. We'll see if we can get a nice close-up. The texture of the stitches looks a little bit different. So this one here I'm classing as the right side. So if we look at the individual stitches there, they look a little bit smoother. If I bring this square in, they look a little bit more textured. But if you prefer it that way, you can work it that way. I'm going to stick with the way I normally go with. I know I've got two right sides facing up. If we look at the instructions, what it tells you to do is the squares can be joined with a double crochet, which we've just been doing. Place the squares face to face and take first half of the stitch for the front square and the back half of the stitch for the back square and double crochet them together. Once again, I've got to say it. If you've never crocheted before and you're reading that, you won't have a clue. You really will not have a clue. Now, there are different ways of attaching crochet squares together. You can work with the face upwards and work the seams together. You can stitch them by hand. We are going to stick to the pattern. This is the way the pattern's being written, so I'm not going to move away from that. We're going to stick to the instructions here. But as we, again, progress through different projects over time or watching different shows, you may see different versions. So what we've got, I've got the two faces, what I'm classing as the right side, facing upwards. I'm going to put those together, so it's a little bit like when you're working with your fabrics. I've now got the two right sides together, faces together, and we're going to start working. Now, because I have used the green yarn, which is a little bit lighter, I'm just going to break that away from the square that I was doing, because I need to use it. It doesn't actually tell you on the pattern where to start joining. Where do you start joining? Well, we're going to start on one of the corners again. That's what we're going to do. I would advise doing this because, of course, when you look at the pattern, you need two squares together twice. You need two sets of 4 twice, and you need a set of 5 once. So I've just got 2 squares here, so we're just going to join these 2 together, and then we'll see where we go from there. So let's have a look at where we start. Right sides together, as I say. Let me put my glasses on. I'm hoping you can see what we've got here, because obviously you're doing exactly the same instruction for each square, so they should match. Even if one looks slightly bigger than the other, don't worry about that, but you can start to line up those stitches. So if you look at the V's on the top, which you can see there, and you look at the V on the other side, you want to be lining these up. So obviously if you've got your corners together, where you've got the curves, you can start to sort of match those in. Don't worry if you're a little bit confused, because once you get going, you'll see where to go. Now, I am going to attach the yarn in the same way as I did before, just by using a loose end, and we'll start to work it into a stitch. Now, we have got 5 chains in every corner. So what I'm thinking here is the best way, because it doesn't actually tell you. What I've done when I've joined together, I've started not on the centre stitch, because the centre of those 5 would be stitch number 3. That would leave you with a centre and 2 stitches either side. I'm starting just to one side of the centre. So if you count 2 stitches in on the corner, That's where we're going to go. Now it does say on the pattern that you want to take the first half of the stitch from the front square and the back half of the stitch of the back square. Now remember when we were doing the double crochet and I said you go through both layers of the V, but there are exceptions where you'll work through either the front or the back of a V. That's exactly what we're going to do now. So I'll read that again so you understand the pattern. Take the first half of the stitch for the front square. We'll stop there, so I'm doing this in stages. This is my front square. The one that's facing me, we're classing as the front square. First half of the stitch. Okay, so the first half of the stitch, I'm going to take the inside edge. Okay. You could take the front of the stitch and the back. Do you know what? You can do this either way. You'll get a slightly different look. But what I'm going to do is take the front half, so half of this stitch. So I'm coming in, taking the needle or the hook into half of the V. So the front half of that V. I'm leaving one side. It's a little bit difficult to see, but I'm only picking up that one side. If I was picking up the whole V, I'd have 2 hoops on the hook. You're then going to go into the matching or corresponding stitch on the other square, and we're going to go into half of that stitch as well. So I'm matching up the 2 stitches together, and I've picked up now 2 stitches. Now that is one way of doing it. I'm just going to go back to the instructions again. Where is it? So you can see it. I know this isn't printed very well, I do apologise. Take the first half of the stitch for the front square and the back half of the stitch of the back square. Front half of the front stitch, back stitch of the back one. Now that is kind of contradicting a little bit to what I'm doing there, because these are facing together. There's a couple of ways I could do this. I'm trying to stick to the pattern so I'm not confusing people. We're taking one half of that V. The front stitch, to me, how it reads, because we've got these face to face, is this stitch here. You could argue that the front stitch is this side. I'm going to say to you, whichever way you want to do it, you will still attach these together. You'll get a slightly different look, but it's going to work. So I think what I'm going to do, which way shall I go with? I'm going to go with this way. So I'm going to take it as the front being the one that is actually on the wrong side of this top square. Remember, these are face to face. So I'm just picking up that half square, that half hoop. I'm then going to go into the back stitch of the corresponding stitch of the back square. We're classing the one underneath as the back square. So we're going to now double crochet these together. Once we get going, this will make a lot more sense. It's just about getting going. Both ways that I've just described there will work. They will work, but I think the way this is described here, we'll probably do it this way because I think it makes more sense to the pattern. So I'm going to pick up the yarn and I'm going to draw that through both stitches. That has joined those 2 together. Essentially, that is kind of half a double crochet because I didn't already have the yarn on the hook. It wasn't there, so it's only really half of a stitch. So I'm just going to do another chain to create what we'll class the same as a double crochet. So we're now going to do what I said again. We're going to go through one half of the V on the front square. So we just pick up that one half of a V. I'm going to try and move that yarn out of the way so you can see. We're going to look at the square at the back and we're going to go into the back of the stitch of the other square. So front from the front one, back from the back one. Now we can do the proper crochet, the proper double crochet. So we're picking up the yarn, we're drawing it through both stitches, so we've got the 2 stitches on the hook, and we're going to draw the yarn through those 2 stitches. Now you can start to really line up those stitches. Make sure you keep them level. So front stitch of the front square, back stitch of the back square. Yarn around, draw it through, yarn around, draw it through. We're going to do 1 or 2 more stitches and then I'm going to open this out so you can see this coming together. So again, front square, let's go into the half of the front, so the front stitch, find the corresponding stitch on the back square and pick up the back of the V there. Put your hook through it, yarn through, draw it through both stitches or through holes, yarn around and through both of those stitches. Again, I'm just going to do another stitch, so through the one loop of the front, through the back loop on the back square, yarn around, draw it through, yarn around through both loops. Now when I open this out, you can see how that is starting to join together. Can you see that? And it looks very, very neat. Now, I'm trying not to confuse people, but if you did do it the other way, so you went through the other half of the stitches, you'd still get that join, but it would look slightly different, because you'd be joining, you'd essentially be picking up this loop and this loop, so you'd see a little bit more of the border along the edges of the square. Either way will work. You are going to get that stitch. It's very, very neat, and you're going to continue to stitch that way. When you come to doing another square, obviously once we've joined that all the way down, you'll have your rows, you'll have 2 together, 4 together, 5 together. So you'll do that first of all. So with this one, that would be my first set of 2. That would be it. All I need to do is join along that one seam. If I was doing 4 of these together, we'll pretend we've got the green along this edge. We haven't, but you would join together 4 of those. If we're doing the 5, obviously, again, we'll pretend the green's there. You would have that row of 5. And then you will place everything together in the sequence that you can see on the pattern there. Joining those sections together is exactly the same as I've just shown you. You can see on the pattern you've got a little gap in between each hole. Do you remember where I started? Just to the side of the centre stitch in the corner there. That's where you'll find that little hole is formed. You could actually even, if you find it easier, leave a little extra, so just start on the first stitch. If you want less of a hole in the centre there, you can join a little bit more, but if you go into every single stitch on the corner, what you will find is that you're pulling that in too tightly. So leaving that little gap on the curve will create that little hole for you. This will all, you'll see it when you put it together, it will really, really make sense. Let me just look at the clock, because it's 22, well, it's just gone 22 the hour. You can rewind this back, you can watch that again. Now hopefully watching the visual and looking at the instructions, it makes a little bit more sense. That's your homework. You're going to continue creating those squares, stitching them together. If you do get really stuck, because this is the final instalment, if you do find my Facebook page, whether it's my personal one or the Get Hooked with Sugar Buttons page, which is all about crochet, if you message me through there, we will sort something out. We'll do some sort of tutorial, or we'll help in another way. But, you know, watch this back. If you don't get it the first time, watch it back again, because you will get it. I cannot tell you how delighted I've been every week, actually. Every week we've done these courses, and I've had, I won't mention names, but I had a really, really lovely message from a lady this week who has tried to crochet for so many years. She's had people try and teach her. She's paid for online courses and never been able to do it. And watching the craft along, she's cracked it, and she sent me a picture of what she'd made. And I can tell you, her work was so neat, and that was the first project she'd ever done. Amazing, absolutely amazing, and it just makes everything so worthwhile. Now, was it Fiona who emailed in about the strap? It was. Okay, so Fiona, for you, I'm looking at the clock. I think we've got time just to go over the strap again. Obviously, the pattern does tell you to create 200 stitches because you're working that long length to create that strap. The strap is attached into the bag with a double crochet in the same way that you add those squares. But the strap itself, initially you form it with a chain. I cannot do 200 stitches in the time we've got left and the full strap, but we'll do a very small version of it. So we're going to do the chain stitch again. The slip knot is where we start. So again, I'm just going to wrap the yarn around my finger twice, not making it too tight. You take the back loop, cross it over the front, then take what is now the back loop and take it off your finger. The loop that you're left with, is the loop of your slip knot. So when you put your hook in there and you pull the tail end or your yarn, that will fasten around your hook. Now that has got movement, so you don't want to make that too tight. If you have made it too tight, you can loosen it off again. We're going to do chain for the purpose of the demonstration and to help Fiona and anybody else that's a little bit stuck. I'm going to probably do, oh, let's go with 20. So just chain stitch, you just yarn around, pull through the loop, yarn around, pull through the loop. I've lost count already. Yarn around, pull through. Do you know what? It doesn't matter if I'm counting. We'll keep it quite simple. We'll just do a very quick row of chain. And your strap is made up purely of double crochet, which we've been using to create those squares to attach them together. Now your chain stitch might look a little bit loose, and you will find that opens out. As you put your needle in there and you add those stitches, you will find those stitches do open out, but they will close up again afterwards. So Fiona, for you, we'll find that this probably will start to curl. Obviously I haven't got such a long length as 200, as I say, so it won't curl as much, but let's see what happens. Now when you get to the end of your chain, I'm just going to repeat what I said. If you try stitching directly into the first stitch from the hook, it does make it a little bit awkward. You're kind of trying to struggle to get that in there. So we tend to start on the second stitch. It just gives you a little bit more leverage, makes it a little bit easier to get the hook in there. Yarn around, pull it through the stitch, yarn around, through the 2 loops, you've created that double crochet. You're then going to work into every stitch of your, what we class as a foundation chain. So just go into the V and create those double crochet stitches. Now I'm going to speed along and work this. Now I think Fiona said hers was curling and also it was squashing a little bit, and it seemed a little bit tight. Very easily and very quickly you can see, can you see that is curling already? Can you see the little curl? It's simply because your yarn, this one is finer than the green, so it will probably curl a little bit more than the green. It's simply because you haven't got that stability with the yarn. You're basically forming a piece of fabric. The more lines and rows that you work, the more you're creating a fabric. If you do lose your stitches, they're easy to pick up. My tension here, when I'm demonstrating for you, I'm keeping this looser than I normally do. I normally have a much tighter tension. As I say, if you're struggling with tension and it is very, very loose and you can't tighten it up, try dropping down a hook size. It will help. Now I'm just going to get to the end of this row, because with the strap it's a little bit different to the squares. With the squares, when you're working with them, you're not flipping your work over. You're going almost around it's not a circle because it's a square you're creating, but you're working in a round. So you're not turning your work over. With the strap, you're actually doing a turn. Just unravel a little bit more yarn so we can get to the end of this. There's a little tip, and it won't tell you in the pattern, but it's worthwhile knowing. A little trick that I do when I get to the end of each row and we are turning work. So I'm still doing that double crochet. You can see the more I'm doing, although it's curled at the end, it's not curling quite so much as I go along. If it's continuing to curl really tightly and it looks a little bit out of shape, just try and loosen off that tension again. Now we are at the end of the row, and we do need to turn this work to go back the other way, because we can't kind of work backwards in reverse. It doesn't work with crochet. You have to turn the work over. So what I tend to do when I get to the end of a row is do a single chain stitch, then turn it around. So I've now got what I would class as the wrong side facing. We are working through both of those V stitches, so it's classed as one stitch, but you can see both sides of the V there. We're not working through the front, we're not working through the back, we're working through both. Now the fact that I've formed that little chain stitch gives me that leverage, that movement to go into that first stitch. If you don't form that chain, it's going to be a little bit tight to get in there, so adding that chain will help. Let me just take that out and do that again. So we're going straight into the stitch itself. We're picking up the yarn, we've got the 2 loops, yarn around and pull through. And we're going to now work our way all across the other side. Now it's worth knowing which is the right and wrong side here. Again, if you've got a preference and you prefer one side to the other, that's fine. But I'm now working what I would class as the wrong side, and I can see that the tail end of the yarn is facing to the right. So that's a good way. Just jot that down if it helps. So facing to the right. I'm right-handed, by the way. Didn't say that tonight, which I am. Some people are left-handed. So I presume if you're left-handed, you're following the instructions in exactly the same way, but with the opposite hand. Something else I will touch on that I haven't done so far tonight is as well, don't take any notice. I'm so sorry if there's anybody out there that disagrees with me, but I am going to say it. I might upset one or two people. Don't take any notice if somebody tells you you're doing something right or wrong. Do what is comfortable to you. I hold my yarn in a different way to probably the way many books and tutorials will tell you. It works for me. I have a bit of an issue with my left thumb, so I find that it doesn't hurt my thumb in the same way as it would if I held it in a different way. Lots of people have said they've knitted and they find they can't hold the yarn for crochet. They want to work the yarn as though they're knitting. Again, if it works for you, do it that way. If you're getting the results, that's all that matters. Now you can see as I'm going along with the second row, the strap is getting wider. We'll pretend we've got 200 stitches. Even I'm not that quick. But you can see the work is getting wider. If you want to change the colour of the yarn and do the stripes, you can do. We went through that last week as well, so you can always catch that on rewind. I've got one more stitch to do after this one, and I'm at the end of the row again. So into the final stitch, do the final double crochet. Now I'm going to go back the other way again. So nice little trick again, that single chain just gives you a little bit more room to manoeuvre. Turn your work around. So now my tail end is on the left, which tells me that this is now facing the right way. Now you can see where I've gone into the chain and it has formed a little bit of an opening. I quite like that actually. I don't mind it. I think it adds to the design. You will find it closes up a little bit, but then you're going to start working into your stitches again and work your way across. Now I know I've said it many times already, we haven't got 200 stitches, so we haven't got the length of work that you would have doing the full strap, but what you have got is a piece that is beginning to be a little bit more stable. If you're keeping that tension right, it's growing in width. It shouldn't grow in length because you've already got your 200 stitches if you're doing the full strap, but it's definitely getting wider. I think the pattern does tell you to do 6 rows. I did say last week if you want to do stripes and you want to make even stripes or alternate them or put a stripe in the middle, you might want to add an extra row or take a row away. That is entirely up to you. It will not interfere with the finished result of the bag. So I know we haven't got a great deal of time left, so I'm going to get to the end of this row and then I'll just go back to the pattern and just refer to the instructions when it comes to adding the strap to the bag itself. So get right to the end of the row. I am going to show you how to cast off actually, because I don't think we've covered that. Very easy to cast off. I haven't got a pair of scissors, so I'm going to snap the yarn, which isn't always a good idea. Do have a little pair of scissors to hand. When you get to the end of something, to finish off, all I do, we'll do the final stitch. So we just pull through the stitches. So I've got the single loop on the hook. Cut or break your yarn, and all you need to do is draw that yarn through that loop and pull it tight, and that will fasten that off. That's not going to go anywhere. And you can either sew the loose ends in or work them into your work. So we've got a miniature strap there. I hope that has helped Fiona. You can see how it's starting to lay much flatter. There's still a bit of curl on it, but the more you do, the more it'll flatten out, and then when you fasten it into your bag, it will definitely flatten out further. If you've got enough yarn left and you haven't done your strap or you haven't finished it yet, use some more of the green because it's a thicker yarn. If you use that on the edges or the edges in the centre or the whole of the strap with the green, if you've got enough, you'll probably find that doesn't curl quite as much, but don't let it put you off. It's not that you're doing anything wrong as such, it's just the nature of the yarn. Now very quickly, we'll pretend we've got the bag all stitched together. I'll bring the sample in. You can see there you've got all your squares together. You can see where that handle is fastened in. If I just pull this out, there's no actual stitching at the bottom. You've literally joined that to the side of the squares, and that tucks inside You don't see it. You can always stitch that down by hand on the inside as well if you don't want a little hole in the bottom. So you can close that off, but don't worry too much about shaping where the strap goes in. You can keep that nice and neat just by attaching in the same way that we did to those squares using the double crochet. There we are, and you can see how that works then. If I just refer back to the pattern, just to make it clear, when you've got all your layers together, so your blocks of 2, your blocks of 4 and your block of 5, obviously this is your block of 5, your block of 4 come either side, and then your block of 2. Make sure you are offsetting those squares when you attach them to form this pattern that you can see here. I've turned it that way because when you fold in half from corner to corner there, that will give you your bag. If I bring this in, let me take those yarn balls out so we can make this a little bit clear of the bag. I don't know, can we get this all together? So you can see there, this is the whole of it before it's folded. You will fold across those corners. So you're basically folding the squares at the bottom in half. That will leave you this open top, which is the opening to the top of the bag. I think you can see that very, very clearly. Where you can see the red arrows on the side here, although you've got those steps, that's actually where you're going to attach the strap. Again, when you put this together, that will all become very, very clear. Do you know, a granny square is usually the place where we start with crochet. Not always, but usually it is. There are so many versions of granny squares. Literally hundreds. This is a very basic one. They're great fun to do. You can form flowers in them. You can do different stitches, different size stitches, multiple stitches. Oh, just goes on. I really do hope that you've enjoyed this. If you have got any questions, do get in touch with me personally. I will help you. Obviously, I have to work around shifts and doing everything else, so if I don't get back to you straight away, but do enjoy what you're doing. Take your time. You don't have to rush it. Yeah, and have another go afterwards. You'll see the improvements. Do you know, it has been an absolute blast. We're into the last half a minute. It has been wonderful having your company tonight. Do look at the next project as well, of course, for October. It's a completely different project, different stitches again, and is achievable by everyone. Not just someone that's crocheted before and has been following along, somebody that is starting right from the beginning. So if you've missed out so far and you're thinking, do you know what, I'm a little bit worried about coming in now, I'll give it a go. Please do check out on that new kit, and I will see you with the next craft along in October. But I'll also see you tomorrow. Bye. Oh, I am back tomorrow actually. We've got sugar buttons tomorrow, my own crochet shows. Memory Box One Day Special coming up next. Then it's That's Crafting Mixed Media, and then we've got Creative Craft Products.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts Too. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts Too stable and the ones that I design.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar, and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Julie. And I'm Paula. And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years. Our range of stamps and dies are made to the highest quality. Our stamps are the deepest etch that are available, and they are made in the UK. And they give you beautiful, clean, crisp impressions every time, and our dies cut like a dream.
Hello. Good evening. Oh, I'm a little bit teary. We've been saying lots of goodbyes tonight, and it's happy but sad at the same time. Right, just pull yourself together, girl. Come on, you can do it, you can do it. Right, this is the second instalment of the one-day special, of course. The lovely Paula is here for this hour. We saw, Paula, the most amazing demonstrations from you earlier.
Thank you, you're too kind.
Oh,
but it's
no,
easy.
I don't need to speak the truth.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate that. But also, I kind of say, you know, with memory box, it's easy to be inspired to. One of the things I love about memory box is I can rely on amazing, beautiful designs with elegance. And also, I'll say something, it doesn't matter how you use them because they are so beautiful, they speak for themselves.
They certainly do. Now, we've got to mention Julia, because obviously Julia would normally be here representing Memory Box.
Indeed.
She can't be here at the moment, so don't know if you're watching, Julia, but we're thinking about you. Paula, it's just a delight for you to step in, but obviously we'll see Julia back in the future.
Absolutely. So this is just one of, you know, we were talking last week, and there was a lot, you said, it's not a problem, I'll do it, because, you know, I love Memory Box, and of course I love Julia, so if you're watching, Julia, big hugs to you. The reason is because I think anybody, well, we were talking about how Memory Box started, and it was one of the first ones to bring really intricate, beautiful, delicate dies when everybody else was doing bolder, nesting, you know, kind of designs. And this one-day special, for me, is exactly what Memory Box is all about. It's about beautiful, elegant, sophisticated designs into a die form that is so versatile, because we are talking about flowers, we are talking about wreaths, we are talking about the gorgeous leaves as well, and we are talking about an embossing folder that is so super exquisite. It's a 3D embossing folder that has all those details. But I love how you are getting flowers that are tall and wildflowers, leaning towards the right, leaning towards the left, incredible leaves to overlap. And then, of course,
absolutely beautiful.
The embossing folder there.
Isn't that stunning?
It is just stunning. I love it. I love the fact that it has that three-dimensional. I mean, I think it has got a little touch of Art Nouveau-esque, you know, that sort of turn of the 20th century. And I love as well the gorgeous leaves in there. So if you wanted to kind of color in, you will have the depth of us as well. So it's just a gorgeous embossing folder.
It certainly is. In fact, we've got a few samples to show you here as well. Just to give the details, let me remind you, this is a Why Not deal as well for Freedom members. If you're not a Freedom member, do join if you're purchasing the one-day special, because you'll still make further savings, even after paying, of course, the monthly premium there. Now, we can just tell you also, because these are coming from America, the 30th of August is the dispatch from date, but well worth waiting for. There's something that's going to last all year round. Of course, you're going to bring these out time and time and time again. These samples are amazing. Look at this. There's so much snippability within these. You're seeing sneaky peeks of some dies that are coming up as well. Not everything's in the one-day special. There you can see that embossing folder's been used. If you did miss the demonstrations earlier on, do go back and rewind at 6 o'clock. A couple of different demonstrations from Paola. Absolutely amazing. Item number for the one-day special is 438606, and we've got Flexi as well, so 2 payments of £24.73 if you're a Freedom member, of course. That discount being a little bit bigger for you.
Now, something that proved very, very popular in the early hours, this next die set. We did have a sellout in the launch show, to be honest with you. Now, this one has gone limited stock. This is an unusual die set, but I think one of my favourites that I've seen in a very long time. Now, I will show you the die in a second, but look at this sample here. The flower that's on there is not from the one-day special. It was the gerbera that sold out earlier, but you can replicate this card with the details or the dies from the one-day special itself. But we're looking at the stacking ring die here. Or the ring stack die. It is just beautiful. There's such a lovely feel about it. It's still got elegance, but it's contemporary, but there's still lots of ways you can work with it.
I love how it is like pebbles. So it could be pebbles, it could be wedding rings, it could be just an abstract formation. It's one of those ones that is a perfect background, but it's also perfect when you want to go super simple. If you trim 2 of the rings, it's a perfect wedding ring card.
Definitely. Oh, it reminds me of, what did you call that where you used to throw the rings onto the sticks?
Oh.
You could... Hoopla. Yeah, it reminds me of a hoopla. You could do sort of a little stand with stickers.
No, but there is the one that you throw. Yeah, I know the one. Yeah, it's a different one. No, it's not hoopla. It's oh no, hula hoops. No.
Actually, it could be hula hoops as well. Yeah. It could be. It could be whatever you want it to be. Oh, can you imagine Janet Klein's little characters with a hula hoop? Oh, that would be so cool. You would, wouldn't it? Yeah. I love it. Well, we're limited stock on that particular die. In fact, we're very limited now. £9.99, £4.50 saving, 331178. Now, the next die, we've got a number of background dies here. The plates, this is a stunner. Let's have a look at the details. You can see on the packaging how beautiful it is. The die itself, lovely size to work with, but you don't have to use it as a whole background. There are other ways and options again. Use that as a stencil, paper piece in there as well. You've got lots of the release holes, although I don't think you always need them. When we see how easily these cut and release the paper or the cardstock, then you're not going to have too much trouble. Now look at that. Isn't that wonderful? The gold and the black together, but that would work equally as well with so many of the colours. Even tone on tone as well,
It's
Paola.
gorgeous.
Wouldn't that look lovely?
You know, the thing is, sometimes when you have got these sorts of dies that you can just do simple but elegant cards, it's just what you need.
It is absolutely gorgeous. £16.99, £7 saving, £693,199. Now, before we go further down the counter, I've just got to backtrack a little bit. Oh, well done. You are going to love this die. The ring stack has just sold out. I'd love to see if somebody does actually make a hula hoop for Janet Klein's figures now.
It would be so fun, wouldn't it?
Please send a picture in if you do that. But we've got lots more on offer. That's 2 sellouts we've had already during this one-day special. One in the launch hour and another one there. So you need to be quick if you see something you really like. Now we've got the... what we're going with next. We're going with the stamps next. We are, aren't we? Yeah. The... Well, we've got the birthday greetings here, but there's more than birthday in here. You can break these down and use them in different ways, but there's certainly sentiments that don't even mention birthday. So something for everybody, something that is, of course, going to work with the dies we've got on today's show, including more of the dies we haven't actually seen yet this hour. There's something, again, for every occasion. Love that. A great price as well at £16.99. You've got a £7 saving. Let me just bring in one of the samples here to show you. 727550 is the item number. That is such a wonderful font and definitely Art Deco, isn't it? It works so beautifully.
I'm going to hopefully use this one in 2 of my demos to this hour. One of them is kind of using the square rectangle inside it, but the most beautiful. It's just so delicate. And can you see the elegance? I mean, imagine colouring in, paper piecing as well.
Yeah.
You could choose some of those elements as well. Love this card as well.
Do you know, I know a couple of people that have had parties with an Art Deco theme. So if you are planning something for the future, maybe with a theme, these would make great, not just the dies, but the stamps as well, because you can break those down and use different sentiments, but great invitations or menus and things like that. So do think, you know, further than your card making. Now, the next one is your inspiration stamp. So we've got more wonderful sentiments for you. Another one with a great saving. Now this one's got £4 saving, only £10.99. You are my sun, you are my moon, and all of my stars.
I love that sentiment.
I know it's your favourite,
you might recognize it because it is from a poem or from E.E. Cummings. So it's just a fabulous. I mean, of course, the poem goes on, but it's just such a beautiful sentiment.
Love it. And we've got another sample. In fact, we've got a couple of samples here. First one, the sentiment is life is better with a friend like you. And of course, you can see other dies that we've got coming up, which we haven't shown you yet. So watch out for those. There you are. You make me so proud.
I do love that. Again, very simple but very elegant. 964468 is the item number for that particular set. Now we're going back to the deco theme, and we've got the geometrics for you. This is another plate, but a little bit more of an open plate, this one. Again, great snippability. You have got areas that you can paper piece. That would make a gorgeous stencil once again. The centerpiece could be used on its own. I mean, again, cut into that, use it as corners and panels. Look at this card. I absolutely adore that. I mean, this is a heavyweight vellum or a parchment, but you can see how beautifully it's holding the detail of the die there, isn't it, Paola?
It is. It is a 200 GSM parchment, but I think when you do it like this, it kind of holds its rigidity. I absolutely adore this die. I think it's one of those dies that if you like deco, or even, like, for instance, I love deco, but I like versatility. I can see they're making it more Japanese if you wanted to. The center die also can be, the frame can be also Japanese, Chinese, style, Oriental, but ultimately it's a beautiful label as well.
It certainly is. £16.99 is the price, £7 saving, 603810. Now we've got the Art Deco Curve, another beautiful die. Now there's different ways you can work with this one. Again, watch out for more dies coming up. Now we're looking at the detail that has been cut out in the gold here, that wonderful detail in the corners, that curve that goes all the way up that card. So it cuts the cardstock out. Again, you can see ways of snipping into this one, maybe adding 1 or 2 paper pieces in there and bringing the colour in if you want to do that. £9.99, that is a great price actually. I'll just show you the die itself. I'll just turn that card around so you can see it against the white. Oopsie daisy. There we are. You can use that, of course, vertically or horizontally. You've got choices. You can see lots of ways you can build this one together, can't you? £4 saving, 845300 is the item number. Now, a very similar die is the next one. We've got the curve again, but a different design. Do have a look at this sample. Using one of the flowers from the one-day special. We're looking at the packaging at the moment, but, you know, it's almost like a sunray in the corner. Isn't that so delightful? Look at this. Oh, absolutely love it.
I love that die because it's just such a versatile kind of dies as well, and the fact they coordinate with each other, with the previous one and the next one, you know, it just makes it so many possibilities.
You know, I'm just looking at that. You could make that into a pocket, couldn't you?
You can indeed. That's a very good idea. Yeah, I love that.
A nice
idea.
photograph. That could be a very elegant corner.
That would be
corner
lovely.
piece to hold a photo.
Oh, I love that.
That is lovely. Well, if you want to know how to do that, of course, you can go for the die that we're currently looking at, because that will cut that shape out of the cardstock for £9.99, £4 saving, 481808. But the next die, if you want to stretch a little bit further, this is a really, really good die to go for as well. Now, we did see this in the earlier show in demonstration. If you're looking at that thinking, well, yeah, it's an oval, it's an aperture, it's a little bit more than that, because you do get the oval die. You can use these two together and create an effect. You can use them separately. This die, you can see the score line down the side. There's also a score line down the centre. Paola, there's so many options with this one. I did just show that previous card. I'll pick this one up. You can see how you can fold along those score lines and create almost a gatefold there. But there's more options as well, because earlier on, Paola, you did a lovely rainbow card. In fact, I'm just going to grab that, if I may. Because just using the score line on the side and ignoring the one that goes down the centre, look at this that Paola created in the earlier show. Hinging all those colours of the rainbow together, using the flowers from the one-day special, creating that concertina card. You could keep that going as long as you wanted as well, couldn't you? There's no end to that.
Yeah, absolutely. There is no limitation in terms of how many you put in. It's just how many you want. And you could do them as well. Like, I have done them as a concertina, but you could do them as a diorama, so they are kind of enclosed, so they kind of just sit flat and then kind of go in there. So
lots of options again. If I just show you that area there, that's the hinge that's created using the fold on the side of the die. So yes, lots of opportunity. Another good one to go for, £8 saving, £18.99, 526681 is the item number. Now there is another die that will work very, very well with the corners or the arches that we've seen, plus the oval that we've just seen, and it's this one. They all stand alone, but together it does open up further options. Only £9.99 for this one. Again, use it vertically, use it horizontally. You've got a £4 saving, 052703. I'll just bring in one of those cards again. It doesn't really matter which one I bring in. Obviously, the curves where you see the glittery effect, they've been cut with those lovely decorative curves, but then the solid blue behind there has been cut with the arch that I've just shown you. So to add those elements of matting and layering, but in a very sort of fancy, elaborate way, then you can create those with these dies together. 052703 is the item number for the tall curve. Now we've got a lattice die for you next. Again, Paula used this in the earlier show. Use it as a stencil, actually. Lots of ways, again, lots of options. You could lace vines and sort of all sorts of flowers in there as well. If I just open this one up first of all, so you can see the lattice in the background, because there's an overlay over the top of a die that we've not currently seen. So a very useful one again. Use it, cut it up, paper piece it, lots of options. Item number 929644, £16.99 for that one, and a £7 saving again. Now, I'm going to hang on to this card, but I've got another sample to show you for the next one as well. That's coming up. Now, this is your gilded plate. The detail of this is incredible. It really is such fine detail this is going to cut. I've got to keep questioning how a die can cut so finely, but you will see what I mean when I show you this next sample. Details there for you, another £7 saving. £16.99 is the price on this one as well. This is your gilded plate. Look at that. Isn't that just so beautiful? 701111 is the item number. If I just bring back in that previous sample, you can see the overlay on the top is the gilded die as well. So that's been used in conjunction with the trellis, because when you put them together, they do fit perfectly. So many options. Right, now then, we've got one more to show you on the counter. This is another one that I've really fallen in love with. You might have sentiment stamps, you might already have dies to go with them, but this one in particular, when you see some of the samples, and I'm sure we'll see more with Paula as well, you can cut out every one of these sentiments. The font is beautiful. There are 9 stamps, there are 9 dies, so one for each. Oh, we've been busy on this one. £9 saving, £21.99 is the price. Item number 394737. How many's gone with this one? How? A quarter of the stock has gone already on this one. You'll see why I think this one is so special when you look at the samples or see this in demonstration. So don't forget to check those baskets out. We did have a very busy show earlier on. We've already lost 2 individual items. Of course, we have got the one-day special. We've still got a few more things to show you as well. Paula's getting ready for her first demonstration. So I'll get through the next ones as quickly as I possibly can. Now, we've got the arched deco for you next. This is beautiful. I'm going to pick the die up. We can see with the packaging there exactly how that's going to look. You can see a sample at the side as well. But I'll just pop that die in so you can see the actual plate. This works both ways up. Paula did point this out earlier, and she's quite right. Whichever way you put that die, you can use it. I love the sample where the black band has been threaded underneath those arches there as well. It just gives it a totally different look. Teamed with flowers from the one-day special as well. Gorgeous. Item number for this one, 537541, just £16.99, and a £7 saving there as well. Now the next one, we've got the Happy Birthday Flourish. Paula, you could chop into this if you want to. You could take the flourishes away if you wanted to.
Or you can chop the birthday, just happy. You know, you can have so if, for instance, the sentiment that is "You are my happy place."
Yeah.
You can have happy, beautiful die cut, and then you are my.
Love it. You could even just use the flourishes there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other word, I just love anything with a flourish on. £10.99 is the price for this one. A great buy again. £5 saving, 627401. Don't forget, if you're going for the one-day special, we've got a flexi on there. So if you are wanting to add anything in, you can also split the cost. It does make it a lot easier. We've got lots of goodies still left. But we've also had those sellouts, Paula, and it just shows how quickly things can go.
Absolutely. And memory box, I would say it's just one of those investments. There are dies that you invest and they will last a lifetime because they are absolutely they are timeless in the sense. Now, I'm going to start by embossing, because the embossing folder from the one-day special is absolutely stunning. And it's one of those embossing folders, like everything that memory box does, that it's so exquisite that it is not necessarily, aside from the sentiments, which of course they relate to particular circumstances, the dies and the stamps and the embossing folders, they give you that kind of for any occasion. You know, you can send beautiful flowers to any occasion, but look at that, how that has embossed. Now, one of the things that, of course, I'm going to say it is like, this is a 3D embossing folder, which means that it has got that kind of that dome, that it's not just one level, it has got that kind of multiple levels there. So it has got an extra thickness, which is a standard, well, sort of a standard in terms of 3D-dimensional embossing folder. Just refer to your embossing, your die cutting machine, whatever kind of sandwich will work. For the Go Pound and Emboss, it seems to work for me, just the A plate and a raspberry plate, or I think it's like kind of a 3mm plate or something like that.
Okay.
Just try with whatever you work with. Now, what I'm going to do, you can see that it's a little bit random, but I like that because this is using leftovers as well. I like the idea of using things that we have already. I'm going to start the demo. It's very simple, but quite similar to the previous card, but in this the previous hour. But I like to show the gorgeousness of this embossing folder.
The new colour. Is it the new colour?
No, this is Salty Ocean.
Oh, it's a little bit
It's a little bit lighter, yeah.
blue?
Price ribbon is a little bit deeper purpley, but it coordinates really well. So I'm kind of leave it like that. I kind of wanted a little bit of darker tone in the outsides in there, and leaving that in there. Now, if you wanted to maybe make it a little bit more yellow, you can bring in Salvage Patina, which is one of the newer colors as well, or Mermaid Lagoon. It's up to you. Now, I know that Leonie is in the building, so I'm just going to clean up. You know, I just don't want to upset her. I'm going to clean up. Not the cleaning up, but kind of picking up the color, because even if it's faint, that will be for another background.
Of course.
And something like that, obviously, that's a little bit stronger in color, but that kind of will go in there and just kind of, you know, kind of sort of starts going somewhere. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my deco, gorgeous of the deco plate in here. It's one of my favorite. Well, it's funny because I haven't been able to have a proper favorite because I adore all of them. It's one of those ones that you're kind of thinking all of them work so well. Now, of course, I'm going to run it through my Go Pound and Emboss. They will work. They're wafer thin dies, right, Catherine? So they will work on your standard die cutting machines. All of them will work through any 6-inch wide or A5. So your Cuttlebox, your Jane Davenports, your Kaleidos as well. Those ones will work perfectly here. Now, I will turn it around just because I know